Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 121, Dirty Reputation. SSS. Tatsuma had just shouted when several kunai broke through the wall of flames and flew towards him. Tatsuma performed a spinning dodge, and several kunai appeared in his hand, one less than the number thrown at him. As for the whereabouts of the last kunai, Tatsuma, your shoulder! Minato shouted nervously, standing in front of Tatsuma with a kunai in hand, ready to prevent the rock ninja from launching another attack. It's okay, I'm used to it. Feeling the pain in his left shoulder, Tatsuma forced a grim smile, sheathed the shuriken in his hand back into his pouch, and then pulled out the kunai embedded in his shoulder. Forming seals, he used the mystical palm jutsu to accelerate the healing of his shoulder wound, while his eyes watched solemnly as the explosion gradually dissipated in front of him. These rock ninja were definitely an elite team. Faced with the combined ninjutsu of him and Minato, they not only managed timely defense but could also seize the opportunity to counterattack. The flames dissipated, revealing blackened walls of earth in front of everyone. Traces of shuriken left behind by the shuriken shadow clones could be seen on the walls, but these clones had disappeared due to the heat and impact. Rumble. At this moment, the earth walls slowly began to settle down. Despite being struck by the shuriken shadow clone jutsu in flames, only about 6 or 7 of the nearly 100 rock ninjas showed signs of burns or cuts. Among the rock ninja lying on the ground, only 3 remained. Despite the joint ninjutsu that drained nearly half the chakra of 2 individuals and took out 3 rock ninja, the faces of Minato, Tatsuma, and some other Konoha ninja around them turned solemn. However, the rock ninjas didn't look optimistic either. After all, they had unleashed a large amount of ninjutsu to besiege Jiraiya and the others, and now, with the joint defensive earth release, their chakra levels were not in great shape. Close in! Rock ninjas excel in earth release, ninjutsu attacks won't be very effective. An Inuzuka clan ninja shouted before riding his large dog towards the rock ninjas team. Minato also turned to Tatsuma behind him and asked, Tatsuma, are you still able to fight? At this point, Tatsuma, whose shoulder was no longer bleeding heavily, nodded and said, no problem, don't worry. Minato nodded in response, following the footsteps of the surrounding Konoha ninjas as they closed in on the rock ninjas. Tatsuma reached into his backpack and pulled out a sealed scroll. After unsealing it with hand seals, a chakra short sword fell into his hand. He quickly rushed towards one of the rock ninjas who had been kicked away by the Nin dog. The airborne rock ninja, upon seeing Tatsuma charging with the short sword, flashed a hint of anxiety on his face and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Hardening jutsu. Clang. As the chakra short sword passed over the rock ninja's neck, Tatsuma's hand felt a sudden intense pressure, almost causing him to lose grip of the sword. The rock ninja then fell to the ground, feeling the trickle of blood on his neck. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. He had been breached, and by just a kid at that. Tatsuma saw the injured rock ninja and rushed towards him again. The kind of ninjutsu that could withstand his first strike might not hold up against multiple strikes. Earth release, rupturing earth palm. As Tatsuma charged, the rock ninja swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. The earth between them cracked instantly, and Tatsuma gritted his teeth, casting an envious glance at the rock ninja. Having more chakra sure is something, huh? Tatsuma formed the seal of confrontation with his left hand. While it didn't matter which hand he used, it was customary for everyone to use their right hand for the seal of confrontation. However, when it came to assisting in gathering and manipulating chakra for combat, it was more casual. Activating the body flicker jutsu, Tatsuma swiftly maneuvered over the flying debris without losing balance. It might sound strange, but being injured actually made Tatsuma more meticulous in controlling his body. Using the body flicker to appear in front of the rock ninja, Tatsuma thrust the chakra short sword towards him. The rock ninja formed hand seals again, then reached out with his right hand to grab the blade of the chakra short sword. In the blink of an eye, earth and rocks condensed on his right hand as well. Earth release, rock fist jutsu cracked the chakra short sword embedded in the infiltrating earth was stuck. Tatsuma, not being a pretentious swordsman, simply let go without concern about losing his weapon. In that moment of release, the grappling balance was disrupted. The rock ninja staggered backward, and his right hand inadvertently rose slightly, obscuring his vision just enough. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma thrust his palm towards the rock ninja's abdomen. As he was about to make contact, the rock ninja finally reacted, pulling back his belly and taking a small step backward to create some distance. Seeing Tatsuma's short arm failing to reach him, a hint of mockery appeared on the rock ninja's face. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Puff, a small burst of chakra erupted from Tatsuma's palm. However, due to slight adjustments in their positions and the fact that the rock ninja had not yet landed, the burst was not aimed at his abdomen but at the holders of his future generations. Watching as the rock ninja's eyes rolled back into their sockets, Tatsuma retrieved his short sword from the crumbling rubble with his right hand and swiftly decapitated the rock ninja. Konoha's dragon? At this moment, another rock ninja nearby, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in shock. Turning around, they saw the blood spurting from the neck and legs of the opponent facing Tatsuma and cried out, "Jewel Crusher?" Tatsuma's expression darkened completely. He never imagined that his nickname, known within the hidden sand village, would also spread to the hidden rock village. However, it was precisely this kind of reputation that made Tatsuma increasingly convinced of the correctness of Jiraiya's teachings that a ninja didn't need fame or reputation. He would rather remain unknown than be associated with the title of Jewel Crusher. Besides, it wasn't intentional every time. His height and arm reach just happened to make it easier for him to strike that particular area of adult ninjas. Could he be blamed for that? Just like that last one, if he hadn't jumped, wouldn't he be fine? Tatsuma, with a darkened face and crimson eyes, glanced at the rock ninja who had just been too talkative. Feeling a slight chill down below from Tatsuma's glare, the rock ninja also keenly sensed the sweat trickling down their backside. "Don't come any closer!" The rock ninja shouted in their heart, but engrossed in battling a swarm of bugs, there was simply no way for him to escape. He could only watch with wide eyes as Tatsuma initiated the body flicker jutsu, charging toward him. Earth release. Earth flow spears. The rock ninja maneuvered within a small area, but Tatsuma, noticing the bugs around him, abandoned the idea of using fire release. After all, in a sense, the bugs were also allies. Instead, he opted for earth release to restrain the rock ninja's movements. Puff, however, as the spears of earth rose. The rock ninja, by some stroke of luck, ended up sitting on one of the spears. His eyes, too, transformed into the Byakugan, and his mouth silently opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, the bugs flew into the mouth of the rock ninja, devouring his body from within. Witnessing this scene, Tatsuma halted his body flicker steps, looking at the spot where the rock ninja had been thrust by the earth spears, feeling at a loss for words. At that moment, the Aburame ninja controlling the bugs approached Tatsuma, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Striking the testicles can indeed instantly incapacitate a male opponent. It's a good fighting style, but remember, don't use it on allies." I didn't want to either. And the other one sat on it himself. Tatsuma felt utterly helpless. Striking twice, each hit targeting a man's private parts, not only changed the expressions of the rock ninjas around him, but even the Konoha ninjas and nin dogs looked at him strangely. Far away, on the mountain, Orochimaru, who was resting and recovering under the protection of many ninjas, glanced sideways at Tsunade and asked, "Did you teach him? You know me well. He never learned fighting from me either." Tsunade spoke firmly, then looked disdainfully at Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya, after receiving treatment from Tsunade and taking some medicine brought by the support team, had recovered slightly. At least he could open his eyes now. His neck, which had been heavy and immobile, somehow gained strength, and Jiraiya began to shake it wildly. He struggled to explain, "It wasn't me, it was Sakumo-senpai. It must have been him." Don't forget Sakumo-senpai's. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Tsunade both recalled Sakumo Hataki's secret taijutsu. Although they hadn't experienced it themselves, they had witnessed it. In an instant, both of them realized and nodded in agreement. This style indeed seemed like something Sakumo-senpai would teach. Achoo! At the Konoha hospital, Sakumo Hataki, who was undergoing premarital checkups with his fiancée, suddenly sneezed. He shuddered, feeling that something ominous was about to happen. Sakumo-sama. At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened, and a medical ninja walked out, looking anxious. Sakumo Hataki's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped up from his chair, nervously watching the medical ninja. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Under his tense gaze, the medical ninja said, "Sakumo-sama, you're going to be a father." Sakumo Hataki snatched the report from the medical ninja's hand and looked at it himself. Seeing that his fiancée was pregnant, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Indeed, there was finally some progress in the matter of making babies during the 6 months of idle time in the village. Just then, a roar echoed from deep within the hospital. "This is youth! The youth of my Due shall be inherited by my son." Upon hearing the distant voice, Sakumo Hataki remembered the enthusiastic Chunin he occasionally saw in front of the Hokage's building and at the training ground. He murmured, "Did Due have a boy?" Just as Sakumo Hataki was about to go in and have a chat with his fiancée and then congratulate my Due, at that moment, a figure suddenly flipped in through the window at the end of the hospital corridor. Seeing the newcomer dressed in ANBU attire with a mask on their face, Sakumo Hataki's expression darkened. ANBU should not appear in such a manner in a hospital with so many people, unless something major had happened. The ANBU approached Sakumo Hataki and whispered softly, "The Hokage urgently summons you. Tsunade requests aid, and troops are being deployed to the Land of Lightning." Sakumo Hataki nodded and looked at the medical ninja examining his fiancée's body, saying, "Keep silent, and thank you." With those words, the medical ninja nodded silently, but Sakumo Hataki and the ANBU ninja had already disappeared, leaving the report back in his hands. Chapter 122, Cunning Inoki. Hokage-sama. Sakumo Hataki appeared in the Hokage's office without prior notice, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in his chair, didn't mind. After all, Sakumo Hataki deserved this privilege and trust. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke filled the air, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a troubled expression as he stood up and said, "The Land of Lightning has suddenly gathered more than 3,000 ninjas at the port, and we don't know the reason. Meanwhile, Tsunade has sent out a distress signal from the Land of Rain. The covert support teams have already been mobilized and will likely engage in large-scale battles with the Rock Ninjas. It's likely that the Land of Rain has also become aware of the situation by now." After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sakumo Hataki finally spoke up, "Hokage-sama, what do you need me to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen paced around the office for a while before saying, "I need you to lead a team to the northern border to investigate the reason behind the Land of Lightning's ninja mobilization. If they intend to join the battle, intercept them. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village have a stubborn and impulsive temperament, but the elders are not lacking in wisdom. Therefore, their actions may not necessarily be for joining the battle, but rather to manipulate the alliances of various countries and seize opportunities. So it's best to avoid a war with them, to prevent giving them an excuse to start a war and avoid falling into their trap." Sakumo Hataki nodded, then expressed his concern, "But the southeast defense line lacks personnel, and there's the Land of Water there. The Land of Water is situated overseas, and the internal factions have never had a Mizukage who could handle things properly. It's chaotic and impoverished, not much of a threat. Moreover, with the recent policy implementations, they're practically in a state of disarray. In this situation, it's almost impossible for the third Mizukage to join the war as a participant. Even if they manage to unify internal opinions, it's unlikely they'll participate in the war. If they do, my advisors and I are ready to take to the battlefield at any time." As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the worries on his face eased somewhat. Sitting in this office for so long, he occasionally forgot that he, too, was a ninja, one who could take to the battlefield at any moment. At this moment, recalling himself as a ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were filled with confidence. As the third Hokage, his strength might not surpass that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and perhaps his influence in governing the village, diplomacy, and warfare wasn't as significant as his sensei, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. But if it were just about the impact of a single battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident that he surpassed his sensei, Senju Tobirama. The strength of a ninja shouldn't be determined solely by a narrow perspective. Every ninja has their own strengths. Just like the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it's difficult to judge which is superior. Perhaps a Uchiha Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan would have the advantage in a battle against a Hyuga Jonin, but that doesn't mean the Byakugan is inferior to the Sharingan. The Sharingan might influence a single battle, but the Byakugan could potentially influence an entire campaign. While multiple Uchiha ninjas with Sharingan could affect a battle, multiple Byakugan users could influence a war. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama are no exception. When it comes to combat, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no confidence in defeating his sensei, who is adept at various techniques. But if it's about leading their respective armies into battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident that he can do better than his sensei. After all, with his 5-release great combo, even his sensei wouldn't have a good countermeasure. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen become more confident, Sakumo Hatake nodded in agreement. Then, with a furrowed brow, he asked, "What about Tsunade and them?" Hanzo is not one to act impulsively. Even if this incident makes him extremely angry and determined to join the fight, he won't erupt today. His ambitions are too grand, so he's always cautious. As long as our forces in various locations don't suffer massive defeats, even if he catches my 3 disciples, he won't dare to act. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were firm and decisive, as if he had already seen through Hanzo despite the distance between them. Sakumo Hatake appeared somewhat puzzled, but he didn't inquire further. Instead, he nodded and said, "I'll lead the team to the northern border as soon as possible. You have full authority. You decide who to deploy and how many. Just one request, Land of Lightning must not participate in the conflict." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Meanwhile, intelligence about the clashes between Konoha's ninjas and Hidden Rock Village ninja was also relayed to the Hidden Rock Village in the Land of Earth. In a meeting room, a grizzled old man with a red nose couldn't contain his smile upon hearing the news. "Finally, a clash. Remember, make it as big as possible, just as I instructed." Inside the meeting room, the elders of the Hidden Rock Village couldn't help but wear expressions of speechlessness upon hearing the old man's words. However, no one dared to refute him. After all, he was their third Tsuchikage. Inoki, a young man who was distributing documents to the elders, asked in confusion, "Father Sama, why are you so happy that our rock ninja are fighting against Konoha? Do you think we'll win this battle?" "Win? No, no, no. We're destined to lose this battle. I've even prepared an apology letter." Inoki shook his head excitedly, rising from his seat. Standing on the chair, he didn't exude an intimidating aura compared to the others sitting down, but nobody dared to underestimate him. After all, he was the powerful ninja who had fought against the legendary ninja Madara Uchiha and survived. Snap! However, as he twisted to reach for something in his hip pouch, Inoki hurt his waist. Grimacing in pain, he called out to his son, "Akatsuchi! Akatsuchi! Come help me get the letter out." Akatsuchi reluctantly ran to his father's side and retrieved a crumpled letter from the pouch. Inoki, with one hand clutching his waist and the other holding onto the chair's backrest, addressed the elders in the meeting room. "Take a look at the contents of this letter. I've studied it thoroughly. If you find no issues, then we'll send it out according to its contents." At this point, the letter began to circulate. Akatsuchi, who was tasked with delivering it, also saw its contents. In essence, the letter stated that the Land of Earth had investigated the war between the Wind and Fire countries. To prevent further conflict, the Land of Earth had dispatched a few ninja for investigation. Due to geographical constraints and the focus of the wind and fire countries on the land of rain as a battleground, the land of earth had to pass through the land of rain to conduct their investigation. However, upon entering the land of rain, they encountered Konoha ninjas who were maliciously lurking there and were forced into battle. The land of earth acknowledged and sincerely apologized for the facts of passing through and engaging in battle within the land of rain. At the same time, they promised a complete withdrawal of land of earth ninja from the territory of the land of rain. Until a new diplomatic agreement was signed between the two parties, no land of earth ninjas would be dispatched into the land of rain. At first, Akatsuchi looked a bit puzzled, but as he saw each of the elders gasping in shock and pondering deeply, he understood the gravity of the situation. His Akatsuchi also took a sharp breath, then began to read the contents of the letter carefully. After scrutinizing it for a while, he managed to make out the words through the creases of the paper. Throughout the entire apology letter, there were two words everywhere: passing the blame. Why did Hidden Rock Village get involved in this matter? Because of Konoha. Who initiated the war against Hidden Sand Village? Konoha did. Why did Hidden Rock Village send people into the land of rain? Because of Konoha. Who brought the battlefield to the land of rain? Konoha did. Why did Hidden Rock Village engage in battle in the land of rain? Because of Konoha. Who had Konoha's ninja attack our rock ninjas? Konoha did. Hidden Rock Village acknowledges its mistakes and promises not to repeat them. If the land of rain is still unsatisfied, they should take it up with Konoha because they are the real culprits. Akatsuchi's gaze towards his father became strange because this time, the actions of the rock ninjas had been planned since 6 months ago, which means his father completely anticipated Konoha's reactions and countermeasures. 6 months ago, Akatsuchi heard his father suddenly announce that they would dispatch ninjas to cross the land of rain and head to the land of rivers for investigation. It was those rock ninjas involved in the investigation of the war who provoked Konoha's counter-investigation. Akatsuchi could also guess what his father's response would be if Konoha brought this matter to light. It would be about evidence. If Konoha had no evidence, then it would be baseless accusations. Even if Konoha had evidence, if the rock ninjas investigating the war were caught, it would be in the land of rivers. What evidence is there to prove they appeared in the land of rain? Realizing all this, Akatsuchi suddenly shuddered. He suddenly felt that his father's actions were not quite in line with the will of stone. Throughout this whole ordeal, Hidden Rock Village had only one attitude: although they did something wrong, the fault does not lie with them. Even this teenage boy, Akatsuchi, could understand it. Naturally, the elders sitting in the meeting room of Hidden Rock Village could also see it. At this moment, their gaze towards Tsuchikajima was even more respectful. The old man, one hand on his waist and the other on the chair, exuded an aura reminiscent of a wise sage. Now that they understood the reason behind Tsuchikage-sama's recent peculiar actions, they naturally had no objections. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter, as Inoki could completely treat Hidden Rock Village as his own domain. Tsuchikage-sama, when should we send out this apology letter? An elder asked. Inoki had already returned to his seat by now and replied, when Hanzo comes out to stop the fighting. Once the fighting stops, the letter will be delivered. Meanwhile, within the land of rain, the Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas engaged in battle found themselves surrounded by another group of ninja forces. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, they began to ease up on their attacks. Suddenly, amidst the tension, a figure broke through the rainforest and entered the scene. With no companions by his side, Hanzo, the leader of the land of rain ninjas, faced thousands of ninjas from other countries and roared in a deep voice, "Everyone, halt at once!" As soon as the words fell, both the leading ninjas from Iwagakure and Konoha quickly issued orders for their respective ninjas to cease their attacks. Before Hanzo could react, a ninja from Iwagakure shouted out, "Lord Hanzo! We, from Hidden Rock Village, withdraw from this unnecessary conflict. We never intended to fight, we were only forced into battle. This letter bears the seal of our Tsuchikage-sama. Please review it." As confusion swept over everyone, including Hanzo himself, a notification suddenly sounded in Tatsuma's mind. He glanced at it, his face showing a pleasant surprise. The system has updated. Chapter 123, System Update. What's with this kid? Are all Konoha ninjas this fearless? Hanzo wondered as he looked at the silver-haired, curly-haired kid not far from him on the battlefield. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, and his mouth under the mask involuntarily pursed. Having roamed the ninja world for decades, Hanzo knew he was far from being considered a deity of the ninja world, but over the years, he had earned some renown. Among his peers, he was one of the best, not just in the Land of Rain but across the entire ninja world. The reputation of Hanzo of the Salamander was not inferior to the current 5 Kage, and it was even more prominent than the third Mizukage, who rarely left his domain. Yet here he stood, facing a kid who looked no more than 10 years old. This kid not only showed no fear but also seemed to look at him with excitement. This gaze was both familiar and unfamiliar to Hanzo. It was familiar because in his youth, he used to look at the seniors of the ninja world with the same eyes. Then, he would use this gaze to watch as one by one, those seniors met their demise under his scythe. However, what felt unfamiliar to him was that he hadn't met any seniors worthy of being looked at like this for too many years. Or perhaps, he had become the senior himself. It's just that he hadn't encountered any juniors brave enough to look at him like this. Hanzo keenly noticed that the kid clenched his fists, and the tip of the chakra short sword in his hand slightly lifted. Was he planning to fight him? Swoosh! Just then, two figures blocked the space between him and the kid. He recognized these two people. They were the two disciples of the third Hokage. Orochimaru slightly lowered his head towards Hanzo, not displaying any superiority, and said, "Lord Hanzo, please do not eat only one side of the story from the Iwane. The Konoha ninjas appearing here are only here to support those besieged by the Iwane." After speaking, he also took out a scroll and laid it on the ground. These were the recent actions of the Iwane in the Land of Rain that he and his two teammates had gathered as evidence. Handing over this evidence to Hanzo was precisely their mission for this journey. However, things didn't go as smoothly as expected. The ideal scenario was to conduct reconnaissance on the Iwane without being detected, then deliver the collected clues to Hanzo, provoking his anger towards the Iwane. But Orochimaru didn't expect that their mission this time not only encountered unexpected incidents, resulting in the three of them being besieged by the Iwane, but also the Iwane were playing the same game as them, all to provoke Hanzo's anger towards the other party. At this moment, as Hanzo looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade, both with pale faces, he was about to reach out to take the scroll from Orochimaru's hand when the Iwane who handed over the message said in a sly tone, "Lord Hanzo, be careful. Orochimaru previously fought against Sand Ninjutsu. Perhaps he also knows the poison techniques of the sand." Upon hearing this, before Orochimaru could react, Tsunade, beside him, was furious, but because Hanzo was present, she had to suppress her desire to beat the hell out of this bastard. Hanzo, on the other hand, looked at the Iwane with a disdainful gaze, jokingly thinking to himself that when it came to playing with poison, there was no one in the ninja world who could surpass him. Without hesitation, Hanzo opened the scroll and began to read. As he read, his expression gradually darkened, and the faces of the Iwane also turned slightly grim. Now it all depended on which answer Hanzo chose to believe. However, compared to Konoha, the Iwane believed that their sincerity was more convincing. After all, they could withdraw from the Land of Rain at any time, but the fate of Konoha's team was uncertain. Of course, these supporting teams present would ensure the safe departure of Orochimaru's group. However, Konoha had more than just this one team in the Land of Rain. While these individuals could retreat, the Konoha ninjas currently engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja in the Land of Rain would find it difficult to withdraw. Moreover, the temperament of Shimura Danzo might not be inclined to retreat. After reading the contents of the scroll, Hanzo rolled it up. Before he could speak, the Iwane eagerly tried to interrupt, and Orochimaru prepared himself to counter. But before the Iwane could speak, Hanzo gave him a fierce glare and said, "I don't care who invaded the Land of Rain first. All I know is that Konoha and Iwabikure have invaded the Land of Rain, and that's a fact. I won't waste words arguing with you. Only your Kage is qualified to explain this matter to me. You have 3 days to withdraw all ninjas and setups from the Land of Rain. If you leave now, 3 days later, I will personally seek explanations from your Kage. But if you stubbornly remain in the Land of Rain, don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Leading our team through the Land of Rain was an inevitable move to investigate Konoha's war actions. Now that Lord Hanzo has intervened, I believe Konoha will cease its war activities. Regarding our passage through the Land of Rain, on behalf of Hidden Rock Village, I once again extend sincere apologies to the Land of Rain and Lord Hanzo. We hope that the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth can engage in peaceful negotiations and seek peace together. The Iwane adopted a very humble posture, devoid of any arrogance typical of a major nation. However, after saying this, he gave Orochimaru a smug look. Orochimaru's expression remained grim, not only due to exhaustion of physical strength and chakra but also because the Iwane's words concealed something. He was subtly implying that Konoha was the root of all evil. Furthermore, the Iwane had thrown a stumbling block at Konoha. While it was a fact that Konoha had invaded, if they wanted to engage in peaceful negotiations, they would have to cease their war activities to demonstrate their sincerity. However, Konoha's war was not with the Land of Rain or the Land of Earth, it was with the Wind Country, a fourth party. Unless the Wind Country was also brought into the discussion, everyone would have to agree to cease hostilities together. Otherwise, if Konoha stopped fighting now, they would face a series of counterattacks from the Saiyan ninja, undoing all the advantages they had gained and even suffering losses. Thinking about the current commander on the main battlefield, Orochimaru got a headache. He didn't believe that Shimura Danzo, representing the war-hungry faction, would accept defeat and retreat from the Land of Rain battlefield. But at this moment, Hanzo's gaze also fell on Orochimaru, implying without words that since the Iwane had made their stance clear, shouldn't Konoha do the same? Not asking for greater sincerity, but at least equality, right? Hanzo-sama, I will report what has happened here to the village and discuss a reasonable solution as soon as possible, and we will implement it promptly. Please believe that Konoha is sincere about peace. Orochimaru could only say this with a stiff expression. Hanzo, who had finally relaxed his expression, became grim once again. This meant that Konoha was still unwilling to cease hostilities. Sincerity for peace? Wasn't it Konoha that declared war this time? The Iwane spoke again with a touch of sarcasm. Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, glaring at the Iwane, but the Iwane showed no fear and returned her gaze defiantly. 3 days. I hope Konoha can make a wise decision. Hanzo said sternly, then turned and glanced again at the small figure protected by Tsunade before using body flicker to leave. As Hanzo left, before Tsunade could confront the Iwane, many Land of Rain ninja appeared around them, surrounding both sides but leaving a passage open for each. Obviously, Hanzo wouldn't stop them from leaving, but at the same time, he wouldn't allow them to do anything that would damage the sovereignty and integrity of the Land of Rain's territory. What are you looking at? Let's go! Tsunade gave Tatsuma a knock on the head and grabbed the back of his collar, starting to retreat, while the Iwane didn't say anything more sarcastic. With Hanzo gone, if they said anything else that provoked the Konoha ninja into attacking again, even if they were truly forced to defend themselves, their hidden rock village would be destined to be seen as enemies by Hanzo. Under the surveillance and escort of Rain Ninja, the two teams gradually separated and retreated in the direction they had come from. Tatsuma, who had been knocked on the head by Tsunade, finally came to his senses. He realized that he had indeed gotten a little too excited just now. After all, it was a new update. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma Talents, Strength, 4,365 out of 9,913 Speed, 4,901 out of 10,101, Additional Amplification, Pending Activation, Stamina, 461 out of 9,447 Wisdom, 3,537 out of 6,653 Ninjutsu, 3,482 out of 7,526 illusions, 2,365 out of 4,729 spirit, 4,096 out of 9,985 seals, 36,557 out of 138 special talents. Space-time ninjutsu development. Ninja tool throwing, limited edition Minato Namikaze, sensory seals, limited edition Kushina Uzumaki 75% limited talent, Shirayakusha. This is Tatsuma's current system panel. In these 9 months, his talents have been realized extremely quickly, especially after he specialized in talents related to physique. The speed at which he realizes talents surpasses even Minato's. But this isn't the most important part. The crucial point is that the system just judged the defeat of the Iwa Nin in this battle. This allowed Tatsuma's successfully praised to complete the challenge successfully and win, and this wave of rewards enabled Tatsuma's speed talent to meet the requirements for Jonin. After the talent broke through 10,000, there suddenly appeared an option for additional amplification, and his recent distraction was precisely because of this change. Speed, 4,901 out of 10,101, additional amplification, pending activation, but the extra amplification direction options are divine travel, upon activation, extra amplification of travel speed, gradually increasing with the progress of talent realization, providing corresponding bonuses to various non-space-time body flicker jutsu. Divine mind, upon activation, extra amplification of thinking speed, gradually increasing with the progress of talent realization, providing corresponding boosts to strategy, on-the-spot reactions in battle, and calculation of quantity and efficiency. Tatsuma wants both options, but he can only choose one, so amid his excitement, he deeply struggles with the decision. Choosing divine travel would amplify both his body flicker and charging speed, likely helping him reach the level of Shursui or the fourth Reikage in the future. As for the limitation to non-space-time body flicker jutsu, Tatsuma doesn't see any problem, considering there are only a few space-time body flicker jutsu available, and he can only learn one type, which is Flying Thunder God. As for techniques like Minato Jikara, Kamui, or Yamatsu Hirasaka, they all require the prerequisite of bloodline limits. Without the corresponding Kekkei Jinkai or bloodline inheritance, they simply cannot be learned. Additionally, the speed of space-time body flicker jutsu is not determined by physical speed, so it's entirely reasonable that it cannot be amplified. What excites Tatsuma is the immediate effect of this amplification direction. If he chooses divine travel, his travel speed will instantly increase, which is a visible improvement. However, Tatsuma is also reluctant to pass up on divine mind. Quick thinking is even rarer than physical speed. Just like Minato Namikaze in the future, earning the title of Yellow Flash relied not only on the Flying Thunder God but also on his swift thinking. His rapid thinking was his most valuable asset, including during his first encounter with Kamui, where Minato Namikaze won due to his quick thinking. Furthermore, quick thinking allows Tatsuma to better grasp the timing of ninjutsu and taijutsu applications, giving him an advantage in battle by devising attack, defense, and counterattack strategies faster than his opponents. This is an invisible talent, also the most difficult to assess its value. If I already have the talent of divine mind, then I should be able to quickly weigh the pros and cons, right? Tatsuma suddenly thought, which made him laugh out loud involuntarily. He then received a smack on the head from Tsunade, who glared at him and then threw him to the ground. Tatsuma didn't mind. He tried to push himself up with one hand, intending to jump up elegantly, but his left shoulder, injured from the battle, prevented him from exerting any force. As the ground approached rapidly, Tatsuma panicked. His body thrashed around wildly, waiting for his brain to give the order to save himself. But with such a short distance, could he rely on instinct alone to save himself? In the next instant, Tatsuma twisted his head to the limit, using his left shoulder to touch the ground, completely avoiding putting pressure on his head and neck. With a simple roll and a smooth rise, he dusted himself off, hardly getting any dirt on him, and thought to himself, "Is this the way Minato, such a genius, thinks?" Chapter 124, Divine Mind. Tatsuma chose Divine Mind, and the effect it brought wasn't just about understanding how to use his body to absorb impact. Or rather, it didn't even require much thought, his body would react instinctively the moment it touched the ground. The effect of divine mind was evident in that extremely short moment. He thought of several ways and simultaneously weighed the pros and cons of each. He actively chose to roll to absorb the impact, and the angle at which his shoulder touched the ground was calculated by him. After rolling to get up, his still unhealed left shoulder didn't even bleed from the force. This was something he couldn't achieve solely through instinct. Perhaps instinctively, he would have made the same rolling movement to absorb the impact, but his left shoulder might not have been spared from the force, risking secondary injury. His neck and head might have been affected to some extent, and there would likely have been more mud stains on his body. After some thought, Tatsuma optimized his instinctive actions. This kind of thinking speed, which surpassed instinctive reactions, was something Tatsuma had never experienced before, and he felt great about it. Why do you have to be so cool even when falling? Jiraiya, supporting Tatsuma, grumbled discontentedly. As an onlooker, Jiraiya even felt a sense of admiration for Tatsuma's ability to make even falling look graceful. This elegance made Jiraiya somewhat jealous. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tatsuma turned his head, looking quite serious. Jiraiya-sensei, is there a possibility that it's because I'm really handsome? Tatsuma's profile as he turned his head made some of the older ninjas in the team behind him pause for a moment. His hair color, his eyes, and that feeling of orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. He really resembles second Hokage-sama. No wonder the Sand Ninjas gave this kid that nickname, remarked a middle-aged ninja from the Inuzuka clan. Even though the boy in front of him was talking nonsense, he exuded the same commanding presence as second Hokage-sama when issuing important orders in the past. Tsunade and Orochimaru's faces turned dark. They knew that the nickname Tatsuma had regarding second Hokage wasn't flattering. This kid didn't have a single nickname that was positive. Although Jiraiya didn't know the details of the previous battle, he couldn't stand Tatsuma's showy appearance. He hobbled over to Tatsuma and, with his heavy hand, ruffled Tatsuma's hair messily. At this moment, the group walked out of the encirclement of rain ninjas. Though there were still rain ninjas watching from afar, everyone's mood relaxed. Orochimaru looked around and addressed the people who had come to rescue them. Everyone, I deeply appreciate your coming to our rescue. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas around quickly waved their hands, saying it was the village's arrangement and that comrades should help each other. Orochimaru nodded and continued, but this matter is not yet settled. We need to leave the land of rain as soon as possible and report back to the village. Those responsible for communication, please make sure to report everything accurately. When it came to business, the relaxed expressions of the people around tightened once again. There were no more polite words. The ninja responsible for communication exchanged ideas continuously, discussing how to report back to the village efficiently, accurately, and completely. Seeing that they all understood the importance of the situation, Orochimaru didn't offer any further instructions. Instead, he looked at Tatsuma, who was busy untangling his hair with his fingers, and began to speak. Tatsuma, you are a very talented ninja, but your fighting style is too aggressive. I have rarely seen you finish a battle unscathed, and this is something you must take seriously. At the same time, I understand the pride that your talent brings, but showing eagerness to face ninjas like Hanzo is absolutely unacceptable. You must never do it again. Orochimaru then looked at Minato Namikaze, pursing his lips and saying, words on the battlefield must be concise. Don't make Tatsuma's mistakes. Tatsuma and Minato both nodded, but whether they could change was another matter, especially for Tatsuma. He didn't want to get injured, but every time he fought, his left shoulder always ended up in an unsafe position. Any slight mistake with his left shoulder could result in an injury, and he wasn't sure if the augmentation from Divine Mind could change this. As for his pride and showing eagerness to face Hanzo, those weren't true. It wasn't because of arrogance that he showed that expression to Hanzo. When he did, Hanzo wasn't in front of him. He was just immersed in a landscape that only he could see. Seeing both of them wearing thoughtful expressions, Orochimaru felt somewhat reassured. He wasn't their sensei, but he couldn't help saying these things today. If their senseis were more reliable, he wouldn't have to. Especially Tsunade. Orochimaru really didn't want Tatsuma, a promising young ninja, to go astray because of Tsunade's negligence. Are we going back to the village directly? Or are we going to find Hanzo to assist him in withdrawing the troops? Tsunade asked at this moment. The helplessness on Orochimaru's face deepened. These two teammates of his weren't just unreliable as senseis, they were unreliable as ninjas as well. Now they only have one choice, and that's to return to the village. They are under the surveillance of the Rain Ninjas, and if they obediently return to the Land of Fire, the Rain Ninjas naturally won't stop them. But if they dare to detour to the south of the Land of Rain to find Hanzo, the Rain Ninjas will definitely stop them, and might even anger Hanzo again. After all, from the perspective of the Rain Ninja, who knows whether these Konoha ninjas are going to help with the withdrawal of troops or join Danzo's army to strengthen the Konoha forces, making trouble in the Land of Rain. Back to the village. Leave Danzo's matters to Sensei, Orochimaru commanded, albeit silently. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. She actually didn't want to go find Hanzo, but after hundreds of ninjas had been lurking for months, it seemed like a waste to just return to the village after doing so little. Tsunade worried that these Konoha ninjas might be dissatisfied. After all, in 3 months, they could have completed dozens of missions on the front lines. Now, they could only complete one mission, and the effort and reward were not proportional at all. Tsunade nodded and said, "Going back is good. There are quite a few injured people, and I'm currently unable to treat them all." At this point, Orochimaru remembered something and asked calmly, "Is yours technique some kind of secret jutsu? Does it have a time limit?" What Orochimaru mentioned was the enhanced strength Tsunade displayed during their battles with the IWA ninja forces these past few days. Orochimaru originally thought it was the result of Tsunade's training, but today Tsunade suddenly shut down. Not only was she unable to unleash her previous formidable strength, but even the efficiency of her recovery from injuries and exhaustion had decreased significantly, with little difference from before she spent a whole year in seclusion practicing. Tsunade nodded, not being wary of Orochimaru's actions in the cave, and said, "Yes, I've depleted my stored chakra, so I can't sustain that kind of power anymore." After a brief moment of thought, Orochimaru roughly understood the general effect of the jutsu Tsunade was practicing and didn't inquire further. The speed of the team returning to the village was not fast. At least, they wouldn't make it within the 3 days Hanzo mentioned. After all, there were quite a few wounded in the team, as well as patients like Jiraiya who couldn't move independently. Tsunade's own condition was also very poor, so she couldn't treat them. This is also why Orochimaru needs communication ninjas to quickly transmit the message back. The village's response was simple. They assured their safety back to the village, and nothing else needed to be concerned about. However, 3 days later, when they were barely halfway back to the village, Danzo's commanded troops hadn't withdrawn from the Land of Rain, nor had there been any news of Hanzo declaring war. But it seemed that important negotiations were underway. Tatsuma could imagine the situation of the negotiations. Konoha was unwilling to give up its advantage over the hidden sand village and reluctant to withdraw easily. Konoha's solution was probably to initiate a 3-party negotiation, which, of course, had nothing to do with the Hidden Rock Village, but involved Konoha, Hidden Sand Village, and Land of Rain. Konoha's demands would certainly be for the Hidden Sand Village to cease hostilities first, then ensure that its own advantage was not lost, withdraw from the Land of Rain. As for whether to continue fighting in the future and where, that would be discussed later. Hidden Sand Village would definitely not agree to such demands. This situation is similar to a gambling table where the winner wants to withdraw early, but the loser is definitely unwilling because continuing the game means there's a chance to win back, but once they withdraw, what they've lost cannot be reclaimed. In this situation, the demands of the Hidden Sand Village are also easy to deduce. Konoha must surrender first and compensate for the losses of war. If Konoha doesn't want the war to escalate, Hidden Sand Village is not afraid to escalate it. Already trapped in a gambler's dilemma, Hidden Sand Village doesn't mind having one more opponent in the Land of Rain. After all, this could be an opportunity to win on both fronts. If they succeed, not only can they recover their losses but also make a substantial profit. In this scenario, as the mediator, Land of Rain is also in a difficult position. After all, it's a small country and doesn't have enough leverage to play along with both Konoha and Hidden Sand Village. No matter how they play, Land of Rain is bound to lose. The quickest way is to assist Konoha, their invading enemy, in driving out Hidden Sand Village from their territory. But doing so would mean antagonizing Hidden Sand Village to the point of no return. As for assisting Sand, Sand is already weak, and even with the assistance of Rain Ninjas, they don't have an absolute advantage over Konoha. They can't simply drive Konoha away, and they would also incur the wrath of Konoha. No matter what, Land of Rain will be targeted by major powers. That's the helplessness of a small country. Tatsuma knows how Hanzo will ultimately choose to flip the gambling table altogether. Since they must antagonize major powers, they might as well antagonize the biggest ones. I'll fight Hidden Sand Village, and I'll beat up Konoha too. At the same time, Land of Rain must develop. Can't small countries and big countries play together? Then Land of Rain will become a major power. In the original work, why did Land of Rain go to war with the Land of Iron, a country it doesn't border? Could it be they wanted an enclave? Tatsuma doesn't think so. He believes Hanzo's aim isn't the Land of Iron but the 5 or 6 small countries between the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron. Departing from the Land of Rain to the Land of Iron, the only country with a powerful military at the end of this line is the Land of Iron. The process of defeating the Land of Iron is, in itself, the process of nibbling away at these small countries. Once Hanzo manages to unify these few small countries, then he truly gains the qualification to compete with the 5 great nations, but the Land of Rain doesn't have the capability to fight on 3 fronts. No matter how strong Hanzo is, he cannot contend with a single country, let alone multiple countries. Ultimately, he will have to give up on this plan. Of course, these events haven't happened yet. Currently, the Land of Rain, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire are still in the pre-war negotiation stage. Hanzo hasn't flipped the table yet, and the Land of Iron cannot anticipate being involved. Tatsuma knows he can't stop Hanzo from flipping the table now, but he hopes Konoha can stabilize Hanzo and delay his actions as much as possible, because Tatsuma needs time. The battlefield is his best place for growth, but he also needs to stay alive. To survive, Tatsuma sets his sights on his soon-to-reach 10,000 points in strength, stamina, and spirit. As long as these 3 attributes can also receive additional amplification, his strength will undergo a significant improvement. Tatsuma looked at Minato, who was reading a scroll, and said, "You truly live up to your reputation, Minato. Studying so diligently even on the road. But as they say, practice makes perfect. How about a real showdown?" Minato's body twitched, instinctively replying, "All right." Others who were resting looked on with speechless expressions. Do these 2 kids have no concept of anxiety? Chapter 125, 2 More Talents. Tatsuma is changing. He's starting to think during battles. While others saw Tatsuma and Minato's duel as a diversion during their journey, Orochimaru initially thought the same. However, after a few glances, he suddenly noticed something off. No, not off, but rather too perfect. Tatsuma's previous choices in combat, in Orochimaru's view, had hints of recklessness, but he would never commend it because Tatsuma was too aggressive. Even during the battle with the Iwane 3 days ago, Tatsuma hadn't corrected this flaw. But today was different. Tatsuma's choices in combat almost perfectly matched the scenarios Orochimaru had envisioned in his mind. That's the way to do it. Rational. Very rational, Orochimaru couldn't help but praise. In the past few rounds, both Tatsuma's choices and Minato's responses were almost identical to what Orochimaru had imagined, making him extremely comfortable watching. This feeling is like having some surreal scenes in the mind, which are difficult to describe and impossible to see similar scenes in reality. But suddenly, one day, there was a special effects artist who created such visuals, magnificent and shocking, completely in line with your aesthetic and imagination. Orochimaru's commentary also caught the attention of Tsunade and Jiraiya beside him. As they watched the sparring of the two students, their eyes were filled with amazement. A street fight was hard to watch, but the combat guided by the two martial artists was absolutely delightful. The previous Tatsuma and Minato were like a street fighter meeting a martial artist. Minato's elaborate designs would be disrupted by Tatsuma's aggressive style, making it impossible to see the intricacies. But now, Tatsuma has also become a martial artist, and their combat is like a well-designed sequence. Tsunade suddenly looked displeased at Orochimaru and said, "Why didn't you remind Tatsuma earlier, that little devil? If he had awakened earlier, maybe he wouldn't have been so aggressive." Orochimaru? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression, as if he were examining an abstract artwork. He wanted to point at Tsunade's face and shout, "Sister, isn't that your student? Why didn't you remind him yourself instead of waiting for me to remind him?" Fortunately, at this moment, Jiraiya spoke up, saying, "Tatsuma's competitiveness is too strong. He hasn't suffered losses before, so even if he's reminded, he won't listen. It's only now that he's been injured more often that he's started to become cautious and listen." All three of them felt that Tatsuma's change was due to Orochimaru's previous reminders. After all, given Tatsuma's level of performance over the years, no one would think he's mediocre. Even Tsunade, who had previously thought Tatsuma was mediocre, had long forgotten her initial judgment. And since Tatsuma is a genius, the fact that he figured all this out in just 3 days still seemed absurd, but somehow more acceptable. What other problems do they have? You should go remind them quickly. Maybe they can make more progress. Tsunade nudged Orochimaru's arm with the back of her hand, her eyes fixed on the two's duel. Orochimaru's expression softened slightly, but he still said, "The remaining issues are not something they can solve at their age." Jiraiya nodded and said, "Orochimaru is right. These two brats are barely 9, let alone 10. They haven't even entered puberty yet, their physical growth is too slow, and their chakra levels can't increase rapidly." "Is it related to age?" "I remember when I was 10, I already had a lot of strength and chakra, at least much more than these two brats." Tsunade questioned Jiraiya's judgment, and upon hearing her words, the mouths of the other two twitched slightly. "Minato, I'll take this victory," Tatsuma said at this moment. At this point, Tatsuma and Minato had also finished their fight. Tatsuma had both of Minato's hands pinned down with one of his own, while his fist was pressed against Minato's clothing over his abdomen, without striking. Minato, who felt like he had lost so thoroughly for the first time, opened his mouth as if to say something but couldn't find the words. In their previous fights, although there were wins and losses, Minato sometimes opted for a more conservative approach due to the difference in their styles, so he didn't feel that the gap between him and Tatsuma was that big. However, today, Tatsuma defeated him with his most skilled techniques, leaving Minato feeling somewhat lost. But seeing the smile on Tatsuma's face, Minato eventually smiled back and said, "You're still as amazing as ever. But I'll work hard to catch up." Tatsuma smiled and released Minato's hands, turning around to stand firm. He then performed the seal of reconciliation towards Minato, who also stood straight and followed suit, intertwining his seal of reconciliation with Tatsuma's. "Ding, strength +3, stamina +3, spirit +2, would you like to claim?" "I'll take it." Although compared to the gains on the battlefield, the gains from such sparring sessions were much fewer, Tatsuma recognized the value of steady progress and sustainable development. Despite being just a step away from a breakthrough, Tatsuma wasn't in a hurry. It was just a matter of spending a few more days. "Alright, let's continue on our journey." At this point, the team had rested enough. Tsunade stood up and called out, and Tatsuma nodded. He didn't arrange another match with Minato, especially with Jiraiya, the major injured member, slowing them down. They couldn't lose too much time. On the road, Tatsuma and Minato continuously reviewed their recent match. Both analyzed each other's shortcomings from their opponent's perspective. Given their relationship, they didn't hesitate to speak the truth, regardless of whether it might hurt. Whenever Jiraiya couldn't go on and needed rest, the two continued to spar. This was a manifestation of the unity of knowledge and action. Sometimes, they also exchanged ninjutsu or sensory techniques. Upon entering the Land of Fire's territory, Minato's previous study of sensory jutsu bore fruit. Although he couldn't use techniques related to the earth yet, he made significant progress in wind-release sensory jutsu. This was thanks to the climate of the Land of Fire. While it wasn't as dry as the wind country, it had abundant water vapor in the air without the heavy dampness of the Land of Rain, allowing Minato's chakra to spread freely. Another 3 days passed, and the group finally returned to the village. It was said that the Land of Rain hadn't flipped the table yet, but both Danzo and Chio chose to hold off and negotiate properly. Maybe they could delay things a bit longer. During the continuous matches with Minato over the past few days on the road, Tatsuma finally pushed the upper limit of the strength and spirit talents to 10,000 points. At the same time, as Tatsuma had hoped for, he also triggered additional amplification. Spirit, 4,107 out of 10,043, additional amplification, pending activation, options for additional amplification, expand, upon activation, increase the body's chakra capacity with progress in this talent, gradually amplifying it, but without altering chakra refining speed. Rejuvenation, upon activation, increase chakra extraction speed and physical endurance, gradually amplifying with progress in this talent, but without changing overall chakra capacity. One option increases capacity while the other improves refining speed and allows the body to squeeze out more chakra. Without hesitation, Tatsuma chose expand. Given his battlefield experience over the past year, he rarely found himself in situations where he needed to refine chakra during battle, or rather, he dared not do so, as being distracted on the battlefield could be fatal. Therefore, he was very cautious about his chakra allocation, always reserving chakra for one Rasengan and another for using body flicker jutsu to escape, with little concern for chakra recovery. Directly increasing chakra capacity would allow him to use more ninjutsu in each battle without the need for careful allocation. As for refining speed, Tatsuma didn't think his refining speed was slow, and as long as he prepared well before battles, it was sufficient. Moreover, the name rejuvenation always tended to distract Tatsuma, especially since during the time he followed Jiraiya in training, he had often been taken for walks along the streets where the rejuvenation massage parlors were located. Unfortunately, unlike Tsunade, who was a gambling addict, Jiraiya knew better than to pass on his bad habits to his juniors. So every time, it was Jiraiya who went for a rejuvenating massage, while he and Minato could only wait at nearby beverage shops. Tatsuma then looked at the other talent. Strength, 4,378 out of 10,001, additional augmentation, pending activation, additional augmentation direction options, Hercules, upon activation, enhances overall muscle strength, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent, providing corresponding augmentation to normal strength and physical strength. Enhanced strength, upon activation, enhances instantaneous explosive power, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent, providing corresponding augmentation to instant muscle activation and chakra burst. The description was clear. The former option would enhance normal strength while providing an additional boost to physical endurance, essentially shortening Tatsuma's time spent enduring physical strain. This option was likely inspired by characters like Might Guy or the Fourth Reikage. The latter option focused on explosive power, as the name suggests, allowing the body to unleash greater strength in a short period. It could also achieve effects similar to Tobirama Senju's chakra bursts in the later stages. Reference characters for this option include various members of the Senju clan and Naruto's use of the unrivaled strength technique while using the Five Tails Kokuo, allowing for increased instant power through muscle activation, chakra bursts, or a combination of both. Tatsuma initially wanted to choose Hercules because enduring physical strain is an extremely long process. For his body, which has not yet reached puberty, the boost from Hercules would be quite beneficial. However, Tatsuma had a second thought. He realized that his talent stamina was also nearing its critical value. Although the 8 attributes displayed on the system panel resembled those from the ninja abilities formula book he read in his past life, there were still some differences. For example, stamina encompassed not only the mastery and proficiency levels of taijutsu but also various aspects such as physical endurance and bodily recovery. Similarly, wisdom wasn't just about IQ but also about the extent of a ninja's common sense, knowledge, and intelligence-gathering abilities. Therefore, instead of using the additional augmentation of strength to enhance physical endurance, it would be better to wait for the more specialized stamina to compensate. After weighing his options, Tatsuma chose enhanced strength. After all, his sensei was one of the representatives of enhanced strength. So, as her student, having enhanced strength would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? Among the 4 talents related to the body, 3 have reached the Chunin requirements, with only stamina lagging behind a bit. However, if one focuses on training diligently every day, it will only take 1 or 2 months to catch up, even faster on the battlefield. Moreover, the various additional augmentations unlocked after reaching Chunin requirements for talents also made Tatsuma feel what it's like to be a genius. No wonder some geniuses find learning and doing things so easy and effortless. Tatsuma's progress not only delighted himself but also left Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had been watching him make rapid strides over the past few days, feeling like their faces were swollen. After all, they had previously said that due to his age, Tatsuma couldn't progress too quickly. Even Tsunade, who hoped for her disciple to grow up quickly, felt something was amiss. After returning to the village, Tsunade said to Tatsuma, "Wait for me at my place. After I finish reporting my work, I must give you a physical examination. I suspect there's something wrong with your body." Chapter 126, Fast Growth. At the Senju clan compound, Uzumaki Mito, upon learning that her granddaughter had arrived in the village today, rarely left her house. She waited outside in the veranda, basking in the sun. "Is that Tatsuma and Minato?" Suddenly, Uzumaki Mito frowned. She could sense the chakra of both individuals, but Tatsuma's chakra left her puzzled. Compared to over 3 months ago when Tatsuma's chakra was like a teacup-sized mass, it now seemed as vast as 2 huge teacups. Of course, Uzumaki Mito measured chakra quantities based on her own chakra levels, akin to evaluating a basin of water. Although Tatsuma's current chakra quantity was still insignificant in her eyes, it had almost doubled compared to Tatsuma himself. In just 3 months, Tatsuma's transformation had exceeded Uzumaki Mito's expectations. Compared to Minato, who had hardly changed at all in the past 3 months, Tatsuma's transformation was like night and day. Tatsuma was also surprised by the growth of his chakra quantity. He originally thought that a 30% increase would be good enough, but it ended up doubling instead. The amount of chakra he could now access was almost reaching the requirement for a Chunin. Of course, his refining speed and body recovery speed were still far from that of a Chunin. While a Chunin could refine chakra 4 or 5 times a day, Tatsuma's current refining speed and body recovery speed only allowed him to refine once. Furthermore, this portion of chakra was not recorded in the system panel. On the system panel, Tatsuma's spirit realization level was still over 4,000, and the additional amplification was not included. His strength had also increased by almost double, even though it was only during bursts. Nevertheless, it was enough to make Tatsuma happy. Recently, Tatsuma had a feeling that other ninjas, or rather, other Chunin-level ninjas, might also have similar talent enhancements to some extent, but they might not have discovered it yet. For example, Minato, who originally outpaced Tatsuma in terms of thinking speed. He didn't need to force himself to think faster. However, in the past few days, because his thinking speed couldn't keep up, Minato's body and consciousness were unconsciously undergoing changes. 3 days ago, during Minato's sparring sessions with him, their mental duels could only last for about 50 to 60 rounds. However, this morning, just before entering the village for the final rest, Minato was able to keep up for over 100 rounds. Tatsuma's advantage lay in being able to see his own talents and progress, along with the additional amplification. This invisible talent, which would be latent in others, he could directly perceive and activate, something other ninja couldn't achieve. Take Minato, for example. He has always used Tatsuma as a reference point. When he realizes that he has caught up with Tatsuma in a certain ability, he unconsciously slows down in that area to focus on improving other aspects. However, once Minato becomes aware that he lags behind Tatsuma in a certain ability, his talent can fully come into play, allowing him to progress faster and catch up with Tatsuma. Tatsuma believes that given Minato some time, abilities reliant on physique, like chakra quantity and strength, might not improve as quickly, but his thinking speed feels like it could catch up again very soon. The two of them chatted as they quickly arrived at the depths of the Senju clan's territory. Since they were already in the village, they didn't use sensory jutsu to survey the surrounding environment. As a result, when they unexpectedly saw Uzumaki Mito staring straight at them in the courtyard, they were startled. Especially Minato, who quickly bowed and said, "Mito-sama, did we disturb you with our noise earlier?" Tatsuma also looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, their discussion just now was indeed a bit loud, and he knew that elders preferred peace and quiet. Therefore, he thought that Uzumaki Mito might have been disturbed by their voices. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand and then patted the spot next to her, saying, "Nawaki and Kushina haven't come back from training yet, and your senseis should also be reporting duties, right? Come over and sit while waiting." Seeing that Uzumaki Mito wasn't angry, the two of them approached quietly and sat down next to her. Uzumaki Mito observed the two of them, noting that Minato Namikaze hadn't changed much compared to 3 months ago, except for a bit less childishness. His cheeks had become a bit thinner, perhaps due to hunger or possibly because of changes brought on by growth. Tatsuma's changes were somewhat significant. Aside from slight changes in appearance, Uzumaki Mito felt that the biggest change in Tatsuma was his eyes. In the past, Tatsuma's eyes were bright, filled with the vitality typical of youth. However, perhaps due to early worries about life, they were dimmed by a layer of worldly weariness, giving him a somewhat mature demeanor beyond his years. But although they carried a bit more thoughtfulness and lacked the innocence and stiffness typical of his age, they exuded confidence, giving off a very reliable feeling. He looked like Tobirama. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but think of her husband's brother again. However, her gaze quickly fell upon the left shoulder of Tatsuma's clothes, where there were countless patched-up seams and reddish stains, causing her brows to furrow once more. However, Uzumaki Mito didn't ask. She knew that this was something every ninja would experience. She gently smoothed the hair at the back of both their heads and said, "Your hair has grown again, and your clothes seem a bit tight. Take a bath later. Nawaki hasn't worn some clothes yet, and now they don't fit." "I'll find them for you later," Uzumaki Mito said. Seeing the two about to decline, Uzumaki Mito instantly knew their intention to refuse. She quickly added, "If you don't wear them, they'll just go to waste." "It's a pity." After hearing Uzumaki Mito's addition, Minato and Tatsuma nodded and didn't refuse further. Then Uzumaki Mito asked, "By the way, Tatsuma, your chakra levels have been increasing rapidly lately." Tatsuma nodded. He knew he couldn't hide it. Tsunade and others could see it at a glance, let alone Uzumaki Mito. Changing the subject, he said, "I woke up today with more chakra. I don't know what happened. Sensei said she wants to check my body." Hearing Tatsuma's words, Uzumaki Mito became even more puzzled but didn't delve deeper. She just said, "I've seen chakra levels increase after a good night's sleep many times." "Don't worry." Uzumaki Mito had indeed seen it many times. When she was a young girl, she would wake up every day to find her chakra increased, just like many of her clan members. Her children, her granddaughter, and now her adopted granddaughter Kushina Uzumaki experienced the same. Kushina's chakra levels had been fluctuating recently. However, Uzumaki Mito also knew that for many people, increasing their chakra levels was a slow process. Not only was it inefficient, but the progress made over a lifetime might not even match what she experienced in a single year when she was young. Tatsuma sensed that Uzumaki Mito was comforting him, telling him not to worry. He wasn't worried himself, but his friend Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. He began to wonder if he, too, could wake up one morning to find his chakra increased. Although such a thing sounded like an illusion, if Tatsuma's chakra really increased after waking up, and Mito-sama said it wasn't an isolated case. There are always people whose chakra suddenly increases, why couldn't it be him? However, Minato quickly suppressed this restless thought. He was not one to seek quick success, he just got a little too envious today. In the midst of chatting, Tatsuma noticed that the ninjas who used to take care of Uzumaki Mito were not in the Senju clan compound at the moment. While it's true that Uzumaki Mito used to have only a few ninjas looking after her, it's unusual for there to be none at all like now. It's unclear whether Uzumaki Mito no longer needed their care or if those ninjas were also reassigned due to the war. On the way back to the village earlier, Tatsuma heard from the communication ninjas in the team that things were also stirring up in the Hidden Cloud village. Although they hadn't left their own territory, with the army on the border, it was hard to believe they weren't up to something. After chatting for a while, Uzumaki Mito urged the two to go take a bath. At the same time, she brought out the new clothes Nawaki couldn't fit into. Although they had been compressed for some time and inevitably had a little smell, compared to the two who had just returned from the land of rain, they smelled much better. After taking a bath, Nawaki and Kushina also returned from school one after another. Nawaki, upon seeing the two back, eagerly went to do additional training. Kushina, on the other hand, pulled Minato aside to talk about things on the battlefield. In reality, Minato had only been lurking in the land of rain for these past few months and didn't have any thrilling experiences to share from the last mission. However, Kushina was still fascinated to listen, as this girl seemed to naturally enjoy ninja stories. It wasn't until just before dinner that Tsunade returned to the clan compound. After examining Tatsuma's body, she could only attribute it to Tatsuma's development, considering time as a precious resource for ninja, but also a double-edged sword. In the following days, Tatsuma returned to his usual training routine, occasionally contacting classmates to strengthen their bond and keeping an eye on the progress of the previous study creation program, offering some advice. With Tsunade around, Tatsuma also learned a lot about the situation of the talks in the Land of Rain. The progress of the talks was not smooth. Although Konoha and the Saiyan had temporarily ceased hostilities, neither side was willing to withdraw from the Land of Rain first. Konoha's stance was clear: they could agree to a ceasefire, but only if they emerged as the winners. Such talks were commonplace after enduring for several months. Tatsuma knew that in one war, ceasefire talks lasted a full 2 years. Tatsuma could also guess the reason why Konoha intentionally or unintentionally prolonged the negotiations. It was because of the threat from the Land of Lightning in the north. Despite the excessive actions of Hidden Cloud Village, with its ninja forces stationed there, Konoha had to remain vigilant. Konoha's current choice to delay was to wait for a response from Hidden Cloud Village. If Hidden Cloud Village chose to attack, Tatsuma estimated that Konoha would immediately declare a retreat from the Land of Rain battlefield, leaving behind a portion to defend against Hidden Sand Village while supporting the north. After all, Hidden Sand Village had been at a disadvantage for nearly a year, with unstable military strength and morale. Without deploying the tailed beasts, it would be difficult for Hidden Sand Village to break through the defenses of the Land of Fire in a short time. However, the well-prepared Land of Lightning was different. Every year, the Land of Lightning expanded its military, and its forces and resources were extremely formidable. If a real conflict were to erupt, Konoha would undoubtedly prioritize resisting the ninja army from the Land of Lightning. But they were unwilling to give a clear answer over there. "I've been loitering around the border, don't ask, if you ask, it's field training." After more than a month of negotiations, Hanzo couldn't hold back anymore. Feeling humiliated, he announced directly and simultaneously declared war on the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, still under the influence of the cold winter? At the third training ground, carrying the 2-month-old Might Guy on his back as a weight, Nawaki saw Tatsuma and Minato receiving mission scrolls. Enviously, he said, "Are you guys going to the battlefield again? That's great. I still have to wait another month to graduate." Tatsuma and Minato were not excited. Last year's Minato might have been excited, but after experiencing the battlefield firsthand, he also understood the cruelty of war. Tatsuma opened the mission scroll and found that it was not for participation in the Land of Rain conflict. He looked at Minato with confusion, and Minato, with the same expression, replied, "Are you also going to the Land of Iron?" Minato nodded. It seemed they had the same mission again. Chapter 127, Side Effects. Nawaki didn't notice the contemplation and worry on the faces of the two. He just cheered up himself, saying loudly, "Decided. Since I can't go to the battlefield, let's train well in the village. Let's start with 5,000 weighted frog jumps. If I can't finish, then I'll switch to 3,000 weighted handstand push-ups." As he spoke, Nawaki even hopped in place, causing the little white guy on his back to sway back and forth, his big head bobbing, causing concern that he might get hurt. Tatsuma said, "Be careful. Brother Due is busy every day. He trusts you to take care of his son. If he gets hurt, it would betray Brother Due's trust." "No problem. I'll protect him with my life. That's what youth is all about, right, guy?" Nawaki turned his head, looking at the giggling Might Guy. Might Guy's two little fists were tightly clenched before, but now both thumbs were raised, his mouth wide open, albeit toothless. Otherwise, he'd be another Konoha's white fan. "See, I was right." Seeing Might Guy's reaction, Nawaki said triumphantly. However, before training, he still placed Might Guy aside in a basket made of reeds, which Uchiha Tenko had given him, saying it was a cat bed. Tatsuma, seeing Might Guy lying in the cat bed and starting to throw punches, no longer paid attention and instead turned to Minato, saying, "It's the first time I've seen someone persuaded to fight." Minato nodded as well, his face showing some difficulty. Their mission was very strange. Because they knew about the progress of the negotiations, both of them knew that war would break out again soon. They were prepared to go to the battlefield at any time, and even their backpacks at home were ready to go, so they could leave at any moment. But this mission wasn't about sending them to the front lines to fight, nor was it about accompanying reconnaissance or intelligence-gathering teams. Instead, they were to go to the Land of Iron and convince the Iron Country's general to send troops to fight against the Land of Rain. Moreover, it wasn't about fighting against the invading forces from the Land of Rain within the Iron Country itself. Instead, they were to mobilize the samurai army, cross countries like the Land of Fields and the Land of Grass, and reach the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, where they would directly confront the Land of Rain. If successful, convincing the Land of Iron to send troops to the Land of Grass to resist the Land of Rain would be very beneficial for Konoha. After all, if the Land of Rain were to march from the Land of Grass all the way to the Land of Iron, even if they failed to capture the Land of Iron, the resources and population of the countries in between would contribute to the rapid development of the Land of Rain in the future. Even if the Land of Rain were to successfully occupy the territories of these countries, excluding the Land of Iron, with Hanzo's capabilities and given another 10 years of development, the Land of Rain could indeed grow to the size of the 5 great nations. At the very least, catching up to the Land of Wind would not be a problem. The current geopolitical situation in the shinobi world has persisted for almost 40 years. The 5 great nations certainly do not want a sudden emergence of a 6th great nation to compete for shinobi world resources with them. Furthermore, Hanzo, unlike the leaders of the 5 great nations, did not seek to expand his influence. Senju Hashirama was willing to settle for a small territory and cooperate with the feudal lords, respecting their rights. This led to the formation of the one country, one village system. This system influenced the decisions of the other 4 nations when establishing hidden villages, resulting in the feudal lords and village leaders of the 5 great nations jointly building a system of one country, one village. However, this method actually constrained their resources and rights. However, Hanzo is different, he is not constrained by the feudal lords. In fact, his reputation within the Land of Rain is even greater than what Senju Hashirama had in the Land of Fire. Senju Hashirama may have been more powerful, but the Land of Fire is too vast. Even he couldn't single-handedly control the entire Land of Fire, but Hanzo can. At this moment, Hanzo has not yet established a ninja nation. However, once he annexes another country or multiple countries, for the sake of political unity and centralization, Hanzo is highly likely to establish the first ninja-ruled nation in the shinobi world. Once such a nation emerges, if the Land of Rain desires military expansion again, the entire nation will follow his will. With just a thought from him, war will erupt. This situation is too dangerous, especially considering the current trajectory of the Land of Rain's development. If successful, the Land of Fire, particularly those adjacent to several small countries in the north, will be the most threatened. The other four nations may not want such a scenario to unfold, but they are certainly not as urgent as the Land of Fire. However, Tatsuma understands the perspectives of both the village and the feudal lords. Yet, as the executor of the mission, he feels incredibly weary. Convincing the Iron Country to send troops, persuading other countries to grant passage. The only consolation is that he and Minato are not yet qualified to lead the mission. They only need to follow the team, but they will likely still have to follow orders when the time comes. Let's go back and change the equipment we're carrying. We need at least 2 sets of thick clothes. I heard it's very cold over there. Glancing at the departure time once more, Tatsuma rolled up the scroll and said to Minato. Minato nodded, and the two of them bid farewell to Nawaki and left the training ground. On the way, Tatsuma teased, other people get richer the more tasks they do as ninjas, but for us, we're not getting richer, we're getting poorer. I haven't even bought any thick clothes yet, and I don't even know if they're expensive. Luckily, our rent is waived during wartime, or we'd probably have to borrow money. Upon hearing this, Minato chuckled and shook his head. Although he knew Tatsuma was joking, he still said, "You can't say that. Being able to learn ninjutsu from Hokage-sama, no matter how many missions we do, it's worth it." The tasks they performed during wartime were not exchanged for mission rewards but were recorded as military merits. Even though they completed several A-rank support missions over the past 3 months, the completion of other tasks couldn't be converted into money. Moreover, even if they wanted to convert the merits into money, they would have to wait until after the war. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made it clear that the village was currently strapped for cash and couldn't afford to pay them. At this moment, Tatsuma slapped his forehead and said, "Doesn't Third still owe us a bringer of darkness jutsu?" Previously, they exchanged their merits for the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu and the bringer of darkness jutsu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. However, he only managed to teach them the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu for a short while before disappearing. Since then, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been busy and hadn't had time to assess their progress or teach them the bringer of darkness jutsu. Tatsuma furrowed his brow and said, "And also, this time when we came back, they didn't even let us report to them. I guess they're afraid we'll come to claim our rewards." "Don't say that." Minato was a bit speechless. He knew Tatsuma wasn't being serious, but he still felt a bit uncomfortable with the joke, feeling like it was punching down. "Anyway, let's go buy clothes. After that, I'll treat you to ice cream." Tatsuma didn't continue with the teasing. Instead, he headed towards the direction of the commercial street. Minato asked with confusion, "Tatsuma, why have you suddenly been so fond of eating ice cream these days? Doesn't it make your teeth ache? And give you headaches?" Thinking about how Tatsuma had been dragging him to eat ice cream whenever they had free time these days, Minato felt a phantom headache. It was still early spring, and even in Konoha, it hadn't warmed up yet. Whenever Minato ate ice cream, his teeth would ache and he'd get a headache. "It's good for your health." Tatsuma's explanation made Minato roll his eyes. Eating ice cream on such cold days was good for health? What a joke. Tatsuma couldn't possibly believe that eating ice cream was good for health, or maybe he just enjoyed it. And just a few days ago, his stamina finally reached over 10,000 points. Stamina, 4,733 out of 10,004, additional enhancement, pending activation, additional enhancement options, martial art, upon activation, it enhances the effects of taijutsu, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent. It accelerates the pace of taijutsu training, strengthens the overall strength of muscles and bones, provides special bonuses to taijutsu damage and defense, with an extremely low probability of developing Parkinson's syndrome. Endless, upon activation, it enhances the energy storage capacity of cells, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent. It allows the absorption of energy intake to increase the energy within cells, providing special bonuses to vitality and chakra, with an extremely low probability of developing diabetes. To be honest, when Tatsuma saw the side effects, he didn't want to choose either of them. Both effects were great, but people always preferred gains without costs, even though that was almost impossible. Tatsuma speculated that the first one might be an occupational hazard, and the second. The most direct way to intake energy was through eating. Overeating could indeed lead to the emergence of certain illnesses, but trashy system can't even handle the side effects. That was Tatsuma's thought at the time, but he couldn't really give up the additional enhancement. After all, the effects brought by the additional enhancement were really strong. After some deep thought, Tatsuma ultimately chose Endless. After all, Endless had a boost to vitality, which was more helpful for survival. During these days, Tatsuma had been continuously testing the limits of Endless. He found that overeating regular meals didn't work well for him. Firstly, he couldn't eat that much, and secondly, the energy content of food wasn't particularly high. So, he experimented with desserts. After testing various options, he settled on ice cream as his source of additional energy. Other desserts often caused throat discomfort and filled his stomach, but ice cream didn't irritate his throat, and he could eat more even after a full meal. Unconsciously, Tatsuma found that he seemed to have given himself the effects of a legendary immortal body through the system, high health and mana, and even greater strength. This also relieved some of his worries about the side effects. However, Tatsuma also discovered that the side effects of Endless were far more than just the low probability of contracting diabetes. There was another side effect that was quite difficult to talk about. Several hours later, in the Senju clan territory, Tsunade and the others frowned, and Orochimaru glanced at the clock, saying, "Didn't we ask Kushina to call them over? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "I don't know. Maybe they're not at the training ground or at home, so she can't find them." At that moment, in Tatsuma's house, Kushina was rummaging through Tatsuma's snacks and fruits, saying something about how he was leaving the village soon, and if she didn't eat these now, they would go to waste, claiming Tatsuma's midnight snack as her own. Meanwhile, Minato stood in front of Tatsuma's bathroom door, holding onto the doorframe, expressing his concern. "Tatsuma, are you feeling better?" Almost there." A weak but strained voice came from inside the bathroom, and Minato, with his other hand covering his nose and mouth, said, "Didn't I give you a laxative? Did you still not manage to go even after using it? Damn. Bastard, what man gives another man a laxative? I would never use it." Inside the bathroom, Tatsuma leaned against the door with one hand, trembling as he wiped and pulled up his pants. Then he glanced back at the two charcoal rods in the toilet bowl, wondering if they would even work for fertilizing plants. Splash click, let's go, but we have to walk slowly. My legs are numb. Chapter 128, Tobirama's Inheritance. In the Senju clan compound, Tsunade looked at her disciple, who was hesitant to sit down, feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, Tatsuma had never been a reserved person. Why did he seem so awkward about taking a seat today? Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina, who knew the truth, were trying hard to suppress their laughter. Tsunade frowned disapprovingly and asked, "Are you sure you want to stand and listen?" Tatsuma nodded and said, Standing is fine. You're all my seniors and senseis. It wouldn't be polite for me to sit with you." Finally unable to contain her laughter, Kushina burst into loud laughter. Even Minato buried his head deep, his shoulders shaking. Tsunade and the others became even more puzzled and increasingly displeased. After all, being late was bad enough, but now he was playing these childish tricks. Didn't he realize that the mission departure was imminent and every second counted? Exactly what's going on? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of anger. Tatsuma, feeling embarrassed, glanced at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who also looked puzzled. With a sigh and a stomp of his foot, Tatsuma swallowed his shame and truthfully confessed, "Recently, I've been a bit constipated and uncomfortable in certain areas. I don't feel like sitting." Tsunade and Orochimaru, upon hearing this, were dumbfounded, their faces covered in black lines. Jiraiya, after a brief moment of confusion, burst into hearty laughter, even more unrestrained than Kushina. This left Tatsuma with a face full of embarrassment. "Did you take any medicine?" "I did, but it didn't help much." Of course, Tatsuma couldn't just let his constipation persist. However, the internal medication seemed to have been drained of all its nutrients and turned into charcoal. External application might have some effect, but if Minato didn't bring it, he'd have less psychological resistance to buy it himself. Tsunade furrowed her brows, shook her head, and decided not to pursue it further. Just as she was about to discuss the main matter at hand, Orochimaru, with a furrowed brow, unexpectedly interjected, "Is it because of recent changes in your body?" Although Tsunade was the one who conducted Tatsuma's physical examination, the person most interested in Tatsuma's changes was actually Orochimaru. However, due to his identity, he couldn't actively participate in it. He had asked Tsunade about it before, but she had assured him that Tatsuma's body was perfectly fine, so he temporarily suppressed his doubts. But now, it seemed that Tatsuma's body was experiencing some issues. Although it was just constipation, such anomalies often hinted at underlying problems. Several months ago, Tatsuma didn't even have this issue while consuming military rations pills. Upon returning to Konoha and resuming normal diet, he developed constipation. This was clearly abnormal. Orochimaru's golden eyes kept scanning Tatsuma's body, and he couldn't help licking his lips. He had previously conducted analyses on Tatsuma and Minato. At that time, there were no issues found in their blood samples, nor were there any traces of Kekkai Jinkai. Tatsuma and Minato had also never exhibited any traits of the ninja clans. Therefore, he believed that the two were simply talented civilians. However, after observing them for a year and occasionally interacting with them, he was amazed by their talents. However, all of this has changed recently. Tatsuma's chakras suddenly increased, which is almost impossible to happen. Moreover, Tatsuma's rate of progress is faster than Minato, who is also a genius of the same generation, and in some aspects, it's not just a little faster. This strange and astonishing change made Orochimaru wish he could conduct another study on Tatsuma's body samples. But some ninja clans don't have distinctive features, or their features aren't dominant. For example, their teammate as a Senju didn't have dominant features, it's just. Orochimaru couldn't bring himself to say it. At this moment, Tsunade also reacted to Orochimaru's hint. She looked at Tatsuma with a scrutinizing gaze once again, murmuring to herself. Could it be that it's really the mistakes made by the second Hokage in his youth? After all, if we calculate the age, the second Hokage wouldn't have had time to directly produce this kid. Tsunade suddenly shook her head and said, "When we return from this mission, I'll give you another physical examination, Orochimaru. Maybe I'll need your help by then." "My pleasure," Orochimaru replied eagerly, without waiting for Tatsuma, the person in question, to speak. Tatsuma looked at Orochimaru, whose eyes seemed to be glowing, and suddenly felt a bit chilly. Jiraiya and Kushina both restrained their smiles at this moment. Just like Minato, they both looked at Tatsuma with concern. Despite teasing Tatsuma, if there was really something wrong with his health, they would worry too. Tatsuma quickly waved his hand and said, "It might just be a case of not adjusting to the environment, or maybe I've been eating too much ice cream lately. We'll see what the examination reveals. It's still better to check thoroughly. After all, the body is the most important treasure for a person." Tatsuma, Orochimaru interrupted Tatsuma's words, smiling at him. Tatsuma's lips twitched, thinking about Orochimaru's later practice of treating the body as a disposable item in the original story. I wonder if Orochimaru will go and pay respect to his previous body? Suddenly, an absurd thought popped into Tatsuma's mind, but he quickly suppressed these irrelevant distractions and stopped expressing any opposition. He didn't resist the physical examination too much because he knew that the changes in his body didn't stem from changes in blood or lineage, but rather from activating some hidden talents through additional amplification. Even if others possess similar hidden talents, the process of discovery should be gradual, unlike his sudden leap. This made it seem like there was a vast difference in abilities. Moreover, Tsunade said they would conduct the examination after the mission, by which time his constipation might have been resolved, or maybe not. After all, Tatsuma could guess that his current physical condition was temporary. To put it abstractly, it was like the container originally used by cells to store chemical energy was medium-sized, but now it had become extra large, leaving a portion needing to be filled. However, once filled, and with no significant change in expenditure, Tatsuma's energy intake would return to its previous level, and he wouldn't experience situations where everything he ate was drained of energy and turned into carbon rods. The only trouble is that they are about to leave the village, and once outside, there won't be a toilet for him to sit on for so long. Tsunade, seeing Tatsuma no longer stubbornly opposing, returned to the main topic and said, "For this mission to the Land of Iron, we..." Tsunade began to explain the details of the mission and discuss diplomatic strategies. Tatsuma couldn't participate in these discussions because he was truly at a basic level when it came to diplomacy. If he were asked to contribute, he could only rely on some diplomatic-related videos he had seen in his past life to say some forewarned is forearmed words, but obviously, these words wouldn't be suitable for the Land of Iron. Tatsuma truly had no clue about persuading the Land of Iron to send troops. However, when Orochimaru discussed economic assistance and benefits, and Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't come up with anything, Tatsuma managed to exchange a few words with Orochimaru in a somewhat organized manner. But since they didn't have decision-making power in this regard, they could only discuss a general direction and leave the specific planning to the higher-ups. The discussion continued until dinnertime, and the group didn't wrap up until then. Kushina, who had been joining in for the fun, had already run off to find Mito, and Minato had started daydreaming midway through the meeting. After dinner, Tatsuma was planning to leave with Minato, but Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder and said, "Minato, tonight you're coming with me. There are some things I need to teach you." Tsunade also looked at Tatsuma and said, "You stay back tonight too." Tatsuma and Minato exchanged a glance, then nodded to their respective sensei. In fact, they both had a rough idea of what was going on. It was probably just some things they might need for the upcoming mission. Before, they had been learning together, but recently, their paths had diverged, and they had each delved deeper into their respective chakra attributes and nature transformations. They were also learning different things, which was why they were now receiving separate instruction. However, Tatsuma was still a bit curious. He wondered what Tsunade could teach him, perhaps some techniques for using enhanced strength? After all, Tatsuma couldn't imagine what else Tsunade could teach him. After Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato left, Tsunade and Mito brought Tatsuma to a study, not the one Mito usually used, but another one. It seemed to be a study that had been sealed for many years. Squeak! As they pushed open the door, a sharp sound and a faint musty smell entered Tatsuma's senses. His curiosity grew even more. After all, the place looked, well, he couldn't see anything, it was pitch black. But there was an air of significance about it. Tsunade turned on the lights in the room. The lighting was very dim, occasionally flickering. Clearly, it had been neglected for years. Tsunade grumbled, "You'll renovate this place later. I don't trust anyone else to do it." Realizing she was talking to him, Tatsuma nodded. He might not know much about other things, being from outside the ninja world, but he was good with electrical work. That was part of his upbringing from his past life. He'd often handed his old man screwdrivers and electric pins. Mito also stepped into the center of the study, reminiscing as she looked around. She said, "This is Tobirama's study. Apart from some forbidden techniques and taboos, all his ninjutsu, insights, and notes are here. On that side are water release, and here are earth release." These two are the most abundant. Back then, he spent a lot of effort researching Hashiramas would release. You'll have to search for other nature transformations, he didn't organize them. These riches will be yours in the future. Tatsuma was deeply moved. Mito's description of these as riches was just too fitting. There were a large number of ninjutsu scrolls, not to mention the insights and notes of the forbidden jutsu master, Senju Tobarama. It left Tatsuma momentarily speechless to think he was being entrusted with this. His brain was still reeling, but his hand moved unconsciously to pick up a scroll beside him, gently unfurling it, eager to open it. Bang! Tatsuma was suddenly thrown backward, tumbling out of the study. He was now adorned with some fluorescent dye, shimmering in the darkness. At that moment, Mito's voice came from inside, ahem. I forgot to mention, I personally sealed these scrolls. You'll need to learn the unsealing techniques first. Outside the door, Tatsuma, who transformed into a luminous man and held a scroll full of seals, was twitching at the corners of his mouth and eyes. For some reason, he always felt that Mito was suppressing a smile. Ha ha ha. I told you this kid couldn't resist. He's willing to befriend Uchiha just to learn fire release, let alone these insights from Grandpa Tobarama. Tsunade was more uninhibited. Chapter 129, Before a prank, one must be prepared for the consequences. Yesterday, Sensei taught me the technique of one-handed seals. I asked him about it, and he said he could teach you too. After all, the traditional seal methods are too rigid for battling the warriors of the Land of Iron. At the entrance of Konoha village, two boys with dark circles under their eyes were waiting for their sensei. Although Minato looked a bit weak, it was evident that last night wasn't just about staying up late, he must have also expended a lot of physical energy in training. However, his spirits were high. After speaking, he looked at Tatsuma, who seemed dispirited, constantly picking at his nail with a tissue, wanting to ask something but apparently finding it difficult to broach the subject. After all, he had just mentioned that he had learned something that he could teach Tatsuma. If he were to ask Tatsuma directly, wouldn't it seem like he also wanted to learn what Tatsuma had practiced last night? Minato was just curious about what Tatsuma, who also seemed to have stayed up all night, had learned. After all, when he asked his own sensei yesterday, his sensei remained secretive, only saying that Tatsuma's gains would be plentiful. Tatsuma yawned, then wiped away the tears that had been stimulated at the corners of his eyes, and weakly said, last night. After enduring Minato's increasingly curious gaze, Tatsuma finally said, I spent the whole night taking a bath. Noticing Minato's increasingly strange expression, Tatsuma sighed and said, I'm not joking. Sensei played a prank on me yesterday. I had to spend the whole night bathing just to be presentable. As for studying, I did have plenty of options, but I didn't have time to study last night at all. However, I brought the scrolls with me. One is notes on simplifying water release seals, and the other is insights on defending and countering fire release. With that, Tatsuma took out a scroll and tossed it to Minato, saying, You start learning from this scroll on the way. I'll study the simplification of water release seals first. Minato took the scroll, intending to take a look while Jiraiya and the others were getting the village permit. However, as soon as his hand touched the edge of the scroll, he noticed that Tatsuma's expression was very odd. Having known Tatsuma for several years, Minato knew him too well. He immediately sensed something was amiss, especially with Tatsuma's recent revelation about Tsunade's prank and spending the whole night bathing. Suddenly, Minato grinned, displaying an extremely warm smile, warmer than the early spring morning sunlight. However, he turned the scroll towards Tatsuma and opened it. Bang! Damn it! Are you kidding me? Tatsuma was surprised that Minato, with his prominent features, could also prank like him. In an instant, the fatigue from staying up all night faded away, and his brain started to work at high speed. A simplified seal for water release, which he had only had time to test before leaving this morning, immediately surged forth. His right hand formed a cupped palm, while his left thumb pressed down on the right hand, forming the first unique seal. At the same time, the scroll in Minato's hand, enchanted with a sealing jutsu, burst into a large blob of fluorescent dye, rushing towards Tatsuma along with a wave of air. Tatsuma seized the moment, crossing his fingers in front of his chest. In an instant, the morning mist that hadn't yet dispersed gathered towards Tatsuma. The first drop of water transformed from the mist, and soon droplets of water began to swirl around Tatsuma. With the guidance of the first drop of water, the rest of the water swiftly transformed and was mobilized. In the blink of an eye, a cylindrical water barrier formed around Tatsuma. Water release. Water wall. Bang! The wave of air and the fluorescent dye collided with the water wall. The fragile water wall seemed to show signs of being shattered at any moment, but miraculously stabilized and swallowed the dye. The water wall around Tatsuma, now shining brightly due to the dye, even startled the village's guard ninjas, who jumped out, thinking there was an external threat. Splash! Once Tatsuma confirmed that all the dye had been engulfed, he flung the water wall aside. Then, with an angry look, he turned towards Minato, about to demand an explanation, when the angry voices of the guard ninjas reached them. Hey, hey, hey! You two little rascals, aren't you making too much trouble? It's early in the morning. If you want to spar, go to the training grounds. Ah! We're really sorry. Seeing the guard ninjas' angry expressions, both Minato's mischievous smile and Tatsuma's anger instantly faded, replaced by apologetic looks towards the guard ninjas. Tatsuma didn't dare to demand an explanation from Minato anymore. After all, it was his own idea to prank Minato, which led to this farce. He just underestimated Minato's observation skills and almost got himself into trouble. Humph. You've turned this area into a fluorescent mess. What are we supposed to do? The guard ninjas were still very angry. After all, the village entrance was the first impression outsiders got of Konoha. With a shiny green mess on the ground, it greatly affected Konoha's image. We're sorry. Since it's caused by my two students, let me, their sensei, make up for it. At this moment, a tall figure descended with an apologetic expression, looking at the guard ninjas. Seeing Jiraiya, the guard ninjas softened their stance a bit, though still expressing their dissatisfaction. Jiraiya, if you're unruly yourself, fine, but how come your students are just as unruly? Make sure it doesn't happen again next time. Absolutely, we'll make sure. Jiraiya quickly assured them, and the guard ninjas gave him some face. However, they looked back with difficulty at the land stained by fluorescent dye, then glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded continuously, then formed hand seals with both hands, ending with the snake seal. He slammed his palm onto the ground, causing the earth to churn and, in no time, it returned to normal. Satisfied, the guard ninjas nodded and exchanged a few words with Jiraiya. They also checked the village permit Jiraiya had brought with him before turning back to their duty posts. Turning back, Jiraiya gave Tatsuma and Minato a stern look, saying, You two start causing trouble the moment I'm not around, huh? Minato, feeling embarrassed, rubbed his forehead, though Jiraiya had actually hit his head protector. He didn't feel any pain at all, but he made sure to show a good attitude and apologize. Tatsuma grimaced because his head protector wasn't on his head but on his left arm, serving as an arm guard. When Jiraiya smacked him, it hit him squarely on the forehead. After the pain subsided, Tatsuma curiously asked, Jiraiya-sensei, what about my sensei and Orochimaru-sama? Although the three of them had gone to the Hokage Tower together, only Jiraiya had arrived here first, leaving Tatsuma curious. Jiraiya scratched his stubble with his fingernails and replied, Orochimaru went to get the gift for my sensei, and Tsunade went back to get her luggage. Luggage? Aren't my sensei's belongings all here with me? Tatsuma patted his backpack, looking puzzled. Jiraiya explained, the clothes we wear and the attire needed for diplomatic missions are different. I didn't consider this earlier. Oh, formal attire. Tatsuma nodded in realization, but then he quickly glanced at Minato and said, neither I nor Minato have formal attire. Are we supposed to make it ourselves? Hey! Us common folks don't need fancy attire. Orochimaru doesn't have one either. As long as Tsunade's got it covered, and she's got plenty. You two can just wear Nawakis when the time comes. Jiraiya said nonchalantly, then added, I wonder if Tsunade has any uncles or cousins who are as tall as me. It won't be comfortable if the clothes are too small. Hearing that there was no need to prepare, Tatsuma nodded. He dreaded spending money, and he was already upset about buying 2 coats yesterday. Formal attire, which would only be worn a few times, was out of the question. Oh, by the way, kid, I noticed something different about your water wall just now. Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma. He had seen from afar the ninjutsu Tatsuma had used just now. He recognized it as water wall, but whether it was the hand seals or the process of forming the ninjutsu, it seemed a bit different from the water wall he knew. In response, Tatsuma replied, it's a modification by second sama. The hand seals are shortened, but it requires higher chakra nature transformation. I can't summon too much water or chakra to create water at the moment. Ah, if it's second sama, then it makes sense. Jiraiya was initially curious, but upon hearing that it was improved by Senju Tobirama, his doubts vanished. He didn't continue to inquire further, knowing that this knowledge now belonged to Tatsuma alone. Tatsuma hadn't voluntarily shared the information, and Jiraiya couldn't pry into it. If Tatsuma were to talk to him about it someday, he would certainly listen, but he wouldn't actively inquire or set traps to make Tatsuma reveal it. This was the basic line as a sensei. However, his gaze quickly fell on the scroll filled with sealing jutsu in Minato's hands, and he asked, what's that? It's second sama's insights on fire release ninjutsu, defense, and countermeasures. I haven't unsealed it for Minato yet. As he spoke, Tatsuma took the scroll from Minato's hand, performed the necessary hand seals to unravel the sealing jutsu, and as the seals faded away, the true contents of the scroll were revealed. As Tatsuma performed the hand seals, Jiraiya had already averted his gaze, remarking, insights on fire release, just as expected from second sama. At this moment, Minato realized that the scroll Tatsuma gave him was actually the insights of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and he became a bit flustered, especially considering how casually he had treated it earlier. Moreover, he didn't know whether he should accept it now. Seeing Minato's expression, Tatsuma tossed the scroll to him again, saying, take it and study well. Just don't hold back on me with the one-handed seal later. In a fluster, Minato caught the scroll. He glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded, then he solemnly said, I will study it diligently, and I'll teach you everything about the one-handed seal too. If you have any questions about it that I can't answer, I can ask my sensei for you. Humph. My sensei, huh? I'm standing right here. If he doesn't understand something, wouldn't he just come directly to me? After Jiraiya spoke, both Tatsuma and Minato smiled. At this moment, Orochimaru and Tsunade arrived, each carrying a large scroll on their backs. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, who nodded, and then she spoke, let's go. We need to reach the Land of Iron as soon as possible. Yes. After responding, Tatsuma glanced at Tsunade, knowing that for this mission, his own sensei should take the lead. Chapter 130, Negotiations in the Land of Iron. In the Land of Iron, the capital city, it was covered in ice and snow. The eaves, streets, and even the crowns of trees and grass were piled with white snow. Even the shoulders and heads of pedestrians were covered with a good amount of snow. Outside a palace, 5 people were waiting at the gate. Tatsuma raised his hand to brush off the snow from his hair, vigorously rubbed his hands, and sighed, it's really cold here. Why do we have to wear formal attire? At this moment, all 5 of them were dressed in elaborate kimonos. Although the fabric of their clothes was sturdy, it couldn't withstand the erosion of the wind and snow in this icy world. Minato beside him couldn't help but nod involuntarily. Tsunade and the other 2 looked much better. Except for Orochimaru, who always looked pale as if he were about to die at any moment, the 3 of them didn't shiver or complain. Only Jiraiya, wearing a slightly smaller kimono, occasionally grabbed his own ample crotch and adjusted his pants. Tsunade, upon hearing her disciple's complaint, turned back and pointed to the double-sided fork emblem on their clothes, saying, "Of course, it's to show off the Senju of the forest." The Senju of the forest referred to another name for the Senju clan, and the emblem of the Senju clan had a much longer history than today's Konoha. Coupled with the deeds of Senju Hashirama in the past, the reputation of the Senju clan spread far in the shinobi world. Although the Senju clan no longer exists today, or even if it does, it is only a part of the Konoha village. In diplomatic situations, they still need to represent themselves as Konoha, the land of fire, externally. However, in terms of individuals or people in diplomatic settings, the weight of the Senju clan is undoubtedly greater. Especially when Tsunade wears this attire. After all, she is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. After putting on this attire, anyone would have to show her more respect. Before departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed them to wear formal attire with the Senju clan emblem. This also carried some significance of borrowing the prestige of the first Hokage. Otherwise, where else could they find these formal clothes? At this moment, a warrior clad in full armor also emerged from within the gate, returning a document to Tsunade with respect, and said, "Lady Tsunade, and esteemed guests, please come in." Tsunade, not as carefree as usual, instead had a dignified demeanor reminiscent of Uzumaki Mito. She nodded, and even the headpiece adorned with leaf symbol on her head hardly moved. She followed the warrior into the palace. Tatsuma glanced at Jiraiya, who was once again adjusting his kimono, then looked at Minato, who was similarly reserved. He raised an eyebrow at him, drawing his attention, and then gestured with his eyes towards Orochimaru, who remained composed. Minato instantly understood, subtly nodding. Immediately, the two of them mimicked Orochimaru's posture and movements, also stepping gracefully into the palace. It had to be said that in terms of elegance, Orochimaru far surpassed Jiraiya by a considerable margin. Following Orochimaru's example, the two of them finally shed some of their awkwardness. After meandering through various corridors with the warrior, they eventually entered a hall with very few seats prepared, just 6 in total. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man with gray hair. The other 5 seats were undoubtedly reserved for Tsunade and her companions. Besides them, whether armored or not, everyone else stood. Tsunade appeared very composed. After bowing, she took her seat. Tatsuma followed Orochimaru's lead in bowing and then sat down as well, continuously glancing around. Tatsuma's assessment of this palace was that the lighting was too poor. Even in broad daylight, they still needed electric lighting, and what's more, these lights were oil lamps. Electricity had been widely used in Konoha for decades, and various household appliances were readily available. It was surprising that the Land of Iron remained so primitive. "Lord Mifune, do you happen to be aware of the Land of Rain declaring war on your country?" While Tatsuma was still critiquing the Land of Iron's infrastructure, Tsunade and the others had already concluded their pleasantries and moved on to the main topic. Hearing this, Mifune nodded and replied, "I have heard a bit." Seeing Mifune's calm demeanor, or perhaps his indifference, the members of the Konoha delegation simultaneously furrowed their brows. Mifune's lack of concern regarding the Land of Rain far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Orochimaru spoke up, saying, "Lord Mifune, if the Land of Rain insists on deploying troops, perhaps the other nations will also be powerless to stop them. Moreover, Hanzo's actions are undermining the peace of the shinobi world. I hope you won't underestimate it." Upon hearing Orochimaru's somewhat impolite words, Mifune furrowed his brow and replied, "What concern is it of a samurai if ninjas go to war? If they dare to truly attack the Land of Iron, then I will intervene. However, if they are merely bluffing and dare not set foot in the Land of Iron, then if I were to preemptively send troops to engage them, not only would I lose the advantage of terrain, but I would also risk being accused of invading their territory, contradicting the consistent principles of the Land of Iron." At this moment, although the Land of Iron had not yet officially declared itself a neutral country, they indeed preferred not to involve themselves with ninja affairs. This sentiment wasn't just applicable to Mifyun's generation or the present, even during the Warring States period, they simply held their ground. The Land of Iron's most significant action concerning ninjas wasn't about how many ninjas they killed or how many powerful ninjas they produced. Instead, it was about preventing ninjas from emerging in the Land of Iron, avoiding a situation where samurai of other countries would decline. On the way here, Orochimaru also mentioned to Tatsuma and others the Land of Iron's view on ninjas, which is that ninjas and ninja organizations are the roots of chaos. Especially in the past century, ninjas have either been at war or plotting wars. From previous clan wars to present-day wars between nations, it's always the work of ninjas. It seems that causing trouble is the top priority for ninjas, which differs greatly from the samurai's primary duty of protecting the daimyo. Therefore, in a certain sense, the samurai of the Land of Iron look down on ninjas. Tatsuma's understanding is that the samurai of the Land of Iron consider themselves to be people of integrity and look down on ninjas as opportunistic individuals who resort to underhanded methods. Orochimaru pursed his lips, changing his tone, and said, "Lord Mifyun, with you and your warrior group in charge, the Land of Iron can naturally maintain peace in the current situation. However, if the actions of the Land of Rain are not stopped in time, once they swallow up several surrounding countries and grow into a major power comparable to the 5 great nations, then if Hanzo wants to initiate even larger-scale wars in the future, more people will inevitably be drawn into the conflict. We in Konoha also earnestly hope that the Land of Iron can send troops to join us in stopping Hanzo's war expansion ambitions for the sake of peace in the shinobi world. We hope, Lord Mifyun, that you can see our sincerity." Sincerity? Mifyun scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sends 3 young people, along with 2 brats, to talk to me about war. Is that what you call sincerity? At this point, Jiraiya, who had been displeased with Mifyun from the start, couldn't help but speak up. 2 brats. These are not just any 2 brats. He proudly looked towards Minato and Tatsuma, intending to introduce them as disciples of himself and Tsunade, the most outstanding among the next generation of Konoha. However, Tsunade subtly punched him in the side. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, seemingly warning him to keep quiet. After all, they were discussing matters of war, so what did Jiraiya mean by diverting the conversation to the 2 kids? But this hesitation from Jiraiya left Mifyun somewhat puzzled. He began to scrutinize Tatsuma and Minato. In fact, from the moment they entered until now, Mifyun hadn't really looked at the 2 of them closely. However, under this scrutiny, Mifyun's brow furrowed. Minato's golden hair and warm smile, as well as Tatsuma's white hair and red pupils, with eyes filled with deep thought and scrutiny. "Is this your brother? Another grandson of Senju Hashirama?" Mifyun pointed at Minato. After all, Mifyun remembered that Tsunade seemed to have a brother. Then his finger pointed at Tatsuma, and he asked tentatively, could he be under Senju Tobarama's lineage? Just as Tsunade was about to correct him, Orochimaru gently raised his hand to stop her. He then gave Mifyun a smile that seemed to say you truly understand, and Mifyun suddenly had a moment of realization, reconsidering whether Konoha was sincere in its intentions. Minato Namikaze? Am I being substituted? No, am I Nawaki now? Sakamoto Tatsuma? Who am I in relation to Senju Tobarama? Explain it clearly, you jerk. While Mifyun might not hold ninjas in high regard, he couldn't disregard Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The reputation of these brothers had transcended the ninja ranks, becoming pioneers and creators of a new era. Tsunade bringing along a descendant of Senju Hashirama to discuss war was not sincere enough. Bringing along 2 kids made it even more of a farce. But if these 2 kids were also direct descendants of Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they were just commoners' children under Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't hold any authority. If previously Mifyun thought the delegation sent by Konoha consisted of 3 young ninjas and 2 kids, thus feeling the sincerity was lacking, it now turned into a delegation led by 3 Senju descendants equal in status to Tsunade, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya as assistants. After a moment of contemplation, the faint impatience on Mifyun's face dissipated, replaced by a composed smile as he said, since you've come all this way to the Land of Iron, why not take a break for now? Tomorrow happens to be the annual Kinjutsu competition final in our Land of Iron. With esteemed guests like you, the enthusiasm among our young warriors will only be heightened compared to their usual bouts. Upon hearing Mifyun's words, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Not only did they not immediately deploy troops, but he also had the audacity to hold a Kinjutsu competition and ask them to stay as guests. Lord Mifyun, our purpose for coming here this time is not. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Mifyun raised his hand and said, I understand your intentions. There's no need to repeat them. However, this matter is of great importance, and I cannot simply agree or refuse you outright. Since you have come from afar, the Land of Iron cannot simply leave you waiting. The Kinjutsu competition in our Land of Iron is more than just a mere Chunin exam in your Hidden Leaf Village. It is a significant selection trial. By observing, you can better understand the strength of our warriors in the Land of Iron. If the negotiations go smoothly and our two countries reach an alliance to restrain the Land of Rain, having a better understanding of the strength of the Land of Iron would be beneficial for cooperation, wouldn't it? Seeing Mifyun yield a bit, Tsunade couldn't push further and could only nod, saying, Then, we'll appreciate your hospitality, Lord Mifyun. Upon hearing this, Mifyun's face regained its composed smile. He looked at Tatsuma and Minato, saying, The participants of the Kinjutsu competition are all young swordsmen around 10 years old. If you have the inclination, you may also engage in some friendly sparring to foster friendship. Tatsuma raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Mifyun didn't know that Senju Tobarama was the ultimate glory of the warriors of the Land of Iron? Tatsuma himself had made a name for himself as Little Tobarama. Was it unreasonable to consider himself as the Land of Iron's final glimmer of hope? What kind of warriors dared to spar with him? All right, I've heard of the daimyo of the Land of Iron's warriors. It would be an honor to witness them. However, I hope Lord Mifyun won't mind if the young warriors of the Land of Iron aren't as skilled as the young ninjas of our Konoha. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Mifyun was momentarily taken aback. However, the absolute confidence hidden within his calm demeanor truly befitted someone under Senju Tobarama's lineage. Minato raised an eyebrow at Tatsuma, seemingly using Tatsuma's tone to jest, impressive as always, Tatsuma declaring victory before the battle. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, unable to bear watching her disciple. His competitiveness was simply too strong. What's your name? Mifyun snapped back to attention, looking at Tatsuma and asking. Tatsuma straightened his posture, about to answer, but received a signal from Orochimaru's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to change his answer, Ryuma. Tatsu means dragon, so if he calls himself Ryuma, that's fine, right? Tatsuma even thought about adding the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior, but as a ninja, he felt it was inappropriate to add. Ryuma. Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll defeat the young warriors of the Land of Iron. If you can truly achieve that, I'll grant you a request. With a grand gesture, Mifyun smiled. He kept a close eye on every Kinjutsu competition, from the preliminaries to the semi-finals. The two remaining contenders were impressive swordsmen, older than this kid. Mifyun wasn't certain they would lose. As for granting a request to the ultimate victor, he did this regularly, every year. Some chose to become warriors serving a faction, while others became his disciples. Mifyun believed this encouraged the younger generation to strive harder, and he had always done so. Without hesitation, Tatsuma responded, Then, how about Lord Mifyun leading the troops personally to fight against Hanzo? When the conversation circled back to the Land of Rain, Mifyun felt a bit displeased, but Orochimaru's eyes lit up slightly. Mifyun, a traditionalist warrior, valued faith and commitment above all else. Sure enough, despite his displeasure, Mifyun earnestly said, If you can truly achieve that, then sure. Chapter 131, Don't fail meaninglessly, fail for success. Tatsuma, let me go first later. You observe the fighting style of the samurai of the Land of Iron more. It's okay if I lose, but if you can win, that would be great. The next day, in the changing room of a Kinjutsu dojo, Minato, wearing protective gear, looked at Tatsuma seriously and said, "Yesterday, after their meeting with Mifune ended, they returned to the accommodation prepared for them in the Land of Iron, and Orochimaru and the three of them began a very long teaching session for the two of them. They were taught how to deal with the samurai of the Land of Iron. Of course, the focus was on teaching Tatsuma, but they had also discussed some things before they set off and on the way. Jiraiya taught Minato the one-handed seal, and Tsunade recommended Senju Tobarama's simplified notes on water release seals to Tatsuma, all in preparation for battling the samurai of the Land of Iron. However, at that time, they were preparing for situations where negotiations failed or situations where both sides turned hostile, whether within the Land of Iron or in its vicinity, encountering rebellious samurai and being prepared to face them without being at a disadvantage. However, Orochimaru and the others never imagined that Tatsuma would actually accept Mifune's invitation, which was originally just a courtesy, and even connected the invitation to the purpose of their trip. As a result, Tatsuma must have sufficient means and intelligence to deal with the samurai. However, Orochimaru and the others had very little experience in dealing with samurai. Occasionally, they had encounters in their early years, but only with unruly rebel samurai. While those experiences were helpful, their assistance was limited. In fact, Orochimaru and the others had considered using Minato as a pawn to probe the methods of the samurai of the Land of Iron, but they never voiced this idea. Minato's wit allowed him to easily think of this method that could help Tatsuma. Minato, influenced by Tatsuma, had become somewhat competitive, but he didn't possess Tatsuma's almost fanatical competitiveness. Moreover, Minato's competitiveness was mostly evident in games against Tatsuma and others, rather than a deep desire for victory. Therefore, he proposed the idea of himself going to probe. After hearing Minato's suggestion, Tatsuma pondered for a moment and said, "Minato, you can go first, but I hope you can fight in your most comfortable way, rather than deliberately probing the opponent. The opponents we're facing are different. In the recent finals, I've also noticed some things. It's not to the extent where I need you to gather intelligence for me. Also, be careful of your opponent, the guy named Dato. Pay attention to his slashes. Obviously, he also practices wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Enhance your sensory abilities to avoid being accidentally injured." Minato nodded and replied, "I'll be careful. By the way, your opponent's observational skills are unmatched by many ninjas. I've only seen such skills in Uchiha Fugaku Senpai and some of the Hyuga ninjas. In your previous battles, you often unconsciously expose your left shoulder as a weakness. But facing these sword-wielding samurai, the risk of flaunting such a weakness is too great. Try to ensure your safety as much as possible." Tatsuma also felt the same way and said, "That prematurely balding guy is indeed tough. His physical training is extremely strong. When facing Dato, it's not like the first-place contestant against the second-place one, it's more like a top-ranking contestant against the bottom one. The difference is too great." After briefly discussing their views on their respective opponents, the two checked each other's way of wearing the layered armor to ensure it was correct and without any overlooked areas or loose fastenings, then left the changing room. Returning to the Kenjutsu dojo, many of the spectators had already left. After all, the winners had been determined, and although Mifune mentioned there would be additional entertainment, not many were eager to stay. After all, many samurai believed that samurai were stronger than ninjas. Ninjas didn't even have a chance to form hand seals under their blades, let alone two younger kids. As the two, clad in layered armor, walked out, Orochimaru and the others looked at them with slight solemnity and concern. However, when they saw Tatsuma, all three of them visibly paused for a moment. They both experienced the era when Senju Tobarama was the second Hokage during their childhood, and they have seen Senju Tobarama, especially Tsunade, who is very familiar with him. However, it's precisely because she's so familiar that she doesn't feel Tatsuma resembles her grandfather very much. She wouldn't jest about Tatsuma looking like Tobarama, as some old folks with failing eyesight might do. But now, with Tatsuma appearing before her in a serious demeanor, clad in blue layered armor, Tsunade also felt a bit bewildered. For a moment or two, she truly saw the image of her grandfather. Although there were still differences in their faces, although they didn't match in age, and their hairstyles didn't match either, the resemblance was too striking. If Tsunade, someone so familiar with Senjutobarama, felt this way, not to mention Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who only had a vague impression of him, and Mifune, who was at the forefront, also wore a face of wonder. Taking his gaze away, Mifune looked at the two teenagers, Dato, the second-place winner of the Kenjutsu competition, and Chasuk, the first-place winner, who had already rested. He asked, "Are you both ready?" Dato and Chasuk nodded. In fact, the two didn't exert much effort at all. After facing each other for 3 minutes, Chasuk's sword was already at Dato's neck after just 3 swings. Seeing the two young swordsmen ready, Mifune also turned to Tatsuma and Minato, asking, "Have you decided on the order of appearance?" Minato nodded and stepped onto the central platform of the Kenjutsu dojo, saying, "I'll go first." Minato going first was entirely within Mifune's expectations. He looked at Dato and said, "Dato, it's your turn." Dato nodded, initially seated, then picked up the long sword beside him. Standing up, he walked to the center of the platform. Minato formed the seal of confrontation, and Dato also crouched in a gesture of respect. Then, assuming a ready stance to draw his sword, Dato said, "I am Dato, I am Minato Namikaze." Minato replied, straightforwardly revealing his true name. However, Mifune seemed unconcerned, sitting up even straighter and saying, "Begin." As the words fell, Minato Namikaze did not reach for the long sword at his waist, which was also equipped, but instead threw several shuriken directly at Dato. Clang clang clang, a hint of surprise flashed across Dato's face. After all, between swordsmen, attacks didn't usually unfold so quickly. It wasn't a real battle or assassination. Nevertheless, Dato quickly regained his composure and swiftly swung his sword to knock down the shuriken. Taking advantage of this opening, Minato quickly stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and Dato. Minato had no intention of using the long sword at all. The distance just now was comfortable for Dato, but uncomfortable for him. As he created some distance, Minato began to form hand seals. However, Dato had already reacted. Seeing Minato about to form seals, Dato took a step, instantly appearing in front of Minato. His speed was no slower than that of many Chunin using the body flicker technique. Facing Dato suddenly appearing in front of him, Minato was also momentarily startled. But he quickly reacted. Seeing Dato's sword coming towards him, he stopped retreating and instead pushed forward, springing into Dato's attack range. Minato also wielded a kunai in his hand, thrusting it towards Dato. Dato furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected Minato's reaction and counterattack to be so swift. He quickly used his sword to block. Clang, the kunai struck the blade, sparking a little. Dato then shook his hands, pushing Minato back a bit. Immediately, he swung his sword again, but his stance was unstable, which gave Minato an opportunity. With a quick change in direction, Minato dodged Dato's blade and also avoided the slash imbued with wind attribute chakra. As Minato landed, without hesitation, he changed direction again because Dato had already caught up. Indeed, he's still too young, his body is at a disadvantage. Orochimaru commented softly. Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded slightly. Minato was undoubtedly talented, but his age constrained his growth. His strength and speed were inferior to Dato, who was older. Among peers, Minato's advantage lay in having developed his body earlier. However, facing Dato, who had a stronger physique, Minato had almost no advantage. At this moment, Dato also adapted to Minato's fighting style, and his attacks became even more fierce, making it very difficult for Minato to evade. "I can't keep going like this." Minato made up his mind. With a wave of his right hand, the kunai once again blocked Dato's blade. At the same time, he raised his left hand and began forming hand seals. The one-handed seals momentarily puzzled Dato. No one had ever told him that a ninja could form hand seals with just one hand. Fire release. Flame bullet. At this point, Minato finally completed the hand seals. With a deep breath, he spat out a mouthful of oil. As the oil spurted out, it ignited, forming a swirling flame that hurtled towards Dato. Secret technique. Air slash. Though surprised, Dato's astonishment was brief. As he regained his focus, wind-released chakra swiftly surged onto his blade. With a swing of his sword, the wind-enhanced slash intercepted and cut through the flames. Seeing Dato evade his attack, Minato felt a bit disappointed. After all, to unleash this jutsu, he had to block Dato's attacks with one hand, and now his hand was feeling a bit numb. But Dato didn't give Minato any time. He pressed on relentlessly, and Minato could only continuously respond to Dato's unceasing kenjutsu, all the while trying to find opportunities to unleash ninjutsu. However, Dato's speed was too fast, and what's more valuable was that despite his young age, Dato had rich combat experience. He chased after Minato, not allowing him to create distance nor allowing Minato to get close. After dozens of exchanges, Minato eventually couldn't avoid Dato's blade attack and was kicked in the chest by Dato at the moment he tried to evade. The force carried with it, given Minato's young age of just 10, not tall nor heavy. Minato, being relatively light, was kicked out of the platform by Dato. I have lost. Rubbing his chest, Minato got up, returned to the platform, and with a smile, said, "You are very strong. I will strive to surpass you." Finishing his words, Minato formed the seal of reconciliation. Dato nodded and said, "You are also excellent. At your age, I am far from being as good as you." After a moment of thought, Dato reached out and shook Minato's hand. As the victor, he had to display some grace. The two stepped down from the platform, and Chasuk, the prematurely balding one, also came to the center of the platform. After exchanging some whispers with Dato, he finally turned to Tatsuma, who was standing in the center of the platform, and said, "You should just surrender. Your skill level should be similar to that of your companion, right? You have no chance of winning. A person with weak convictions like you cannot defeat me." Hearing Chasuk's words, Tatsuma grinned, revealing a smile full of infectious confidence. He replied, "What I admire most is your unruly nature. Because after defeating someone like you, the satisfaction is indescribable." Chasuk understood the implication in Tatsuma's words, realizing that Tatsuma wouldn't give up. He respectfully crouched down and said, "I am Chasuk. Let's have a good fight. I am Sakamoto Tatsuma." "Sure," replied Tatsuma. Chapter 132, Those Who Keep Their Promises Are Valuable Everywhere. After the two finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly looked somewhat nervous towards Mifune. Compared to the surname Namikaze, which seemed to be casually adopted in the face of turmoil, the surname Sakamoto existed long before the appearance of ninjas. For a member of the Senju clan to adopt a random surname after leading the Senju clan was nothing unusual, but there was no reason for them to adopt a surname with such deep roots. However, Mifune remained calm. "Let's begin." Mifune waved his hand, his eyes becoming serious. Unlike the half-grown Chasuk, Mifune could easily discern the differences between Tatsuma and Minato. Tatsuma seemed especially similar to what he knew of the Senju clan. Not only did he resemble a member of the Senju clan in appearance and temperament, but most crucially, in chakra levels and the voracious appetite displayed at last night's banquet. Despite his small stature, he had consumed food comparable to Tsunade, the enhanced strength woman, during the lengthy banquet. Mifune was eagerly anticipating what surprises Tatsuma would bring him. As for his surname, he had inquired about it yesterday. Although the Land of Iron was somewhat closed off, it was still possible to gather information about the shinobi world. This Sakamoto Tatsuma, indeed, was not the name mentioned yesterday as Ryuma, but aren't those who act as ninjas assigned a name and even an identity for each mission? Ninja names are unreliable, even less reliable than their nicknames. And this young lad before us has already made a name for himself at such a young age. Talkative Tobarama. Konoha's Dragon. Jewel Crusher. Although I don't quite understand the meaning of the last one, the first two carry significant weight. Moreover, Tatsuma's surname Sakamoto has many plausible reasons. For instance, his mother might be from the Senju clan, or perhaps his father married into another clan, thus the child took his mother's surname. Surnames, or rather, these spoken things, can deceive people, but the body's performance cannot be deceived. This Ryuma is undoubtedly from the Senju clan. Mifune said it. Even if he denies being Senju Tobarama descendant, it's of no use. As the two opponents faced each other, the moment Mifune shouted begin, they also moved. Chasuk drew his sword horizontally across his neck, making it convenient for him to defend against any shuriken Tatsuma might throw at his head, throat, or chest. And Tatsuma? He drew his sword and thrust it straight towards Chasuk's abdomen. SCZT Chasuk hadn't expected Tatsuma to draw his sword. Tatsuma was a ninja. Why draw a sword? His reaction was a beat slow, and despite his utmost backward step, the gap between his armored abdomen and groin was still penetrated by Tatsuma's blade. The sharp edge of the blade tore through Chasuk's close-fitting clothes. His not yet fully developed body and the height not yet typical of an adult spared him a direct hit to his vital parts. But a bloodline appeared on his lower abdomen. Chasuk retreated repeatedly, hastily creating distance. The spectators couldn't help but be shocked, and gasps echoed in the quiet dojo. Even Mifune was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Tatsuma to make such a choice. However, he quickly thought of a reasonable explanation. Senju Tobarama was also skilled with a blade. Legend has it that he once severely wounded Uchiha Madara's brother with a single strike on the battlefield. On Tatsuma's face, there was an imperceptible smile. Back outside the stone platform, Minato Namikaze couldn't hide his surprise and slight satisfaction. During their whispered conversation just now, Minato and Tatsuma exchanged words. I employed my best skills, that is, the way of the ninja in combat. I never used my katana throughout, and there were even instances where my own katana hindered me. Chasuk must have noticed this. With the caution he demonstrated, he would definitely anticipate ninja tactics different from those of swordsmen at the beginning. Seize the opportunity and attack him in an unexpected way. Under Minato's guidance and advice, Tatsuma successfully executed his plan. He tossed aside the long sword in his hand directly. He wouldn't use this long sword. The shorter blade, easier to handle, hadn't even been mastered by him yet. As the long sword hit the ground, Tatsuma had already caught up to Chasuk. Chasuk was now clutching his lower abdomen with his left hand. However, the armor hindered him from staunching the bleeding effectively, yet he didn't dare to release it easily. As Tatsuma swung down his short sword with his right hand, Chasuk, acting hastily due to his injuries and unwilling to exert full force, was instead pushed back by Tatsuma's kunai in his left hand. Mifune, who was watching the battle, saw the sudden burst of tremendous power from Tatsuma's left hand, and his eyes lit up. This enhanced strength, who wouldn't believe it's from the Senju clan? Not only Mifune, even Tsunade straightened her posture instantly, her eyes widening. Tatsuma's chakra levels and explosive power had actually increased together before, but Tatsuma hadn't demonstrated his explosive power because Minato couldn't handle it. The demonstration of this explosive power at this moment made Tsunade see something very familiar. Suddenly, she felt more fond of her disciple. Previously, she thought there wasn't much she could teach Tatsuma, but now it seemed there was still something she could impart. Chasuk, whose right hand had been pushed aside, was now almost in a vulnerable position. Tatsuma naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Putting force into his feet, he created a dent in the stone platform with each step, and almost instantly, he was right on top of Chasuk. With one hand grabbing Chasuk's right wrist and the other seizing his right upper arm, Tatsuma instantly completed a turn and was about to move in closer. Chasuk quickly released his own left hand and blocked it against his right chest. Bang! The resounding echo of their collision reverberated in the rather spacious dojo. Chasuk's face turned pale suddenly, but he was also relieved that he had used his hand to block. Otherwise, being hit in the chest by Tatsuma's shoulder wouldn't be a trivial matter. Seeing Chasuk neutralize his charge, Tatsuma immediately shifted tactics. He twisted his hands to try to disarm Chosuk of the long sword he held. However, Chosuk finally regained his senses from the shock of the attack and Tatsuma's speed and strength. Before Tatsuma exerted force, Chosuk gently shied his long sword aside, changing the direction of his grip. If Tatsuma dared to exert force with both hands, he would definitely be struck by the blade from bottom to top. Tatsuma reluctantly released Chosuk's hands. Ignoring his appearance, Chosuk rolled away from Tatsuma, putting some distance between them. Drip, drip. As Chosuk rose to his feet, holding the blade in both hands, he warily watched Tatsuma. The wound on his lower abdomen had stained his groin area a dark red, and some fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Even if he didn't hit there, it looks like he did. He truly lives up to his reputation, Jiraiya quipped at this moment. He understood very well that Tatsuma's current gains were beyond expectations. Trying to defeat Chosuk with a bit of cleverness and bravado alone was almost impossible. Now that Tatsuma had gained such an advantage, it could be said that the first phase of the battle plan was a great success. Moreover, the injured Chosuk should be more anxious, especially since his blood loss couldn't be easily resolved. Tatsuma now had the initiative. As long as he dragged the fight out until Chosuk weakened due to excessive blood loss, it wouldn't be too late to determine the outcome then. As expected by Jiraiya, Chosuk's face now showed a hint of anxiety. Sweat beaded on his balding forehead. He practiced Aido, which required intense mental and physical concentration to unleash the strongest strike. But now, with his injuries causing both his mental and physical state to continuously decline, Chosuk realized that dragging the fight out would only make him weaker. With this thought in mind, Chosuk suddenly sheathed his sword. Secret technique. Chaotic wind slash. Taking advantage of his current state before it deteriorated further, Chosuk swiftly swung his blade. Although it wasn't his most proficient preemptive strike technique, this kind of attack should still be effective against someone like Tatsuma, a mere child, right? Seeing Chosuk's slash, Tatsuma reacted simultaneously. He formed two specific hand seals and swiftly performed a ninjutsu. Water release. Water wall. The moment the water wall appeared, there were even some ice chips within the flowing water. This surprised even Tatsuma himself, but his enhanced thought speed allowed him to quickly realize that it was a special effect because of the location formed by utilizing the natural environment. However, unlike actively condensed ice chips, Tatsuma's ice chips appeared passively. Nevertheless, these ice chips were advantageous for Tatsuma, providing more effective resistance against Chosuk's chakra slash. Unfortunately, this simplified water wall, Tatsuma's mastery of it was still lacking. Despite practicing diligently in recent days, it was still pierced by Chosuk's slash. SSSHH Tatsuma's figure darted out from the side, avoiding the remaining attacks of the slash, then immediately charging towards Chosuk. He engaged in close combat with Chosuk to prevent him from adjusting and using chakra sword techniques. The spectators watched with great interest, regretting the departure of those who had left early. This battle was even more thrilling than the recent final match. This kid was much more spirited than Dado. However, Mifune, along with Tsunade and the others, fell silent at this moment. They dared not disturb because with their abilities, they had all noticed something amiss, the remnants of Tatsuma's chakra on the stone platform. Bang! Finally, seizing an opportunity, Chosuk, with both hands holding the blade, forced Tatsuma back several steps. He also retreated simultaneously, creating some distance, and returned the blade to its sheath once again, evidently preparing to use chakra sword techniques once more. But just at this moment, Tatsuma suddenly revealed a smile. Finally, he had waited for Chosuk to sheath his blade. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation jutsu. At the spot where Chosuk stood, two hands emerged from the solid stone platform, seizing Chosuk's legs and pulling him towards the underside of the stone platform. Chosuk attempted to resist, but with his blade sheathed, he couldn't immediately attack Tatsuma beneath the ground. In just an instant, he was dragged underground, and the ground solidified once more, completely immobilizing Chosuk. Meanwhile, Tatsuma, who had battled Chasuke for over a dozen rounds, suddenly vanished into thin air, becoming a puff of smoke. Bang! Another figure emerged from not far away, precisely Tatsuma. Such a tactic surprised some warriors who had never fought against ninjas before. Even the young Chasuke encountered this for the first time. Realizing his defeat was inevitable, Chasuke, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered his head. Tatsuma picked up the long sword he had initially discarded, holding it against Chasuke's neck, and smiled, saying, "It seems my conviction is stronger." Upon hearing this statement, Mifyun's heart was suddenly touched. He had originally thought of finding an excuse to delay, to not fulfill his promise. But now, his brows furrowed, and he began to contemplate deeply. "You win, but—" Chasuke lifted his head. With his resignation, he felt a sense of relief. At the same time, curiosity arose within him. He asked, "Can you tell me, when did you hide underground?" "I thought I never let my guard down." "When you attacked me, giving me reason to defend myself," Tatsuma replied. Then, he tossed the long sword aside once again, formed a hand seal, and placed his right hand on the ground. He then grabbed Chasuke's shoulder and lifted him up, allowing Chasuke to leave the stone platform. "Let me heal you a bit." As Chasuke prepared to stand up, Tatsuma placed one hand on his shoulder. Seeing Chasuke no longer moving, he released his grip and placed both hands above Chasuke's abdominal wound. A blue-green light emerged, and the continuously bleeding wound gradually reduced its flow of blood until it ceased altogether. Chasuke also felt the pain diminishing bit by bit, wearing an expression of shock. In the Land of Iron, there were no such medical techniques. He had been prepared to recuperate for 10 days or even a month due to today's injuries. Mifyun, among the spectators, also had his eyes light up. He looked at Tsunade and asked, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" "It's the mystical palm jutsu, a medical ninjutsu that only a few medical ninjas can master," Tsunade replied proudly. After all, Tatsuma's mystical palm jutsu was one of the few ninjutsu she had taught him. Mifyun pursed his lips and said, "I will uphold my promise, but I cannot mobilize troops right away. However, I will do my best to persuade the daimyo to deploy them as soon as possible. Also, Konoha needs to support us with such ninjas to reduce casualties during wartime. Furthermore, you need to persuade those other countries to cede territory to the Land of Iron." Upon hearing Mifyun's straightforward compliance with the promise, Tsunade and the others showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Without further ado, they quickly nodded in agreement to solidify the matter. Glancing at Tatsuma on the field, Jiraiya then turned to Orochimaru beside him and remarked, "I didn't expect this. I thought we were taking them out to see the world, but it turns out they're the ones helping us accomplish the mission." At this moment, Tatsuma also smiled and looked towards Mifyun. Mifyun nodded back at him, his eyes showing some approval. "Ding, strength +5, stamina +5, ninjutsu +5, wisdom +5. Would you like to claim?" "I'll claim them." Chapter 133, Check Up. In the sparse jungle, a dozen figures continuously shuttle and jump among the trees. Occasionally, there are waterfalls and flames appearing, and the earth trembles from time to time, while the figures gradually decrease. Is it all resolved? Only when there were 5 people left did their movement stop. After quickly gathering, Tatsuma formed the hand seal, touching the ground with his fingertips. Then he nodded and said, "There are no more rain ninja traces. Why are you injured again? Do you act as if you don't have a left shoulder?" At this moment, Tsunade came to Tatsuma's side, using medical ninjutsu while expressing dissatisfaction. Tatsuma glanced at the wound, which was estimated to be deeper than a toothpick's length, and said, "It's just a scratch from a shuriken, nothing serious." "What if these rain ninjas' weapons are poisoned?" "There have been quite a few cases of poisoning in the main forces." Tsunade's tone still carried dissatisfaction as Tatsuma glanced at his sensei with a strange look, knowing that the shuriken that hit him was thrown by Tsunade. However, the shuriken was knocked away by a rain ninja and happened to graze Tatsuma's left shoulder while he was fighting another rain ninja. It was considered friendly fire, but it seemed to activate the effect of growing through battle. In just a few words, Tatsuma's wound had completely healed. Orochimaru, at this time, had finished examining the bodies of several rain ninja and returned to the group, saying, "They are all reconnaissance ninja and communication ninja. They were probably sent to scout the situation on our side by the rear forces. According to the intelligence gathered from them, they are still unaware that the Land of Iron has decided to send troops." Jiraiya nodded and said, "That's good, but we need to return to the village as soon as possible. Several countries here have agreed to make way, and our mission is complete." With that, Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma and Minato, saying, "Congratulations to both of you. You've probably broken the record for the youngest ninja to complete an S-rank mission in the village." Minato smiled shyly and didn't attach too much importance to this. Tatsuma was even more indifferent, considering that he had already completed an S-rank mission last year, albeit one that the village couldn't officially recognize. In 20 days, traveling between 5 countries, persuading the Land of Iron to send troops, convincing countries like the Land of Fields and the Land of Grass to yield, this involved tasks that could rewrite the current war situation, fully deserving of an S-rank mission. Orochimaru sighed softly at this moment, saying, "It only alleviated some pressure. Sand Ninja, Rain Ninja, Cloud Ninja, and even the Mist Ninja, whose intentions are still unclear, are all watching us like hawks. I wonder if the next Shinobi World War will be on such a scale." In an instant, any hint of joy from completing the mission vanished, yet Orochimaru didn't stop. He continued, "According to the intelligence received by the village in the past 2 days, Sensei is preparing to advance the graduation exams at the Ninja Academy and encouraging early graduation. Additionally, the Chunin exams will no longer be open to outsiders this time. Instead, they will be internal promotions. There are even plans to send Uchiha and other ninja to retrieve Sakumo-senpai." Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma and Minato, asking, "Do you want to participate in the Chunin exams? Although with your strength, it would be just a formality, raising the rank of a Chunin is still a good idea." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma instantly understood what Jiraiya meant. It implied the upcoming 3-front operation, and Jiraiya didn't want the two of them to be among the first batch of ninja to go to the front lines. Although the Chunin exams were already being urgently prepared, various arrangements would take about 10 days to half a month, including the examination time and the reorganization of teams after the exams. It could take a month or even longer. In this way, even without considering the front line against the Sand Ninja, the war against the Rain Ninja or the highly likely outbreak of conflict with the Cloud Ninja had already begun for some time. The first batch of operational ninja would bring back a wealth of intelligence. This intelligence would be a tool for increasing the survival rate of future ninja teams. Currently, the front line against the Sand Ninjas was under the command of Danzo. Even if Orochimaru and the other two resumed their frontline command duties, it would most likely be on the front lines against the Rain Ninjas or the Cloud Ninjas. In this way, the experience accumulated by Tatsuma and Minato from their multiple battles against the Sand Ninjas last year would not be put to use. Therefore, delaying their deployment to the battlefield would be extremely advantageous for the two of them. This could be seen as a small favor from Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Tsunade nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's idea at this moment, and Tatsuma couldn't help but ponder. He knew that the Cloud Ninjas probably wouldn't actually participate in this Shinobi World War. At most, they would continue to divert the forces of Konoha Ninja, waiting for an opportunity. So, if he and Minato were to return to the battlefield again, it was highly probable that they would follow Orochimaru and the others, heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain to fight against the Rain Ninjas. Fighting against the Sand Ninjas within the Land of Rain would be doubly effective, but the situation with the Rain Ninjas was different. The Sand Ninjas were unfamiliar with the rainforest terrain, and most of their ninjutsu and chakra attributes wouldn't be able to exert their maximum power in the rainforest. This was also why Danzo insisted on dragging the battlefield into the Land of Rain. Although Danzo's actions angered Hanzo, leading to the escalation of the current war, it must be said that by completely dragging the battlefield into the land of rain, he greatly favored the victory of the sand ninjas in the war. If it weren't for this reason, Tatsuma estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not allow Danzo to continue leading the Konoha ninjas to stay in the land of rain, because fighting against the sand ninjas in the land of rain was advantageous for Konoha. However, with the enemy now being the rain ninja, the disadvantageous position shifted to Konoha. Last year, after spending 3 months undercover in the land of rain, Tatsuma's entire sensory team had to be extremely cautious to evade the rain ninja's reconnaissance. Once the battle erupted, Konoha would instantly find itself at a disadvantage compared to when fighting the sand ninjas, because the rain ninja were more skilled, especially in their home territory. They understood how to utilize the terrain and topography of the land of rain to launch attacks, defenses, ambushes, and other actions. To understand the rain ninja's fighting style, frontline layout, and more would require countless lives of Konoha ninjas in exchange. In such a situation, even Jonin wouldn't dare to guarantee their own safety, let alone Tatsuma and Minato. After realizing this, Tatsuma took a deep breath and said straightforwardly, "I understand. Then Minato and I will stay in the village to participate in the Chunin exams." Minato was somewhat puzzled but didn't speak up. After all, between the two of them, Tatsuma had always played the role of decision-maker, and he trusted Tatsuma's judgment and decisions. Upon hearing Tatsuma's response, Tsunade nodded satisfactorily. In truth, she was afraid that Tatsuma would refuse and feared he might say something like obey sensei's arrangements, which would seem hypocritical. Since they could see the intention behind the arrangement, it was best to accept it candidly, and that's exactly what Tatsuma did. This made Tsunade even more fond of her disciple, unlike some people in the village who were so hypocritical. Orochimaru also nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Chunin exams usually consist of 3-person teams, but your situation is special. I believe Sensei will understand and make appropriate arrangements." If possible, Orochimaru even wanted these two to avoid this war entirely. After all, considering the talent demonstrated by Tatsuma and Minato, given time, catching up with the three of them or even surpassing them was not impossible. The unpredictable growth environment of war could unearth many strong individuals, but it also led to the premature deaths of many talented individuals. Orochimaru had high hopes for the future of the two, so he didn't want them to perish prematurely. Haha, alright, let's hurry back to the village. Oh, by the way, you two should remember to review the encryption translation more. The Chunin exam pays attention to that, Jiraiya said as he stood up, a smile returning to his face. However, Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said, "Someone mistranslated all the village's encrypted messages a couple of days ago." Tatsuma and Minato were needed to help correct them. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face reddened, then he glared at Orochimaru with embarrassment turning into anger, mimicking his tone. I wonder who it was. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and said, "Since you put it that way, I'll indulge you." "You!" Jiraiya. Lagging behind. Needing 2 students to help you correct encrypted translations. Are you satisfied? What do you mean, am I satisfied? Besides, I just had a momentary lapse. It wasn't an error. Jiraiya was furious, hopping in agitation. The banter between the two brought smiles to Tsunade, as well as Tatsuma and Minato. The slightly somber atmosphere just now was completely shattered. After taking a moment to tidy up the surroundings and conceal any traces, the group of 5 set off once again towards the direction of Konoha, the land of fire. Along the way, they encountered several rain ninjas or wandering ninjas, but with the configuration of the 5, they basically cleared through without any injuries. Tatsuma's injury, which would heal itself if left untreated, was the only concern. Orochimaru even teased Tatsuma. Initially, he was very hopeful that Tatsuma, once reminded by him, would experience another rapid progress. Unfortunately, it seemed that Orochimaru's words were true. Tatsuma's left shoulder was always injured in battle. The only improvement was that the wound was getting smaller, but even a small wound could be dangerous, so Orochimaru was still very dissatisfied. Even as they neared the village of Konoha, he proposed sparring with Tatsuma to teach him practical combat. However, during their practice, Tatsuma never exposed any weaknesses in his left shoulder, in stark contrast to real battles. After pondering for a while, Orochimaru could only speculate that during combat, Tatsuma's mind was excessively tense, preventing him from approaching warfare with a calm mind. The solution? Well, participating in more battles in the future would likely improve this. After all, eventually, every ninja would come to see battle as part of life and approach it with a calm mind, of course, when facing ordinary enemies. It took them 3 days, but they finally returned to Konoha. This time, Tatsuma and Minato were also brought in for debriefing, although it was Orochimaru and the others who did most of the talking, and Tatsuma and Minato felt like they were just standing there as punishment. In the end, when Sarutobi Hiruzen cast the Genjutsu, Will of Fire on the two, they finally had a small part to play, but any rewards were not mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the debriefing, Tsunade and Jiraiya suggested that Tatsuma and Minato participate in the Chunin exams. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no objections. However, as the Chunin exams were still being prepared, the specific way in which the two would participate needed further discussion. After finishing the debriefing, Jiraiya took Minato for training before the next mission arrived. Tatsuma intended to return home to study Senju Tobarama's notes, but, "Sensei, Orochimaru-sama, is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave." "There is, X2." Just as Tatsuma politely bid farewell and prepared to leave, Tsunade and Orochimaru simultaneously spoke up. Tatsuma was puzzled, but as he raised his head, he met Orochimaru's sparkling eyes. "Tatsuma-kun, you haven't had your checkup yet. Both your sensei and I may be leaving the village soon, so we need to ensure your health first." In Orochimaru's tone, there was an unexpected warmth, but coupled with his pale complexion and overly fervent thirst for knowledge in his eyes, Tatsuma thought, "I don't believe a word you say." Chapter 134, Shikaku's Jutsu. Tisk it's truly incredible. In a room that could be described as a biological laboratory but looked more like a research room in a hospital intensive care unit, Orochimaru held a report, clicking his tongue in amazement as his eyes scanned the paper continuously, his face full of joy. Tatsuma, on the other hand, surveyed his surroundings. It was quite different from what he had imagined Orochimaru's laboratory to be like. At this moment, Orochimaru's laboratory lacked the intimidating things that would typically be associated with it, such as organs or special organisms. It was very clean and tidy, albeit with a bit more sealing jutsu-style equipment. Surprisingly, there were also computers here that Tatsuma had never seen in the ninja world, not even in the Hokage's office. Yet Orochimaru had one here. Suddenly, Tatsuma felt a strong urge to go over and play with it. After all, it had been 5 years since he last touched one of these things. And upon seeing the computer, what came to his mind was an old game he used to play when he was a child, a card game. The simple, classic built-in game in the system was something Tatsuma was curious about. He wondered if Orochimaru's computer had this game. However, upon seeing the sealing jutsu style on the computer, Tatsuma abandoned the idea of playing with it. Perhaps at this moment, Snake Uncle hadn't turned dark yet, hadn't delved into the taboo research challenging human moral boundaries. But given his status and position, there were bound to be too many confidential contents. Tatsuma didn't want to get into trouble. TSK, what in the world are you seeing? Compared to Tatsuma's restraint in this small research room, Tsunade seemed much more familiar. After all, it wasn't her first time here, she had borrowed Orochimaru's equipment several times before. At this moment, Tsunade only wanted to know what Orochimaru had analyzed and researched. With Tsunade's prompt, Orochimaru also snapped out of his thoughts and said, "Tatsuma's cellular vitality and the energy storage of individual cells are astonishing. Compared to, peers of the same age, it's simply night and day." "Does that mean he's very healthy then?" Tsunade asked. Orochimaru nodded and then shook his head, saying, "I should say, robust, but not without issues." Speak quickly. Hearing that her disciple had health issues, Tsunade's brows furrowed, her face showing some urgency. Orochimaru turned the page and continued, Tatsuma's blood sugar is unusually high for his age. I suggest conducting another set of tests, one on an empty stomach and another after a meal. Of course, it would be best to conduct continuous monitoring throughout the day, checking blood sugar levels at different time intervals and observing fluctuations after meals. We need to determine whether it's due to his body's condition or the impact of foods with high glycemic index. After all, before sampling, Tatsuma had just finished eating grilled meat and consumed 4 ice creams, which could have resulted in inaccurate test results. Finishing his explanation, Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade with some reproach. After all, yesterday, after they had finished their duty reports, they were both in a fasting state, which would have been the most accurate time for sampling. However, Tsunade, citing concern for Tatsuma going hungry, had taken him to lunch first, introducing variables and flaws into Orochimaru's research. Cough. Tsunade also felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, she knew that fasting examinations were more accurate. But yesterday, she herself was hungry, so there was no reason for Tatsuma not to be hungry. After all, Tatsuma was in a phase of growing up. How could he be allowed to go hungry? Initially, Tatsuma had some resistance to Orochimaru's examination. But after hearing Orochimaru's words, he suddenly felt an urge to request Orochimaru to conduct continuous monitoring on him. After all, the probability of falling ill at an extremely low rate was meaningless for individuals because an individual either fell ill or didn't. Tatsuma didn't dare to leave everything to chance. Seeing the panic on Tatsuma's face, Orochimaru was also somewhat surprised. After all, Tatsuma didn't seem like someone afraid of injury or illness. Why was he so nervous? Could it be that he thought high blood sugar was some kind of rare disease? But that didn't make sense. While Tatsuma may not have inherited Tsunade's expertise in the medical field, he had a good understanding of medical knowledge, including emergency medicine, surgery, orthopedics, and clinical medical ninjutsu. There was no reason he wouldn't understand what Orochimaru was saying. Could it be that this genius was afraid of death? Or perhaps Tatsuma had his own thoughts about life, believing that there were more important things to accomplish and that he couldn't afford to lose it easily? Thinking this, Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma with a slightly more approving gaze. He spoke up, asking, Tatsuma, are you currently fasting or have you eaten? Upon hearing this, Tatsuma instinctively touched his stomach and said, It's been 4 hours since I had breakfast, and I've done some training, so I'm almost in a fasting state. Orochimaru nodded and took out the blood sampling equipment from the side, asking, Do you mind if I take another blood sample? Not at all. Tatsuma's resolute and fearless demeanor made even Tsunade feel something was amiss. This disciple of hers seemed really down. Could it be that as her student, he was afraid of mere injuries and illnesses? At this moment, Tsunade couldn't think of any injuries or illnesses that she couldn't handle. If there were any, it must be injuries or illnesses that hadn't been discovered yet. Not to mention, even if Tatsuma's blood sugar was just a little high, she had confidence she could cure it. Is this enough? Or should I take more? To thoroughly examine? Watching Orochimaru carefully finish collecting the blood, Tatsuma spoke with some lack of confidence. Orochimaru shook the hand holding the blood collection tube and gave Tatsuma a speechless look. If he had known this kid would be so cooperative, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of finding those pompous excuses. And this was too cooperative, wasn't it? Wasn't he worried about Orochimaru conducting other research with his blood? He's still too young. Even if Orochimaru wouldn't use his blood samples for other research, once they were retained, there would be risks. Orochimaru might not pursue it, but if the person on the front lines heard about Tatsuma's anomaly, they might rekindle their thoughts. Your situation is very special. If people find out about the significant changes you've undergone in such a short period, it might attract some unwanted attention. Protect yourself. Even a drop of blood shouldn't be given away lightly. Orochimaru spoke solemnly, leaving Tatsuma stunned, staring blankly at Orochimaru. Could Orochimaru say such things? Unsure, should he listen further? Tsunade also chimed in. Previously, in the Land of Iron, Orochimaru misled Mifune. If Mifune were to reveal what he believed about your identity, more people would have their eyes on you. In the future, when you go into battle, try not to get injured. If you do get injured, heal yourself. Blood-stained clothes or items should be dealt with promptly. Without my presence, you must not undergo any examinations with others, understood? So, why mislead Mifune then? Upon hearing Tatsuma's question, Orochimaru showed a rather peculiar smile and said, "You need some endorsement from others, even if it's a false truth. It will be beneficial for you." Tatsuma shrugged indifferently, then pulled down his sleeve again, saying, "Orochimaru-sama, may I come back this afternoon or tomorrow to collect the report? I want to go back to training." "Sure, come after your training. I don't have any other projects right now, so I can conduct limited examinations for you." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he looked at Tsunade. After all, Tsunade was Tatsuma's sensei. If she said Tatsuma could go back to training, then Tatsuma could leave. Tsunade nodded and said, "Go back, review your training, and ask recent Chunin for information. If you don't pass the Chunin exam, I'll come back and kill you." "Alright, I promise to complete the mission." After Tatsuma finished speaking, he was about to leave Orochimaru's research room. Tsunade added, "Whenever you have time, please give Nawaki some guidance. He's also about to graduate soon, and his sensei isn't very attentive, so you need to help more." Orochimaru coughed. "Well, I'm busy too. Besides, I'm helping you guide Tatsuma, and Tatsuma can help me guide Nawaki. It's reasonable." "Who just said there were no other projects on hand?" Seeing Tsunade pointing out the flaw in his words, Orochimaru's expression stiffened. He liked Nawaki, but guiding him in training, let it go. Nawaki had already been led astray, and he felt incapable of teaching him. Tatsuma hurriedly left. He knew how unreasonable his sensei could be, and if he accidentally got involved, his small frame couldn't withstand Tsunade's blows. He quickly headed home. After all, he was really hungry. He had to go back and cook because eating out was too expensive. He needed to save money to buy ice cream to eat. However, as soon as Tatsuma returned home and reached the ground floor, he stopped in his tracks. His classmates, the Inoshikacho trio, were unexpectedly downstairs, all wearing troubled expressions. Tatsuma greeted them and asked, "Are you three not going to school?" Shikaku scratched his temple, looking distressed, and said, "The school is calling for early graduation. The three of us were called back home to learn secret jutsu, so we don't have to go to school." "Oh, if you're not studying properly, what are you doing here then?" At Tatsuma's words, Shikaku sighed, looking even more troubled, and said, "The purpose of learning secret jutsu is to graduate early, but the battlefield is such a dangerous place. It's unlikely that 1 or 2 secret jutsu will be enough to survive. So, I thought about asking someone who has been on the battlefield how to survive there. Minato has disappeared somewhere, so I had no choice but to come to you." As for why he didn't ask Tatsuma first, it's because Shikaku just wanted to survive. He knew that Tatsuma could single-handedly kill 2 Jonin and a bunch of Chunin last year, which they couldn't do. In comparison, Minato seemed more down-to-earth. Considering your personality, you're actually thinking about surviving on the battlefield instead of avoiding it altogether? Tatsuma was curious. Shikaku sighed again and said, "As part of Inoshikacho, I could intentionally fail the exams. After all, neither my old man nor I care, but these two can't." Choza and Inoichi nodded, their faces looking as bitter as if they had accidentally bitten into a capsule while taking medicine, filling their mouths with powder. "I see," Tatsuma realized, then continued, "How about we assess your skills first?" "Yeah, that's our goal." "Then you'll have to treat me to a meal first." "All right." In the afternoon, Inoshikacho, having been exploited for a meal, looked resentfully at Tatsuma. They remembered Tatsuma wasn't such a big eater before. Tatsuma ate in one meal what they could earn from selling deworming medicine in a month. Haha, don't look so glum. My coaching will definitely be worth it. Will you come one by one or all together? Let's go one by one. On the battlefield, you might not always encounter situations where you can cooperate. A while later, Tatsuma, with an unchanged expression and steady breath, looked at Shikaku in front of him. The other two had already collapsed from exhaustion, and Shikaku was also at his limit. However, he still initiated his final technique. Shadow Binding Jutsu. Shikaku's shadow extended from his feet, connecting to Tatsuma. Tatsuma struggled slightly, tilting his head. Although it seemed like he was exerting effort, he could still move. Instead of using both hands for seals, he opted for a one-handed seals, conserving energy by only moving his fingers. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged towards Shikaku, lifting him off the ground and breaking the connection of his shadow. Tatsuma's movements became fluid again. Watching Shikaku fall to the ground, Tatsuma remarked, "Your chakra is too weak to restrain me completely. Also, the jutsu you've learned is too limited. After all that effort, it only immobilizes the enemy, leaving you unable to move as well. There's no choice. Beginner-level secret jutsu are limited, and this is already the most practical one. But you're right, relying on others and immobilizing oneself is definitely not feasible. It would be great if I could move while using shadow binding jutsu. It would be even better if I could control the opponent's movements. That would be ideal." Shikaku lay down where he was, not even considering getting up. Suddenly, he sat up from the ground and said, "Tatsuma, what do you think if I develop a secret shadow technique? It would forcefully control the opponent to mimic my movements through their shadow. Then, while facing them directly and connecting with their shadow, they would mirror my movements. Meanwhile, I would switch the position of my ninja tool pouch to a spot where an average ninja wouldn't expect. Could I then use ninja tool throwing to kill them while they're left helpless?" As Shikaku spoke, a hint of energy appeared on his normally lethargic face. Tatsuma, hearing this, said, "Shadow imitation jutsu? Shadow imitation jutsu? That name sounds good. And such a technique, although not present in our clan, has similar unstructured uses. Previously, elders in the clan used shadows to control deer, making them shed their antlers faster." Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Tatsuma scratched his head. He seemed to realize that shadow imitation jutsu didn't exist yet. In the future, when Shikamaru used shadow imitation jutsu, outsiders would mistake it for shadow binding jutsu. Seeing Tatsuma hesitate to respond, Shikaku became somewhat doubtful. Was his idea not practical? Or was it not useful on the battlefield? He tentatively asked, "Tatsuma, what do you think?" It was only then that Tatsuma reacted, saying, "It has great potential. You're truly remarkable, Shikaku. When you develop it, I can help you test the ninjutsu. But I think I can overcome this technique." Yeah, developing and testing can be troublesome. Suddenly, Shikaku lay back down. He didn't want to develop a new ninjutsu anymore. Chapter 134, Shikaku's Jutsu. Tisk tisk tisk, it's truly incredible. In a room that could be described as a biological laboratory but looked more like a research room in a hospital intensive care unit, Orochimaru held a report, clicking his tongue in amazement as his eyes scanned the paper continuously, his face full of joy. Tatsuma, on the other hand, surveyed his surroundings. It was quite different from what he had imagined Orochimaru's laboratory to be like. At this moment, Orochimaru's laboratory lacked the intimidating things that would typically be associated with it, such as organs or special organisms. It was very clean and tidy, albeit with a bit more sealing jutsu-style equipment. Surprisingly, there were also computers here that Tatsuma had never seen in the ninja world, not even in the Hokage's office. Yet Orochimaru had one here. Suddenly, Tatsuma felt a strong urge to go over and play with it. After all, it had been 5 years since he last touched one of these things. And upon seeing the computer, what came to his mind was an old game he used to play when he was a child, a card game. The simple, classic built-in game in the system was something Tatsuma was curious about. He wondered if Orochimaru's computer had this game. However, upon seeing the sealing jutsu style on the computer, Tatsuma abandoned the idea of playing with it. Perhaps at this moment, Snake Uncle hadn't turned dark yet, hadn't delved into the taboo research challenging human moral boundaries. But given his status and position, there were bound to be too many confidential contents. Tatsuma didn't want to get into trouble. TSK, what in the world are you seeing? Compared to Tatsuma's restraint in this small research room, Tsunade seemed much more familiar. After all, it wasn't her first time here, she had borrowed Orochimaru's equipment several times before. At this moment, Tsunade only wanted to know what Orochimaru had analyzed and researched. With Tsunade's prompt, Orochimaru also snapped out of his thoughts and said, Tatsuma's cellular vitality and the energy storage of individual cells are astonishing. Compared to, peers of the same age, it's simply night and day. Does that mean he's very healthy then? Tsunade asked. Orochimaru nodded and then shook his head, saying, I should say, robust, but not without issues. Speak quickly. Hearing that her disciple had health issues, Tsunade's brows furrowed, her face showing some urgency. Orochimaru turned the page and continued, Tatsuma's blood sugar is unusually high for his age. I suggest conducting another set of tests, one on an empty stomach and another after a meal. Of course, it would be best to conduct continuous monitoring throughout the day, checking blood sugar levels at different time intervals and observing fluctuations after meals. We need to determine whether it's due to his body's condition or the impact of foods with high glycemic index. After all, before sampling, Tatsuma had just finished eating grilled meat and consumed 4 ice creams, which could have resulted in inaccurate test results. Finishing his explanation, Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade with some reproach. After all, yesterday, after they had finished their duty reports, they were both in a fasting state, which would have been the most accurate time for sampling. However, Tsunade, citing concern for Tatsuma going hungry, had taken him to lunch first, introducing variables and flaws into Orochimaru's research. Cough, Tsunade also felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, she knew that fasting examinations were more accurate. But yesterday, she herself was hungry, so there was no reason for Tatsuma not to be hungry. After all, Tatsuma was in a phase of growing up, how could he be allowed to go hungry? Initially, Tatsuma had some resistance to Orochimaru's examination. But after hearing Orochimaru's words, he suddenly felt an urge to request Orochimaru to conduct continuous monitoring on him. After all, the probability of falling ill at an extremely low rate was meaningless for individuals because an individual either fell ill or didn't. Tatsuma didn't dare to leave everything to chance. Seeing the panic on Tatsuma's face, Orochimaru was also somewhat surprised. After all, Tatsuma didn't seem like someone afraid of injury or illness. Why was he so nervous? Could it be that he thought high blood sugar was some kind of rare disease? But that didn't make sense. While Tatsuma may not have inherited Tsunade's expertise in the medical field, he had a good understanding of medical knowledge, including emergency medicine, surgery, orthopedics, and clinical medical ninjutsu. There was no reason he wouldn't understand what Orochimaru was saying. Could it be that this genius was afraid of death? Or perhaps Tatsuma had his own thoughts about life, believing that there were more important things to accomplish and that he couldn't afford to lose it easily? Thinking this, Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma with a slightly more approving gaze. He spoke up, asking, Tatsuma, are you currently fasting or have you eaten? Upon hearing this, Tatsuma instinctively touched his stomach and said, It's been 4 hours since I had breakfast, and I've done some training, so I'm almost in a fasting state. Orochimaru nodded and took out the blood sampling equipment from the side, asking, Do you mind if I take another blood sample? Not at all. Tatsuma's resolute and fearless demeanor made even Tsunade feel something was amiss. This disciple of hers seemed really down. Could it be that as her student, he was afraid of mere injuries and illnesses? At this moment, Tsunade couldn't think of any injuries or illnesses that she couldn't handle. If there were any, it must be injuries or illnesses that hadn't been discovered yet. Not to mention, even if Tatsuma's blood sugar was just a little high, she had confidence she could cure it. Is this enough? Or should I take more? To thoroughly examine? Watching Orochimaru carefully finish collecting the blood, Tatsuma spoke with some lack of confidence. Orochimaru shook the hand holding the blood collection tube and gave Tatsuma a speechless look. If he had known this kid would be so cooperative, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of finding those pompous excuses. And this was too cooperative, wasn't it? Wasn't he worried about Orochimaru conducting other research with his blood? He's still too young. Even if Orochimaru wouldn't use his blood samples for other research, once they were retained, there would be risks. Orochimaru might not pursue it, but if the person on the front lines heard about Tatsuma's anomaly, they might rekindle their thoughts. Your situation is very special. If people find out about the significant changes you've undergone in such a short period, it might attract some unwanted attention. Protect yourself. Even a drop of blood shouldn't be given away lightly. Orochimaru spoke solemnly, leaving Tatsuma stunned, staring blankly at Orochimaru. Could Orochimaru say such things? Unsure, should he listen further? Tsunade also chimed in. Previously, in the Land of Iron, Orochimaru misled Mifune. If Mifune were to reveal what he believed about your identity, more people would have their eyes on you. In the future, when you go into battle, try not to get injured. If you do get injured, heal yourself. Blood-stained clothes or items should be dealt with promptly. Without my presence, you must not undergo any examinations with others, understood? So, why mislead Mifune then? Upon hearing Tatsuma's question, Orochimaru showed a rather peculiar smile and said, "You need some endorsement from others, even if it's a false truth. It will be beneficial for you." Tatsuma shrugged indifferently, then pulled down his sleeve again, saying, "Orochimaru-sama, may I come back this afternoon or tomorrow to collect the report? I want to go back to training." "Sure, come after your training. I don't have any other projects right now, so I can conduct limited examinations for you." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he looked at Tsunade. After all, Tsunade was Tatsuma's sensei. If she said Tatsuma could go back to training, then Tatsuma could leave. Tsunade nodded and said, "Go back, review your training, and ask recent Chunin for information. If you don't pass the Chunin exam, I'll come back and kill you." "Alright, I promise to complete the mission." After Tatsuma finished speaking, he was about to leave Orochimaru's research room. Tsunade added, "Whenever you have time, please give Nawaki some guidance. He's also about to graduate soon, and his sensei isn't very attentive, so you need to help more." Orochimaru coughed. "Well, I'm busy too. Besides, I'm helping you guide Tatsuma, and Tatsuma can help me guide Nawaki. It's reasonable." Who just said there were no other projects on hand? Seeing Tsunade pointing out the flaw in his words, Orochimaru's expression stiffened. He liked Nawaki, but guiding him in training, let it go. Nawaki had already been led astray, and he felt incapable of teaching him. Tatsuma hurriedly left. He knew how unreasonable his sensei could be, and if he accidentally got involved, his small frame couldn't withstand Tsunade's blows. He quickly headed home. After all, he was really hungry. He had to go back and cook because eating out was too expensive. He needed to save money to buy ice cream to eat. However, as soon as Tatsuma returned home and reached the ground floor, he stopped in his tracks. His classmates, the Inoshikacho trio, were unexpectedly downstairs, all wearing troubled expressions. Tatsuma greeted them and asked, "Are you three not going to school?" Shikaku scratched his temple, looking distressed, and said, "The school is calling for early graduation. The three of us were called back home to learn secret jutsu, so we don't have to go to school." "Oh, if you're not studying properly, what are you doing here then?" At Tatsuma's words, Shikaku sighed, looking even more troubled, and said, the purpose of learning secret jutsu is to graduate early, but the battlefield is such a dangerous place. It's unlikely that 1 or 2 secret jutsu will be enough to survive. So, I thought about asking someone who has been on the battlefield how to survive there. Minato has disappeared somewhere, so I had no choice but to come to you. As for why he didn't ask Tatsuma first, it's because Shikaku just wanted to survive. He knew that Tatsuma could single-handedly kill 2 Jonin and a bunch of Chunin last year, which they couldn't do. In comparison, Minato seemed more down-to-earth. Considering your personality, you're actually thinking about surviving on the battlefield instead of avoiding it altogether? Tatsuma was curious. Shikaku sighed again and said, as part of Inoshikacho, I could intentionally fail the exams. After all, neither my old man nor I care, but these 2 can't. Choza and Inoichi nodded, their faces looking as bitter as if they had accidentally bitten into a capsule while taking medicine, filling their mouths with powder. I see, Tatsuma realized, then continued, how about we assess your skills first? Yeah, that's our goal. Then you'll have to treat me to a meal first. All right. In the afternoon, Inoshikacho, having been exploited for a meal, looked resentfully at Tatsuma. They remembered Tatsuma wasn't such a big eater before. Tatsuma ate in one meal what they could earn from selling deworming medicine in a month. Haha, don't look so glum. My coaching will definitely be worth it. Will you come one by one or all together? Let's go one by one. On the battlefield, you might not always encounter situations where you can cooperate. A while later, Tatsuma, with an unchanged expression and steady breath, looked at Shikaku in front of him. The other two had already collapsed from exhaustion, and Shikaku was also at his limit. However, he still initiated his final technique. Shadow Binding Jutsu. Shikaku's shadow extended from his feet, connecting to Tatsuma. Tatsuma struggled slightly, tilting his head. Although it seemed like he was exerting effort, he could still move. Instead of using both hands for seals, he opted for a one-handed seals, conserving energy by only moving his fingers. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged towards Shikaku, lifting him off the ground and breaking the connection of his shadow. Tatsuma's movements became fluid again. Watching Shikaku fall to the ground, Tatsuma remarked, "Your chakra is too weak to restrain me completely. Also, the jutsu you've learned is too limited. After all that effort, it only immobilizes the enemy, leaving you unable to move as well. There's no choice. Beginner-level secret jutsu are limited, and this is already the most practical one. But you're right, relying on others and immobilizing oneself is definitely not feasible. It would be great if I could move while using shadow binding jutsu. It would be even better if I could control the opponent's movements. That would be ideal." Shikaku lay down where he was, not even considering getting up. Suddenly, he sat up from the ground and said, "Tatsuma, what do you think if I develop a secret shadow technique? It would forcefully control the opponent to mimic my movements through their shadow. Then, while facing them directly and connecting with their shadow, they would mirror my movements. Meanwhile, I would switch the position of my ninja tool pouch to a spot where an average ninja wouldn't expect. Could I then use ninja tool throwing to kill them while they're left helpless?" As Shikaku spoke, a hint of energy appeared on his normally lethargic face. Tatsuma, hearing this, said, "Shadow imitation jutsu? Shadow imitation jutsu? That name sounds good. And such a technique, although not present in our clan, has similar unstructured uses. Previously, elders in the clan used shadows to control deer, making them shed their antlers faster." Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Tatsuma scratched his head. He seemed to realize that shadow imitation jutsu didn't exist yet. In the future, when Shikamaru used shadow imitation jutsu, outsiders would mistake it for shadow binding jutsu. Seeing Tatsuma hesitate to respond, Shikaku became somewhat doubtful. Was his idea not practical? Or was it not useful on the battlefield? He tentatively asked, "Tatsuma, what do you think?" It was only then that Tatsuma reacted, saying, "It has great potential. You're truly remarkable, Shikaku. When you develop it, I can help you test the ninjutsu. But I think I can overcome this technique. Yeah, developing and testing can be troublesome. Suddenly, Shikaku lay back down. He didn't want to develop a new ninjutsu anymore. Chapter 135, Chunin Exam. Bang, bang, bang in the exercise field, a green figure maneuvered left and right amidst the firelight, explosions continuously erupting, yet not a single one managed to hit him. Along with the blast waves, he also dashed out of the explosion range. Konoha Great Whirlwind. With a sweeping kick in midair, aimed towards the white-haired boy reading a scroll outside the explosion site, facing the kicking force carried by the wind, Tatsuma merely raised his right hand, without even looking at the figure, and began the one-handed seals. Earth Release. Earth Flow 1,000 Years of Death. As Tatsuma completed the seals, two rocky arms with tiger seals rose from the ground suddenly. Above the rocky arms was the approaching green youth. Ah! The movement of the green youth halted in midair, a complex expression appearing on his face. At this moment, the rocky arms collapsed, and he fell to the ground, his buttocks touching the ground. He quickly rolled over and lay prone on the ground, slightly raising his buttocks, a face of pain. After a while, he finally overcame that refreshing sensation, trembling as he climbed up from the ground, discontentedly saying to Tatsuma, "Tatsuma, you're really getting dirtier and dirtier. It's either explosive tag traps or these lowly tricks. You did well too. You actually stepped on every single explosive tag trap," Tatsuma said ambiguously, glancing at the distant field, then continued, "Being able to detonate so many explosive tag traps that are not connected to each other is also a kind of talent, Nawaki." Upon hearing this, Nawaki scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Ah, they're not connected? Oh well. By the way, with my current level, I should have no problem passing the graduation assessment, right?" Tatsuma nodded, watching Nawaki rush out of the explosive tag traps unscathed, and said, "Who knows, when you're on the battlefield, you might even save your own life." Nawaki didn't quite grasp the true meaning behind Tatsuma's words, rubbing his buttocks and saying, "You and Minato are also participating in the Chunin exams tomorrow. How about it, feeling confident?" The Chunin exams precede the graduation assessment because among the students of the Ninja Academy, there are many children of ninja clans who take advantage of this time to pass down family secrets to their clan members. Having more time is also advantageous for them to master these techniques. Tatsuma, thinking about tomorrow's graduation assessment, casually said, "There's nothing difficult about it. I guess the difficulty of this Chunin exam will be the lowest in recent years. Even if it's the strictest Chunin exam, Minato and I will be fine. What if you two encounter each other early? Or if you're ambushed by another three-person team? Third is really something, not assigning you and Minato to a three-person team, and even splitting you into two teams," Nawaki said with some concern in his tone. Tatsuma, however, didn't mind and just said, "Minato and I are both strong after all. Besides, the other three-person teams have undergone tacit training together. Forcing Minato and me into someone else's team would only disrupt the synergy they've developed. Besides, with Minato and me each leading a team, we won't be held back by teammates." "True. If you two become Chunin, how about including me in your team? After all, Chunin are qualified to lead teams," Nawaki asked suddenly. Tatsuma was taken aback, he had never considered this question. After all, Chunin were pretty weak, right? Leading a team would mean leading three even weaker guys to their deaths, wouldn't it? Actually, this was Tatsuma's cognitive bias. Since graduating, he had only interacted with ninja who were either young geniuses like Jiraiya at the beginning or powerful ninja like Sakamoto Tatsuma who could already hold their own. Even on the battlefield, he had faced elite fighters from other villages and had even fought against Chunin. Therefore, he always felt inadequate, but in reality, Chunin were already the backbone of major ninja villages. It's true that some Chunin were weak, but it also depended on who they were compared to. When it came to leading a team, they were barely adequate. After all, from Genin to Chunin, there were still many things to learn, enough for a Chunin squad captain to provide guidance for some time. Seeing Tatsuma stunned, Nawaki limped over to him and waved his hand at him. Tatsuma snapped out of it and smiled, saying, "If we're on the front lines, it's all about Legion warfare, there won't be subdivided teams. Besides, you're older than both Minato and me. If the two of us were to lead you, wouldn't it look strange?" "What's so strange about that?" "Youth is about seeking advice from everyone stronger than yourself. If I have the chance to join your and Minato's team, please make sure to accept me," Nawaki said, extending his thumb and showing a toothy grin. Tatsuma nodded with a smile. He also knew that even if leading a team, Nawaki was the best candidate. After all, Orochimaru, as a sensei, had trained him well. As for him and Minato, even if they were to be assigned to lead teams, in the early stages, they would probably only lead some less important functional teams, laying the groundwork for leading more promising Genin teams after they became Jonin. After all, leading a team as a ninja is, in a sense, being a sensei. It requires imparting many things to Genin, which requires experience. Like Tsunade, she wouldn't be able to teach Tatsuma anything. Even some basic things, she wouldn't realize the need to teach. Previously, Tatsuma and Minato followed Jiraiya, who was also leading students for the first time. Jiraiya's path of guidance was not without obstacles, but he stood out for his wide network. He couldn't teach everything himself, but he could borrow teaching materials. As long as they borrowed teaching materials, they could rely on the talents of their two disciples. Jiraiya's true mastery of teaching would have to wait until after he taught the Ahiko trio. In 3 years, with 3 different types of students, all of them were taught by Jiraiya and became capable. After traveling through the ninja world and gaining more experience, Jiraiya was able to teach Naruto successfully. As for Tatsuma himself, he felt that his teaching abilities were also open to question. He served as the ceiling class representative for Uzumaki Mido, which shortened the learning time for Kushina and Minato. He also guided Nawaki and several other classmates, leading to their improvement. However, Tatsuma felt that rather than teaching others how to do things, it was more like he made them follow along with him. He felt that rather than being the sensei of these people, he was more like their squad leader. Shaking his head to clear his mind of these thoughts, Tatsuma took out the scroll he hadn't finished reading earlier and said to Nawaki, "You better show some spirit. Don't let Minato and I become Chunin while you fail to graduate." Upon hearing this, Nawaki flashed a youthful smile and said, "Youth will not let me down. I will definitely pass the graduation exam. Let's start with 5,000 pull-ups. If I can't do that, I'll do 5,000 frog jumps." Watching Nawaki run off to train, Tatsuma continued reading the scroll in his hand, occasionally gesturing as if verifying or attempting the contents of the scroll. By evening, he stopped reading and called Nawaki to head towards the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade and the others had already rushed to the front lines, leading Tatsuma to stay at the Senju clan's territory, which was said to be arranged by Orochimaru. Moreover, while others might just move in with their luggage, Tatsuma didn't even need to carry luggage. The clothes he wore were all Nawaki's old ones. Recently, there had been occasional sightings of samurais within the village of Konoha, and Tatsuma guessed that this was probably arranged by Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had only misled them and hadn't verbally confirmed it, it was indeed misleading. Until the end of the war, or until Mifune's role was fulfilled, they couldn't afford to offend Mifune. Therefore, they could only have Tatsuma continue playing his role for a while. As for Minato, Tatsuma hadn't seen him for nearly a month. Jiraiya had long departed with Tsunade and others, but Minato still hadn't appeared. Nawaki and Kushina were quite worried, but Tatsuma roughly guessed Minato's whereabouts. He should be at one of the legendary 3 great sacred places, Mount Myaboku. Of course, Minato hadn't reached the standard of practicing sage mode yet. Whether it was physique, amount of chakra, or precise control of chakra, he was still far from practicing sage mode. However, what the toads of Mount Myaboku could teach Minato wasn't just sage mode and sage art. There were a large number of toads there, whether they were combat-oriented, ninjutsu-oriented, or even toads with more peculiar abilities, Mount Myaboku had them all. These toads could significantly boost Minato's combat abilities in a short period of time, and who knows, with Minato consuming high-protein meals daily, his physical development might also see a leap forward. After all, the growth rate of the toads at Mount Myaboku was incredibly fast, probably related to those high-protein, high-nutrient insect meals. However, tomorrow is the first round of the Chunin exams, and Minato still hasn't arrived. It slightly affected Tatsuma's sleep. It took him almost a minute longer than usual to fall asleep. The next day, Tatsuma, unusually, didn't drag Nawaki out for morning practice. Instead, he did some simple training before arriving at the Konoha Academy, where the first round of the Chunin exam's written test was being held. Tatsuma didn't rush into his exam room but waited downstairs. As time passed, with only the last 10 minutes left until the exam, Tatsuma finally smiled. Swoosh, a figure rushed into the school at an extremely fast speed. Even the academy's gatekeepers, who were vigilant against attacks by foreign ninja, didn't react in time. Tatsuma, long time no see. Were you waiting for me? Sorry, I was taken by Sensei to train at Mount Myaboku. It wasn't until today that Sensei's summoning jutsu was activated in the village, allowing me to be summoned back by the toads. Minato, wearing loose clothing that seemed somewhat outdated compared to the current era, landed in front of Tatsuma. Seeing Minato full of spirit, Tatsuma smiled and said, "Looks like you've made great progress. That speed just now, even I couldn't match." Minato nodded and said, "Yeah, Sensei said speed is my strong suit, so for the past month and a half, I've been training specifically for speed." Tatsuma still looked somewhat amazed. He had a system, allowing him to see the extent to which his talents were realized every day. Currently, all 4 of his body-related talents had reached the requirements for Jonin, with routine training yielding 3 to 4 points daily. Even though he had been focusing mainly on studying Senju Tobarama's notes during this time, training hadn't been neglected. Yet, under these circumstances, Minato, who originally had a speed similar to his own, had somehow surpassed him. Tatsuma suddenly felt that perhaps Minato not only had one hidden talent in speed but might possess both of the enhancement directions, Divine Mind and Divine Travel, that he had to choose between initially. Moreover, Minato might even have more than that. Otherwise, Minato couldn't have surpassed him in such a short time through training. Also, considering the effect of growing through battle, Tatsuma's progress speed had surpassed Minato's in many aspects before. Yet, in the aspect of speed, Minato always managed to keep up with him closely. Should one say his talent is truly deserving of being called the man who's fast enough to make the second Hokage surprised? Putting away his inner thoughts, Tatsuma suddenly had some mischievous ideas and asked with a smile, "You seem to have grown a bit taller, and your face has filled out. Have you been eating well lately?" Gulp at the words, Minato's face turned pale. He reached out to support himself against the nearby wall and looked at Tatsuma with a resentful gaze, saying, "Please, don't say any more. Are you two planning to give up on the Chunin exams?" At this moment, a voice interrupted the conversation between the two. They turned around to see, both showing a slight surprise, Atoma-sensei. "Humph. I thought you two geniuses had forgotten about me." Although Sarutobi Atoma's words weren't pleasant, the smile on his face couldn't hide. He pointed towards the direction upstairs and said, "Minato, I've already verified your information in advance. Go to my office to collect it, then hurry to the exam hall." "Yes. Let's go, Tatsuma. Just a little Chunin exam, no big deal." Chapter 136, Sensei's Selfishness. Phew, finally done with the exam. The guy in front of me, he's from the Aburame clan. I saw bugs crawling all over his scalp with my own eyes. Do you know how terrifying that is? 2 hours later, Tatsuma, who had exited the examination room, took a deep breath and said to Minato. Minato, who had intended to offer some words of comfort, suddenly thought of his recent food experiences, imagining bugs crawling on people's heads. Although Minato knew that the bugs from the aburame family were not the same species as the ones he had eaten recently, he still felt a churn in his stomach. He swallowed back the urge to vomit and weakly said, "Let's not talk about it. It's all over now." Tatsuma nodded in agreement. Today's written test went smoothly enough. In times of war, there weren't as many variations as during Naruto's Chunin exam, and the exam papers were serious. However, the assessment still focused on intelligence-gathering ability. The latter high-scoring questions were written in code, which Chunin had no access to in their dictionaries. The encoded messages are also classified. The ones taught in school are the basic universal codes. After becoming a Chunin, one must learn the newer versions of the codes. Furthermore, there are even higher levels of classified codes beyond that. The codes used in the exam papers are mostly ones that only Chunin have the opportunity to encounter. Some segments even use codes that only Jonin are authorized to view. In such cases, one must rely on their intelligence-gathering abilities to uncover the answers within the examination room. However, this applies to most Chunin participating in the Chunin exam. Tatsuma didn't know how Minato completed his answer sheet, he solved it directly himself. Tatsuma could already memorize the dictionaries of codes used by Jonin, thanks to his sensei, Tsunade. He had to act as Tsunade's interpreter. Minato probably did the same, or else he wouldn't have discovered the mistakes in Jiraiya's interpretation of the codes earlier. As for the codes used by Chunin, Tatsuma indeed didn't have the latest version. However, there are older versions in Tobirama's study. Most of them are the same, and the remaining differences can be deduced to derive the content. Tatsuma speculated that Minato must have solved the problems on his own as well. After all, they were the first to stop writing in the exam room, faster even than the ninja lurking inside to dispatch answers to other examinees. Just as the two were preparing to leave the school, Sarutobi Atoma appeared again, wearing a satisfied smile. He said, "You two did very well. I just heard that you both passed with full marks." This time the questions were relatively simple, and the types of questions were more straightforward, lowering the difficulty level compared to previous exams. Minato greeted Sarutobi Atoma and then modestly replied. Upon hearing this, some of the examinees who passed by with expressions of astonishment, upon realizing it was Minato and Tatsuma, their expressions became indescribable. Among their relief, there was also envy, jealousy, and a hint of admiration. Tatsuma nodded in agreement when Minato mentioned the simplicity of the questions. Sarutobi Atoma twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Well, perhaps he had been away from real ninja work for too long? He couldn't understand some of the questions, yet these two students found them simple. And they even compared them to previous exams. What did that mean? Could they also tackle past exams? Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of being worthless, Sarutobi Atoma said to the two, "Tomorrow is the team combat assessment. Both of you will participate individually, which puts you at a disadvantage against other teams in terms of numbers. It's best to prepare some ninja tools, smoke bombs, military rations, pills, and the like. Do you have money?" "I have some here," said their sensei. With that, Sarutobi Atoma pulled out his small money pouch, revealing some wrinkled coins inside. Tatsuma shook his head, then glanced at Sarutobi Atoma and said, "Atoma-sensei, is the salary for instructors at the Ninja Academy very low?" "Well, it's all for the future of the village, so it's worth it," Sarutobi Atoma admitted from the side. Tatsuma smiled and said, "Sensei, you don't need to worry about ninja tools for us. Our inventory, even if we use it on the battlefield for a whole year, we'd probably still have surplus." Tatsuma wasn't lacking in these supplies. When he apprenticed before, he received a large amount of gifts. Later, when he followed Uchiha Fugaku on missions, it seemed like Uchiha Fugaku was giving away items like they were free, providing them with many Uchiha-made ninja tools and explosive tags. In addition to this, the two of them also collected some items on the battlefield. Because the village determines mission completion and mission levels based on the quantity of recovered ninja tools, they hadn't had the chance to return these to the village before being withdrawn from the front lines. So when Tatsuma spoke, it wasn't just empty words to avoid burdening Sarutobi Atoma, it was the truth. Minato also nodded, confirming Tatsuma's statement. Sarutobi Atoma's hand holding the money pouch froze as he looked at the already open pouch. Suddenly, he felt that deciding to become a sensei might not have been the right choice. However, seeing two such outstanding students, who entered the best class because of his recommendation, received the best education, graduated early, and achieved what they did today, Sarutobi Atoma felt reassured. Everything is for the future of the village. It's worth it. Since you don't need ninja tools, how about Sensei treats you to some ramen? Compared to ninja tools, ramen was much cheaper. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression showed some interest. After all, he really wanted to eat normal food. Tatsuma also didn't refuse Sarutobi Atoma's kindness, nodding and saying, "Then thank you very much, Atoma-sensei. Let's go." Inside a ramen stall, Sarutobi Atoma looked with satisfaction at his two students. Although he hadn't taught them for long, he had a feeling that these two would be the masterpieces of his teaching career. Not only were they talented, but they also worked hard, were ambitious, and had good personalities. They were exactly what he imagined students should be like. Unfortunately, he had only encountered two such students like them. Slurp slurp, I'm done eating. Tatsuma finished slurping up the noodles and soup a second earlier, picked up his reward, and looked somewhat puzzled at Sarutobi Atoma, who hadn't touched his bowl yet. It seemed Sarutobi Atoma had misunderstood. He pushed his bowl towards Tatsuma and said, "Do you still feel hungry? Sensei will give you this bowl." "No need, I'm full." "But Sensei, why aren't you eating?" Tatsuma shook his head. His appetite had returned to normal levels recently, so he didn't need to eat more. Although his appetite had increased quite a bit, he still preferred to feel 7/10 full when considering his blood sugar. Sarutobi Atoma, who had forgotten to eat his noodles, scratched his head and said, "Haha, I was lost in thought and forgot to eat. Besides, I'm used to eating cold ramen. Freshly cooked ramen doesn't suit me." After saying this, Sarutobi Atoma's expression became serious as he looked at the two and said, "Tatsuma, Minato, Sensei knows that after passing the Chunin exam, you'll be heading to the battlefield. I'm not just talking nonsense, but you must ensure your own safety, even if it means abandoning the mission." Sarutobi Atoma's voice became very low as he spoke, then he sighed and said, "I'm a terrible ninja, a coward who's afraid to even set foot on the battlefield. I shouldn't have taught you these things, but I hope to see you in the future. I hope to see you become the pillars of the village, or even the Hokage." Upon hearing these words from Sarutobi Atoma, Tatsuma felt touched because there was a consensus in the village and even throughout the ninja world that completing missions was the top priority for a ninja. Even though some ninja, or rather, even though most ninja knew this notion was twisted, they still had to abide by it. They also had to say so externally because it was the political correctness of the ninja world. But for Sarutobi Atoma to say such words, especially as a sensei to his students, Tatsuma knew that at least in this moment, the sensei who had taught him for a short time and imparted not much knowledge, cared for him. Tatsuma smiled, glanced at Minato, then turned back to Sarutobi Atoma and said, "Atoma-sensei, no matter what missions I undertake in the future, I will survive, and I will complete them beautifully and successfully." Seeing that his two students did not oppose his erroneous thoughts, Sarutobi Atoma felt somewhat relieved. He turned to his bowl of noodles and said, "You two have assessments tomorrow. Go back early and prepare. Sensei also needs to eat noodles." Tatsuma noticed that Sarutobi Atoma's tone at the end of his words was somewhat teary. He didn't know what experiences this sensei had gone through to have such emotions today, but in the ninja world, being powerless was too common, even for a ninja. "Minato, let's go. We'll go train. Let me see if, with your extraordinary talent and this month of hard work, you can defeat me in the end." "Okay." Minato didn't say much, nor did he ask much. He followed Tatsuma and left. After the two left, Sarutobi Atoma sat on the seat at the stall, eating noodles that were becoming salter with each bite. The next day, the two of them returned to an indoor training ground. The area had already been divided into equal-sized arenas. After verifying their identities, both of them received their admission tickets. I'm in exam room A9. How about you? B11. Looks like I need to head over there. The two realized that they weren't assigned to the same exam room this round. After exchanging a few words, they headed towards their respective exam rooms. After a while, some Chunin arrived on the scene to explain the rules to the examinees waiting in the exam rooms. Combat would be conducted in teams, and techniques such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, as well as kekkei jinkai, secret jutsu, sealing jutsu, or cursed seals, could be used. The list of permissible ninja tools was extensive, containing many unconventional items, even including some poisons. Except for those specified on the list, other poisons were prohibited. Victory could be achieved by knocking the opponent out of the exam area, rendering them unable to continue fighting, making them surrender, or by the decision of the referee ninja. Killing or intentionally inflicting severe harm to opponents was prohibited. Once the rules were confirmed and the examinees signed their names, the exams began to be arranged. Although there were many exam rooms, they couldn't all operate simultaneously. Tatsuma had to wait for 2 rounds before it was his turn. He stepped onto the platform and began to assess the 3 individuals before him. Neither their physique nor their attire bore any characteristics of ninja clans, nor did they have any nindogs or nincats, indicating that they were likely civilian ninjas. After a brief assessment, he turned to the referee ninja and said, "I'm ready." The referee ninja apparently understood Tatsuma's situation but simply nodded. However, one of the genin on the opposite side hesitated and asked, "Where's your teammates?" "I'm fighting alone." "Alone? You're the Jewel Crusher." Suddenly, someone from the opposing team guessed Tatsuma's identity. Tatsuma's face stiffened, then he looked at the referee ninja, who was struggling to suppress laughter. Afterward, the referee ninja, with a serious tone, asked the team, "Are you ready?" "We're ready." "Then let's begin." With those words, the referee ninja stepped aside. Tatsuma glanced at the 3 individuals who seemed unaware and motionless, and he reminded them, "The match has already started." "Okay, got it." They then hurriedly formed their battle formation, kunai appearing in their hands as they watched Tatsuma with a mix of caution and curiosity. Tatsuma sighed inwardly. Based on their performance, he couldn't even find a way to give them praise, let alone commend them. So he gave up as well. After all, he didn't lack the talent to make up for these minor flaws. He also took out a kunai and said to the 3, "Let me correct that. I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma. Are you ready for an explosion?" After his ostentatious remark, Tatsuma was about to make a move when a ninja from the opposing team exclaimed, "An explosion? You're planning to use an explosive tag?" Tatsuma's mouth twitched again. These 3 were nothing but a handful. Quietly, he also took out an explosive tag. Chapter 137, Challenge. Ding. Facing the 3 kunai thrown at him, Tatsuma simply flicked out the shuriken in his hand with ease. When the shuriken hit the first kunai, it changed direction, and so did the shuriken. The redirected shuriken and kunai each hit the other 2 kunai. Unlike the tense 3-person team, Tatsuma stood in place, still wearing the innocent smile on his face. However, his shuriken throwing technique left both the 3 individuals and the judging examiner dumbfounded. Isn't this too artistic? The judging ninja was only a Chunin, while Tatsuma's kunai throwing skill was something even most jonin couldn't achieve. With the addition of learning the shuriken shadow clone jutsu, enhancing his analysis of ninja tool trajectories, and the amplification brought by the divine mind, he could easily calculate such ways of teasing others. After the astonishment of the 3-person team, the ninja in the middle made a hand gesture, and in an instant, the ninjas on both sides rushed towards Tatsuma, while the one in the middle began forming hand seals. The 2 ninjas rushing towards Tatsuma once again drew their kunai and stabbed at him, but their speed made Tatsuma, who had been training with Minato and fighting alongside elite ninjas, see it as if it were in slow motion. His right hand seized the wrist of the person rushing in from the left, then he used his momentum against him, flinging him to the right. Bang! The two rushing ninjas instantly collided, and at this moment, the ninja opposite him finished forming hand seals, took a deep breath, intending to cast ninjutsu at Tatsuma. However, he couldn't find his target. Good coordination, but still lacking a bit. The voice from behind startled the ninja who was about to cast ninjutsu, but before he could react, his lower back stung, and then his face stung as well, crashing into his wobbly teammates. In an instant, the three collapsed together, while Tatsuma stretched out his foot and hooked it towards the ground, catching a kunai that had just fallen. He quickly tied an explosive tag onto it with a steel wire. SSH! The explosive tag landed in the middle of the three. The judging ninja raised an eyebrow, about to intervene, but Tatsuma smiled at him and gestured for him to refrain from interfering. Bang! The explosion sounded, and the shockwave from the explosive tag pushed all three off the platform. The judging ninja saw that the power of the explosive tag was much smaller than usual, and there was no flame accompanying the smoke, realizing it was specially made. He breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you've passed the second round of assessment. The third round will be held in 3 days, please make sure to attend. The judging ninja took out Tatsuma's examination certificate, stamped it, made 2 notes in his notebook, and handed the certificate back to Tatsuma. Thank you. Tatsuma picked up his shuriken, took his examination certificate, and left the platform. He nodded at the 3 genin with resentful glances. Due to the insincerity of his conversation with them, Tatsuma didn't get the opportunity for the talent pickup. But Tatsuma didn't care. After all, judging by the level of the 3, him saying your cooperation was not bad was already the highest praise. He could have falsely praised them, but it was difficult for him to do so. Moving to the platform where Minato was, Minato had just stepped onto the stage. Seeing Tatsuma, Minato smiled and nodded at him, which caused dissatisfaction among the ninja team opposite him. One of them said, "Humph. So, someone came to the exam to seek attention, and it's not just you, huh? But that kid, he must have lost already, right?" Ha ha ha! The two beside him laughed recklessly. Tatsuma rubbed his chin, his smile fading, and looked at Minato. Indeed, was Minato the one with protagonist luck? Why wasn't he mocked just now? Minato's gaze swept over the 3 individuals, and Tatsuma, unafraid, spoke up, "Minato, how long will it take for you to win?" The mockery from the 3 abruptly ceased. Before they could utter a new taunt, Minato calmly replied, 20 seconds. Are you really that slow? Tatsuma continued to tease with a smile. Seeing Tatsuma's carefree demeanor, Minato stopped pretending and said, "Let's make it 10 seconds then." After speaking, he looked at the judging ninja and said, "Sir, can we begin?" The judging ninja had already consulted both sides and received confirmation. It was just that Tatsuma's arrival had slightly delayed the proceedings. Now, seeing Minato speak up, he nodded. "Begin!" These 3 older genin might not know Tatsuma and Minato, but all the Chunin present did. After all, they were geniuses who could go to the battlefield at the age of 9, complete dozens of missions successfully, and return to the village from the front lines. His gaze carried pity as he glanced at the 3 older genin, then swiftly stepped aside. The 3 genin were about to angrily attack Minato, but found Minato's figure had disappeared, just like Tatsuma's opponents had struggled to find Tatsuma earlier. Moreover, Minato's speed now was even faster than Tatsuma's. Only a golden afterimage flickered, and then 2 ninjas were sent flying. The genin who had spoken earlier was kicked in the back of the knee by Minato and knelt on the ground. Of course, Minato wasn't the type to humiliate his opponents. He did this simply because he was short. Facing adult opponents, he could only put his opponent in a kneeling position from behind to hold a kunai to their neck. "You've lost," Minato's voice rang out, and the judging ninja immediately declared it. The ninja tried to protest, saying he just hadn't reacted in time, and accused Minato of unsportsmanlike conduct with a surprise attack. But his protests didn't change the judgment of the judging ninja. After finishing the formalities with Minato, he handed the examination certificate to him. Tatsuma looked at Minato leading the stage and said, "You're still too conservative. You should have said in an instant." "I thought they would react in time," Minato said. Minato reverted to his sunny boyish demeanor, scratching his head with some embarrassment. He had planned to take 3 seconds to deal with each opponent, which should have allowed him to finish within 10 seconds. He just didn't expect that his probing would be too much for the three to handle, so he ended up resolving it even more decisively. "With your current speed, even in such a short distance, I might not be able to keep up with defense, let alone them," Tatsuma said, smiling at Minato, who seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Minato nodded, not showing any pride on his face. After all, he knew that Tatsuma's statement about not necessarily being able to keep up with defense was true. Defense was passive and would always be slower. However, Tatsuma could choose to attack, utilizing his superior strength and taijutsu skills. Minato quickly ran through scenarios in his mind. Either he could give up attacking, or he would risk injuring Tatsuma severely, which would result in him lying down while owing Tatsuma a great deal. After leaving the Land of Iron, Minato and Tatsuma proposed to spar again, with Tatsuma being asked to unleash his true strength. But then, Minato ended up being thrown against the wall, only for Tatsuma to pry him off the wall. "Let's go to my sensei's house. Nawaki is about to graduate, and Kushina has also signed up for early graduation. Do you want to see how they're doing now?" Tatsuma said to Minato. Minato was taken aback, then expressed his concern. "Kushina signed up too?" "Yeah, she submitted the application secretly just before the deadline," Tatsuma replied. Upon hearing this, Minato, who had originally wanted to go home and change clothes, couldn't wait any longer. He nodded and was about to head towards the Senju clan's territory. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at Tatsuma, revealing a smile. "Tatsuma, how about we have a speed contest? Let's see who can reach there faster." Tatsuma's face darkened. When did Minato develop this bad habit? He had clearly stated that his speed wasn't as fast as Minato's. Yet Minato still wanted to challenge him to a race. This Minato with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, why was his heart so dirty? "Okay." Despite his grim expression, Tatsuma agreed. He also wanted to see what Minato's true level was now. Tatsuma picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground, glanced at Minato, and then threw it upwards. The way they started and ended their contest didn't need words anymore. Their tacit eye contact was enough. The moment the stone hit the ground, both of them shot out like arrows released from a bow. Minato chose to take the upper route, employing various high-difficulty maneuvers, using both hands and feet continuously. Tatsuma, on the other hand, chose to move along the ground. After all, bang! Bang! As head-sized craters appeared on the ground, the force transmitted back through his soles allowed Tatsuma to unleash even greater speed. This was his only possible way to surpass Minato, by causing slightly more destruction. However, when Tatsuma arrived at the Senju clan's territory, he still saw that Minato had already arrived. Although he hadn't caught his breath yet, there was no doubt that Minato had won. He had proven himself to be the faster boy. Seeing the rare expression of smugness on Minato's face, which seemed to invite a punch, Tatsuma suddenly said, "You truly deserve it, Minato. Your progress is remarkable. Your combat skills should have improved significantly too, right? Let me see." "Okay." Minato's response was almost instinctive, but as soon as he said it, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why couldn't he control this instinctive reaction? 3 days passed quickly. Tatsuma and Minato arrived at the venue for the third round of assessment. By now, the number of participants had significantly decreased. Unlike the previous rounds, the third round wasn't a team battle. It was a free-for-all, where participants could form teams along the way, team up with previous teammates, form new teams with other ninjas, or go solo. Many Jonin were present for this round, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself attended. After all, the third round wasn't based solely on victories for promotion but was a comprehensive assessment. These Jonin would give their opinions after the assessment to determine which ninjas would advance. Of course, the ultimate winner, the last person on the arena with combat capability remaining, is guaranteed promotion. Due to the abundance of ninjutsu, the assessment was split into two venues, but conducted simultaneously. Tatsuma and Minato were assigned to different venues. At this moment, many people in the assessment area were engaged in discussions, seemingly inviting others to form teams. Tatsuma and Minato didn't join in. Instead, they stood in the middle, exchanging information about their respective venues and discussing which individuals needed special attention. As they spoke, Tatsuma asked, "Minato, do you think you can hold out until the end?" Upon hearing this, Minato turned to glance at the people on the arena with him. Despite there being many children of ninja clans among them, he nodded and said, "I should be able to hold out until the end." Tatsuma grinned, putting his hand on Minato's shoulder and raising his voice slightly as he said, "You truly are something, Minato. You actually have the confidence to outlast everyone, just like me. How about we have a competition to see who can eliminate opponents faster?" Minato's rational side told him that Tatsuma, this bastard, was pulling his leg again. He had said hold out until the end but now framed it as eliminate everyone, though technically the outcome was the same, the attitudes were completely different. But upon hearing "you truly are something" and competition, Minato realized that his rationality was too slow, because his body had already reacted first. "Okay." The moment the words left his mouth, Minato felt countless malicious gazes falling on him. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, his scalp tingled, and even his hair, already standing, seemed to stand even more erect. Gulp swallowing hard, Minato wanted to explain something, but at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the platform suddenly smiled and said, "It seems everyone is very energetic. The village needs young, vibrant ninjas like you all. You all must be eager as well. Let's take the stage and begin." Just before Minato stepped onto the platform, he glared fiercely at Tatsuma. However, his current gaze lacked the momentum and killing intent of that glance from the night of the Nine Tails incident, and it had no effect on Tatsuma. Chapter 138, Fighting Everyone. "Just now, weren't you quite arrogant, kid?" Just as he stepped onto the platform, Tatsuma felt countless malicious glares, as well as some angry voices from the ninjas. Although many of them knew Tatsuma, he was still too arrogant. Tatsuma glanced around at the nearly 100 ninjas in front of him, showing a sincere smile, and said, "To reach this final round, I believe you all are very talented and capable ninjas. You also have the ability and strength to become the backbone of the village, so I'll give you a piece of advice: don't think about defeating me, but rather defeating those around you. Only in this way will your talents be recognized by those Jonins, thus winning opportunities for promotion. If you insist on attacking me alone, then your performance will be unanimously deemed inadequate." "Humph. Are you saying I'm not as good as you?" one of the Uchiha ninjas angrily said, and Tatsuma raised his hand, looking innocent, and said, "Sorry, I'm not targeting you specifically. I mean everyone here is not as good as me." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire platform erupted, even the Jonins watching around showed astonished expressions. After all, facing hundreds of Genins who were highly likely to be promoted to Chunin, even they might not fare well. A single mistake, if one's rhythm was disrupted by another, could result in being surrounded and defeated. Among these participating ninjas, there were many from the secret Jutsu clans, even owners of Kekkei Genkai like Sharingan and Byakugan. Even without any tacit cooperation among them, simply rough group attacks could cause significant damage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform slightly shifted his seat, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, in his impression, Tatsuma wasn't somewhat arrogant. Moreover, as someone who has been seasoned for several years, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered himself familiar with all sorts of human nature. When Tatsuma spoke just now, he surprisingly felt that Tatsuma had no intention of insulting anyone. He felt Tatsuma was stating the fact, "You all are strong enough to become Chunin, but I am stronger." This was the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen had seen someone like this, or rather, not the first time. In his youth, there was also someone in the village whose strength was unimaginable, yet Hura extremely friendly, never sparing compliments for others. However, that person wouldn't provoke others' emotions like this. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that person had the ability to do as they said. Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered a battle report from last year, where Tatsuma killed 2 Jonins along with 40 Chunins, but how could such a thing be replicated? Through Uzumaki Mito's attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually guessed some of the situation at that time. Unless Uzumaki Mito intervened again, there was nothing that could help Tatsuma defeat so many people. However, whether it was Uzumaki Mito or Tatsuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed they couldn't use that kind of power to harm fellow villagers. But if that was ruled out, what else could it be? Moreover, even if Tatsuma had some hidden cards, what made him think Minato could also achieve it? It's worth noting that this assessment specifically prohibits the use of summoning beasts, so the powerful summoning beasts from Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest couldn't be of assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Minato. Although Minato didn't have Tatsuma's confidence on his face at the moment, he didn't show any negative emotions like fear, resentment, or regret either. Obviously, Minato seemed to believe he could do it too. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. At this moment, a Jonin beside Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped out of his thoughts, realizing that everyone on the platform was looking at him, waiting for him to announce the start of the match. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and declared, "Chunin exam, 3rd round, begin." With these words, almost all the ninjas on the 2 platforms made the same judgment, rushing towards Tatsuma and Minato, seemingly trying to get them off the platform first. Swoosh Minato showcased his full speed, continuously darting through the crowd, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he kept observing his opponents. In the midst of chaos with hundreds of people, he maneuvered without any hindrance. This wasn't merely about speed, it also involved route planning, observing, predicting, and avoiding the actions of people on the route. While some Jonins had Minato's speed, not everyone possessed his level of analysis and reaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in extreme satisfaction. This kid, Minato, is truly fast. Then his gaze fell on Tatsuma. Compared to Minato's agility, Tatsuma's performance was more direct. Tatsuma dodged while grabbing the arms, wrists, or shoulders of one ninja after another, using strength surpassing everyone else in the arena to forcefully throw them off the platform. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow quickly furrowed because, from his perspective, he could tell that the ninjas Tatsuma chose were of lower skill level. While this reduced some ninjutsu, it also left more space for those truly talented and capable ninjas to attack him. These ninjas wouldn't easily reveal their weaknesses for Tatsuma to exploit. Swish! Clang! As expected, amidst the melee, a ninja blade struck Tatsuma's left shoulder from the side. If it weren't for the ninja arm guard tied to his left upper arm, his entire left arm might have been slashed. Seeing Tatsuma injured, those around him revealed expressions of joy, ready to accelerate their attack rhythm to expose more vulnerabilities. Surprisingly, Tatsuma also smirked. The injury to his left shoulder just now was intentionally exposed by him. He wanted to see if this situation would be judged as combat, as real combat sparring couldn't be activated otherwise. Feeling the pain in his left shoulder quickly subside, Tatsuma knew his attempt was successful. Of course, he also prepared for the fact that he couldn't activate the Shiryu effect. With his mastery of clinical medical ninjutsu, he could quickly heal the wound from the blade just now. However, now he could better enjoy the combat. Tatsuma's pace slowed abruptly, seemingly affected by his injury. He no longer displayed the previous continuous barrage that sent over 20 people flying, but instead engaged in constant skirmishes with those around him, no longer eliminating opponents in succession. He's going to exhaust himself. Seeing Tatsuma's conservative pace, one Jonin commented, while another Jonin nodded in agreement, adding, without stopping the bleeding, the injury will also accelerate his stamina loss. The opinions of the surrounding Jonins were similar. However, on the high platform, where Sarutobi Hiruzen had a better view, he felt somewhat puzzled. He couldn't shake the feeling that Tatsuma didn't slow down his pace. Because of the injury. Because the current Tatsuma appeared more composed. He also noticed several opportunities to directly eliminate opponents, which Tatsuma chose to forego. Based on Tatsuma's physical reactions, he definitely saw and had the ability to eliminate opponents, but he didn't choose to do so. On Minato's side, it seems he has observed enough and begun to take action. Unlike Tatsuma's earlier method of swiftly eliminating a bunch of people, Minato's approach is more cautious. He continuously intersperses the use of shurikens, kunais, and explosive tags. This method saves a considerable amount of stamina and chakra while also limiting the opponent's routes, putting them in a situation where Minato is more composed. Tatsuma kept observing Minato's side until Minato has gradually eliminated 20 people. Only then did he stop paying attention. He executed the body flicker jutsu, breaking out of the encirclement, causing many attacks to miss. Earth release. Earth shore return. The moment he landed, Tatsuma has completed his hand seals. The platform trembled as a wall of earth, surpassing the normal size of ninjutsu, quickly rose. However, its direction is reversed. Several people were suddenly lifted off the ground by the rising earth, and a few even landed confusedly on the neighboring platform where Minato is. Upon standing up, they charge towards Minato, who is surrounded by others. They have no idea who the surrounded person is. However, they were quickly caught out by the surrounding Jonins and announced their elimination. Smart, not sticking to the conventional use of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully praised, watching Tatsuma becoming increasingly excited, and Minato, who also showed a confident expression. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Tatsuma and Minato might not be without a chance of winning. As long as both can maintain their stamina and not slack mentally, utilizing the lack of cooperation among opponents, even affecting their allies, gradually reducing the opponents. This kind of situation is almost unseen on the battlefield because even in chaotic battles, someone usually comes out to command, albeit not always effectively, but the formation can still be maintained. However, this is the Chunin exam, nobody has the authority to make everyone obey. Moreover, the mindset of those engaged in the battle cannot be as united as in a real melee. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Tatsuma and Minato should be able to handle the first 60 to 80 people, but the rest, that's the challenge. The remaining individuals have enough space to unleash their respective abilities without fear of accidentally harming allies. Although there are no allies in a melee, they have now made defeating Tatsuma and Minato a shared task, so they will naturally pay attention, and hitting allies will also reduce the effectiveness of their techniques and the damage inflicted on the real target. However, once the numbers decrease, this problem is resolved. Moreover, the remaining individuals are the most outstanding in terms of ability and strength among the group, making them much more difficult to deal with. The situation unfolded as Sarutobi Hiruzen expected. As time passed, both sides of the platform were left with only 30 to 40 people each. At this point, both Tatsuma and Minato were somewhat out of breath, while the remaining people seemed to be in better condition. Some of them haven't even attacked from beginning to end and are now at full strength. Defeating the remaining 30 to 40 people is much more challenging than defeating the 70 to 80 people before. The pace of the battle has slowed down once again, and the remaining individuals were not actively attacking Tatsuma or Minato. The two of them had a rare moment of rest. Standing on the two platforms, both of them simultaneously took out military rations pills without any prior signal. Suddenly, they turned to look at each other. Tatsuma tossed the military rations pill into his mouth and said, "Minato, it's time to show some real ninjutsu. Yeah, originally I was saving it to defeat you, but now I have to use it." Swallowing the military rations pill and feeling their stamina rapidly recovering, both of them simultaneously formed the hand seals for Shadow Clone. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up. If earlier showcased taijutsu, tactics, and extraordinary combat talent, ninjutsu only played a small part. Now it's time for these two boys to fully demonstrate the results of their years of ninjutsu training. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw their stance and guessed what the final solution for these two would be. Because that's also what he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is best at. Chapter 139, Some persistently pursue, while others begin to. Most ninjas are aware that Kekkei Genkai is a powerful innate talent, and many know the essence of Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai can be divided into two types. One is bloodline Kekkei Genkai, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the Byakugan of the Hyuga. These are powers inherent in the bloodline. The other type is formed by mixing chakra of two different attributes to create a new chakra. Jutsu performed using this new chakra is called Kekkei Genkai Ninjutsu. Examples include the magnet release of the Kazekage, the boil release and lava release of the from Iwa and Kiri, the ice release of the Snow Clan, and the wood release of the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. All of these belong to Kekkei Genkai. However, even when using chakra of the same attribute, differences in individuals or changes in factors such as chakra proportions can lead to different Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. Additionally, even the same Kekkei Genkai may manifest differently. Beyond Kekkei Genkai, there exists Kekkei Toda, which requires the use of three attributes of chakra to master powerful techniques. For example, the dust release of the second and third Tsuchikage falls under Kekkei Toda. Regardless of the type of Kekkei Genkai, practitioners face extremely high demands. Apart from some innate or externally acquired Kekkei Genkai, those who wish to practice must master nature transformation of chakra to the utmost. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a formidable ninja who mastered all five attributes of chakra to the utmost. Yet, he possessed no Kekkei Genkai because he never pursued that path. Instead, he followed another path, one that rivaled most Kekkei Genkai abilities, the path of combination ninjutsu. Combination ninjutsu involves the usage of two separate techniques, which are then combined after being cast, contrary to Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. The principle relies on the characteristics of various attribute chakras and the combination of ninjutsu traits to enable the two techniques to surpass the combined effects of the individual techniques. The simplest example is wind release and fire release being cast together, where the wind fuels the fire and the fire utilizes the momentum of the wind. Many ninjas use this small technique, but it cannot be considered combination ninjutsu, it's merely a basic approach. However, the fire release ninja art Ultra Phoenix Sage Flower Light Will Flame Dance Second Style, previously coordinated by Tatsuma and Minato, could barely be termed as combination ninjutsu because the combination of the two techniques can compete with over a dozen fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. The coordination between the two is quite ingenious. For the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, the best match among fire releases is limited to Fire Release, Flame Bullet and Fire Release, Big Flame Bullet. Not just any fire release ninjutsu can be used. If the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu is combined with Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu or Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone will collapse first, burned away by flames before hitting the enemy. However, Flame Bullet and Big Flame Bullet are different because these two techniques actually spray oil instead of fire. The substance enveloping the Shuriken Shadow Clone is not flames but chakra-infused fire oil. The outer layer of flames burns the fire oil and does not directly contact the shuriken. Therefore, these two techniques can be used in combination to achieve an effect greater than the sum of their parts, which is the charm of combination ninjutsu. As a master of combination ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen studied numerous combination ninjutsu techniques. At the same time, he also shared some of his own experiences as gifts with Tatsuma and Minato. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the two using Shadow Clone, he speculated that they intended to use combination ninjutsu to defeat the remaining opponents. Because this was the best solution for the two at the moment. The power of a single ninjutsu was insufficient, and with their current proficiency in ninjutsu and amount of chakra, they could not make up for it. Only by relying on the strategy of using combination ninjutsu could they cause greater destruction. This was also the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated it. He wanted to see if anyone could replicate his talent in the field of combination ninjutsu. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the power of the two individuals' techniques must be significant, so he stood up, prepared to intervene at any moment. On the arena, after completing the hand seals, Minato summoned a shadow clone. As soon as the main body and the shadow clone appeared, they swiftly launched an attack because there were several moving shadows on the ground chasing towards them. At the same time, Minato also formed the seal of confrontation with one hand, guarding against the jinjutsu of the several ninja with red eyes. Through teleportation, he continuously manipulated the positions of the remaining opponents. Unbeknownst to their adversaries, they were gradually being herded together like a flock of sheep by two border collies, moving closer towards the center. Finally, Minato found a favorable position. His shadow clone also stood in confrontation with him, separated by the crowd, both the main body and the shadow clone simultaneously forming seals. Minato took a deep breath, then his mouth spouted out a column of something, not water as recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen with narrowed eyes, but chakra-infused fire oil. On the opposite side, the shadow clone also took a deep breath and exhaled a large gust of wind, not just any wind but a swirling one akin to a tornado, though it wasn't vertical but almost parallel to the ground. The column of fire oil collided with the hurricane-like wind, shattering the fire oil into tiny crystalline droplets that dispersed like a sparkling mist, enveloping almost all of the remaining opponents. Combination Ninjutsu. Swift Wind Phoenix Fireworks Jutsu. Minato spoke loudly, while the shadow clone had already formed seals once again, the final seal of the tiger placed. From the center of the mist, tiny sparks appeared. A very simple ignition jutsu, igniting the mist with small sparks, and the shadow clone, having exhausted its chakra, dispersed into smoke with a bang. As the saying goes, a small spark can start a prairie fire, and the spark ignited by the dissipating shadow clone was the spark that set everything ablaze. The mist enveloping all opponents was ignited in the next instant. A blazing sun emerged in the center of the arena. Minato, having finished, paled slightly. He had almost depleted his own chakra, and whether this would succeed or not depended solely on this one jutsu. Boom! The sound wave and the air wave, compared to the blazing flames, appeared slightly later. The surrounding Jonin noticed that the power of this jutsu seemed to be somewhat beyond imagination, and they became astonished and nervous. Several Jonin even went directly to the examinees who had already left the arena, using ninjutsu for defense to block the waves of air that were rolling in. Even Minato, the caster of the jutsu, was slapped by the air wave in flight, constantly adjusting his posture in the air. He finally landed and stabilized himself at the edge of the arena where the impact was slightly less. Suddenly, worry appeared in his eyes. After all, there were so many fellow village ninjas. No need to worry. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen came, resonating in the thunderous scene, still as steady and impossible to ignore as a mountain. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the source of the voice, only to find Sarutobi Hiruzen had appeared on the adjacent platform, which was less than 3 square meters in size, at some point. Tatsuma was already there, smiling broadly and waving at him. The flames dispersed, and Minato could see the condition of the examinees clearly. They all wore expressions of panic and shock. The arena beneath them, originally flat, had now sunken 2 to 3 meters, leaving a layer of water above them, separating them from the exploding fire oil. With a wave of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, the water dispersed, pouring down on the examinees, washing away the residual fire oil on their clothes. Meanwhile, the surrounding Jonin, in unspoken agreement, used wind release to refresh the air around them. The ultimate victors, Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze. Congratulations to both of you for successfully advancing to Chunin. As for the other examinees, return home and await further instructions. After comprehensive consideration by the village, you will be notified, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced loudly. At this moment, neither the examinees nor the surrounding Jonin voiced any objections. Tatsuma smiled and said, Minato, that jutsu you just performed was very powerful. I approve of your title as the little son of Konoha. However, between us, I still have a slight edge. At that moment, everyone was discussing the title Little Son of Konoha. It had to be said that the jutsu just performed truly lived up to this name, shining as dazzlingly as the sun itself. Moreover, Minato, as the caster of the jutsu, appeared very sunny himself, with a warm and inviting smile. This title was immediately recognized by many. Minato chuckled shyly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Despite this so-called title, he was more curious about what jutsu Tatsuma had used to win the victory just now. However, he had been too focused just now and hadn't paid attention to Tatsuma's side. What Minato didn't see, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the surrounding Jonin did, was that Tatsuma had faced a similar situation. The moment his shadow clone appeared, he was surrounded. The reduction in numbers allowed the other examinees to perform better, but it also increased Tatsuma's agility once again. Without worrying about someone blocking his path at any moment, Tatsuma could freely use his strength to enhance his speed, evading the attacks of others. However, unlike Minato, Tatsuma didn't separate from his shadow clone but acted together with it. As the shadow clone passed by him, it grabbed a scroll, while Tatsuma himself began to rapidly form hand seals. With the seals completed, Tatsuma spun around and his hand landed precisely on the scroll opened by the shadow clone. On the scroll, the densely written sealing jutsu formulas were continuously peeling off. Splash boom! At the moment when the sealing jutsu formulas were completely peeled off, a massive amount of water surged out from the sealing scroll. Tatsuma's shadow clone was lifted several meters away by the recoil force. Tatsuma's mastery of nature transformation of chakra was not sufficient to produce large amounts of water, but with the help of various notes and insights from Senju Tobarama, he had reached a decent level of calling upon water from the natural world. Facing Tatsuma's borderline cheating tactics, the examinees gasped in astonishment. They didn't understand, but they were greatly impressed. Some examinees even pointed at Tatsuma, casting silent accusations towards Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored them. After all, the rules only prohibited the use of summoning jutsu, but sealing jutsu and sealing scrolls were allowed. It's just that using such a sealing scroll, especially one with such a large capacity, to seal a large amount of water seemed like a waste to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tatsuma, I made the sealing scroll myself, so I can use it however I want. Tatsuma, standing at the edge of the arena, and his shadow clone standing in the center of the water, quickly formed hand seals. He had to make use of the water before it reached the edge of the arena, otherwise, it would be wasted. Earth Release. Earth Flow Rampart Jutsu. Tatsuma slammed his hands onto the arena floor. The ground in front of him trembled, and the solid earth of the arena turned into mud amidst the vibrations. The part mixed with the flowing water turned into mud even more. At this moment, the shadow clone also completed its seals. With a clap of its hands, the surrounding water began to swirl rapidly around it. The spinning water accelerated the dissolution of the mud on the arena, and the column of muddy water continued to rise. The examinees on the arena were continuously gathering at this moment. After all, the arena beneath their feet was being dissolved by the flowing water. If they didn't leave, they would be swept into the mud flow. However, as the arena shrank, they could only continue to gather. Combination Ninjutsu. Mud Dragon Burst. As the shadow clone depleted its chakra and vanished, Tatsuma formed the hand seals with both hands. He struggled to control the immensely heavy surge of mud, directing it to change direction and crash towards the crowded area of the arena. Watching the mud dragon, Tatsuma felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, his chakra quantity and mastery of chakra nature transformation were still lacking a bit. Otherwise, he would have definitely molded the dragon's head better. Boom! The mud dragon, carrying a large amount of dissolved mud and sand, collided with the already somewhat loose arena platform. In an instant, the platform collapsed, and all the examinees were about to be swallowed by the mudflow. Third Hokage-sama. A panicked examinee, watching the figure who had lifted him up and thrown him out, shouted in gratitude, his determination fueled by the fiery will within him. Earth release! Earth flow river! After throwing out all the examinees, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals. In an instant, the surging mud dragon obediently lay down, flowing gently in all directions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure also appeared beside Tatsuma. With a playful pat on the head, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said to Tatsuma, "Well done. Keep developing this jutsu, it has great potential." Tatsuma nodded, taking the opportunity to dodge Sarutobi Hiruzen's playful gesture. He then looked towards the adjacent platform where Minato was standing, singing praises, and smiled. Sure enough, he had won again. Ding, stamina plus 356, strength plus 302, speed plus 373, spirit plus 229, wisdom plus 158, ninjutsu plus 483. Would you like to claim? Ding, strength plus 5, spirit plus 10, ninjutsu plus 8. Would you like to claim? Chapter 140, First Mission as Chunin. In the Hokage's office, Tatsuma and Minato, who were specifically instructed to wear dark single-layered garments, received their Chunin certificates and vests. They put on the smallest sized vests, which fit them quite well. Tatsuma removed the forehead protector from his left arm and placed it on his head. The curvature of the protector was a bit awkward, but considering they would be taking photos for records later, they had to make do with it for now. After adjusting, Tatsuma moved his body a bit. The vests, crafted after countless generations of ninjas' experiences, didn't restrict movement. The various pockets on the vest also proved to be very convenient for combat. There were even several slots reserved for small and medium-sized scrolls. The vest was slightly heavy and rigid, likely lined with some armor. The high collars on both sides covered the neck and the back. Tatsuma quickly adapted to the vest and then looked at Minato, who was absent-mindedly rubbing his vest with a silly smile on his face, and said with a smile, "If the village produces Chunin who are even younger than us in the future, this vest might be too big." They both wore the smallest size, fitting snugly with a gap of 2 or 3 fingers at the chest. If they were any thinner, the vests would be too big. Minato, upon hearing this, just nodded. He hadn't really heard what Tatsuma said, he was still immersed in the joy of wearing the vest freely. The female ninja who distributed their supplies smiled and said, "To be promoted to Chunin at the age of 10 is already impressive enough. I haven't seen Chunin younger than you two. However, if there really are children with such high talent, the village will customize vests for them." After saying this, the female ninja took out a list and handed it to Tatsuma, saying, "This is the list of supplies that Chunin can apply for. Besides the 2 sets of daily vests, 2 sets of lining, 2 sets of winter innerwear, and 4 pairs of footwear, let me know if you need anything else." After being promoted to Chunin, in a sense, they didn't need to spend money on clothing anymore because Chunin hadn't truly achieved the freedom to choose their attire. When performing missions unless necessary, they had to wear the designated Chunin vest. The inner lining is somewhat casual, but most Chunin would still choose the deep blue or black linings distributed by Konoha. After all, they are of good quality, comfortable to wear, and cost nothing. Upon being awarded the title of Special Jonin or Jonin, they gain true freedom in clothing. They only need to wear the Leaf Ninja forehead protector. Of course, they can also choose to wear uniforms or apply for custom uniforms that suit them better, both of which are also free. Moreover, after the uniforms and protected gear provided by the village are damaged, replacements can be requested. Depending on the extent of the damage, the village may choose to recycle or issue new ones, especially if they are damaged beyond repair. The list Tatsuma holds now is precisely the items Chunin can apply for free. The variety exceeds Tatsuma's expectations. There are several types of gloves alone. There are smooth isolation gloves more suitable for medical ninjas or those skilled in poisons, half-finger gloves for combat, or gloves with backstrap armor. In addition, there are optional armors, although some options have been crossed out, leaving only wartime armors, similar to the ones worn by the Sannin during their famous battles. As for the overlapping armor and the new style overlapping armor, they have all been crossed out, presumably because they are outdated and unreasonable in design, and have been phased out. There are also some special uniforms, but they all have suffixes, such as those applicable for SEAL Team, Medical Corps, etc., as well as various items suitable for different environments, such as raincoats, capes, etc. Tatsuma looked at the list and requested 4 pairs of gloves with backstrap armor, 2 sets of wartime armor, and 2 sets of raincoats, all in duplicate, 1 set for him and 1 for Minato. After making their selections, he handed the list back to the female ninja. The female ninja nodded. Tatsuma's request was not excessive. She had even encountered demands for 10 or 8 sets each, which she would outright refuse. After all, if one pulls the wool too much, even the sheep feel it. Does Third Sama have any missions to assign to you? You can go find Third Sama first, and I'll prepare the necessary supplies for you in the warehouse. You can come by later to pick them up, the female ninja said with a smile. Tatsuma nodded and, pulling Minato, who was still sniffing at the collar of his vest, away, said to the unproductive Minato, "Stop sniffing. If you get lung disease from these old vests stored for who knows how long, you'll have to get treated." Upon hearing this, Minato stopped his somewhat peculiar actions. With Tatsuma's reminder, he finally realized what the smell on the vest was. It was the distinctive smell of new clothes mixed with the scent of mildew. Uniforms in medium, small, and large sizes are quickly used up because most ninjas manage their figures well and undergo normal development, so they fit into these 3 sizes. However, they both were the smallest size, which is rarely chosen by anyone, so they have no idea how long they've been in stock. Tatsuma has already decided to go back and wash all the uniforms they received 3 times and then sun them properly for 2 days. Especially the footwear, although they are all open-toed sandals. If they've been stored for so long and not cleaned properly, what if they infect their feet? Tatsuma, accompanied by Minato, first went to another office to have their photos taken for documentation, then went upstairs to the Hokage's office. Even before entering, Tatsuma smelled the heavy scent of smoke, and his eyes began to feel uncomfortable, stinging from the smoke. Obviously, the person in the room with the smoking habit had been at it for quite some time. Typically, smoking so much in a short period either indicates heavy drinking and gambling or a lot of worries. As Tatsuma hesitated outside, unsure if it was the right time to come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen inside spoke up, "Is it Tatsuma and Minato? Come in." Only then did the two enter the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Tatsuma cast a sympathetic glance towards a dark corner of the office where he sensed someone. Presumably, it was one of the ANBU guards. He couldn't stand the smoke, and he had just arrived. That ANBU ninja. "Hokage-sama," they greeted in unison. After exchanging pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for them to come closer. He wanted to see the future of Konoha in these two, but the office was dimly lit and filled with smoke, making it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see clearly. He rose slowly and walked to the window. As he opened it, a large amount of smoke billowed out of the room with the change in air, giving the impression to anyone unaware that the Hokage's office was on fire. Once the smoke cleared a bit, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see the two clearly. Looking at them in their vests, he smiled and said, "Good. Very spirited." After speaking, he returned to his desk, took out 2 scrolls, and said, "These are your first missions from the village after being promoted to Chunin. Do you have confidence in completing them?" "Yes," Minato blurted out, startling Tatsuma. He had never seen Minato so excited before. But once he recovered, Tatsuma also nodded. As they looked at the scrolls in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, they also pondered. What would their first mission be? Would they be battling Sand Ninja or Rain Ninja? Or would they be deployed to the north to assist Uchiha and Tsukumo Hatake in guarding the Land of Lightning? However, upon receiving the mission scrolls, Tatsuma realized his speculations were way off. Their first mission wasn't heading to the battlefield but rather serving as examiners. Calling them examiners might not be entirely accurate since they didn't have decision-making authority. Their specific task was to assist in the graduation assessment at the academy, testing the combat skills of the examinees. They weren't qualified to eliminate candidates. They could only give 4 types of ratings based on the candidate's performance: S, surpassing Chunin; A, excellent Chunin; B, Chunin; and C, below Chunin. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Thanks to you two, this batch of Chunin promotions consists of less than 100 individuals. The reinforcements for the battlefield are scarce." Tatsuma and Minato both caught the teasing tone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. They understood that he was downplaying the worth of those who took the Chunin exam concurrently with them. Having nearly 100 people promoted was already a result of loosening the standards due to wartime considerations. Both felt a bit embarrassed and scratched their heads. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't press further and continued, "So the village plans to wait until Orochimaru returns from the front lines to lead you to the battlefield after the graduates from the academy are ready. However, currently, there aren't many ninjas in the village who are qualified and capable of assessing the students from the academy. The senseis at the academy can evaluate their theoretical and ninjutsu levels, but in terms of practical combat, they've been away from the battlefield for too long. Both of you have experienced the battlefield, so you know the current skill levels of ninja from other villages. Moreover, both of you are younger than many graduates. By defeating them, you can somewhat temper their excitement about graduating. These children will soon be heading to the battlefield after graduation, even though they won't directly participate in combat. They still need to be vigilant at all times. Therefore, they must remain calm. Overly heightened emotions will only harm them." "Hokage-sama, I understand," Tatsuma nodded, grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. Minato also solemnly declared, "Hokage-sama, we will take this task seriously." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and then took out 2 scrolls, saying, "Speaking of which, I owe you both a ninjutsu. This is the ninjutsu scroll for the bringer of darkness jutsu. I should have personally taught it to you, but I simply couldn't find the time. Hokage-sama, you have countless responsibilities. You don't need to divert your attention for the 2 of us," Tatsuma replied understandingly. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen taking out the ninjutsu scroll, Tatsuma spoke sensibly. Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more satisfied and continued, "As for the other scroll, it's the fire release, great fireball jutsu from my Sarutobi clan. The rest of the people need to practice this technique starting from the Great Flame Jutsu beginner level. But with your talents and your training in fire release, there shouldn't be any problem in directly mastering this technique. It has many synergies with other elemental jutsu. Study it well." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," they both expressed their gratitude. After their thanks, Tatsuma stepped forward to receive the 2 scrolls, then returned to his original position and turned to Minato. Minato thought for a moment and then picked up the fire release, great fireball jutsu scroll first. Minato knew that Tatsuma definitely wanted to start practicing the bringer of darkness jutsu sooner. After all, Tatsuma wasn't lacking in 5 elements release jutsu, having inherited the vast knowledge treasury of Senju Tobarama. In fact, over the past few days, Tatsuma had also been pulling Minato to look at some of the elemental jutsu collected by Senju Tobarama. However, apart from earth and water elemental jutsu, the number of other ninjutsu collected by Senju Tobarama was not very large. Many of them were ancient, and there were newer, more optimized versions or more comprehensive techniques available on the market, so they didn't offer much help to Minato. He only symbolically selected a few. As for earth and water elemental jutsu, not only are there a large number of them, but Senju Tobarama also recorded a lot of his insights and notes on them. That's the real treasure. Unfortunately, Minato doesn't have the chakra for these 2 types of jutsu, so he can't learn them. Alright, go back and prepare well. Don't lose to those candidates in the graduation assessment, or it will disrupt the village's plans, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Tatsuma and Minato nodded, then left the Hokage's office to collect their supplies. Chapter 141, Sometimes, Overthinking Can Hinder Living a Good Life. You too! Was it the Hokage old man who specifically had you two eliminate me in the assessment? From the Senju clan, Kushina, who somehow got wind of the news, arrived in front of Tatsuma and Minato, looking furious. Tatsuma was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of speechlessness. Minato hurriedly explained, Kushina, Tatsuma and I are just practical examiners. We don't have the authority to decide whether a student graduates or is eliminated. Besides, there are more examiners than just us, and you might not necessarily accept our assessment. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Kushina still looked suspicious and said to Minato, who was easier to bully, you'd better not deceive me. Also. Suddenly, Kushina retracted her earlier aura, somewhat awkwardly saying, If you assess me, can you give me a good score? Sorry, Kushina, we will strictly adhere to the standards, it's the village's requirement. Minato's tone also became serious. He was gentle and had a different feeling towards Kushina, but when it came to matters concerning the village and ninjas, he wouldn't compromise. Tatsuma rolled his eyes. This Minato really couldn't speak, huh? With Kushina's terrifying strength, even if she relied solely on taijutsu, she could at least get an A-grade rating, which would be considered a good result. Following this point, why not say something like, Kushina, with your strength, you'll surely get a good score. Minato's tone made it sound like Kushina needed connections to pass the assessment. As expected, Kushina's round face flushed red with anger, her red hair behind her head almost seeming to float. Tatsuma sighed and decided to help Minato out. He looked towards Nawaki, who was training not far away, and said, according to the village's standards, Nawaki will probably get the best results. If you can demonstrate the same level of skill as Nawaki, getting the best results should be no problem for you. Nawaki, huh? Kushina shifted her attention and dashed towards Nawaki, who was warming up. Soon, the Senju clan area echoed with Nawaki's painful cries, but the tough-skinned Nawaki only felt the pain. Being injured? That didn't exist for him. Having vented her anger and received the implicit assurance from Tatsuma that she could definitely achieve the best results, Kushina's mood improved, and she happily went to find Uzumaki Mito. Tatsuma looked at Nawaki, who was grimacing and continuously rubbing the bruises on his body, then turned to Minato and said, You caused the trouble, so you treat Nawaki. Nawaki, who had no idea what had happened, suddenly gave Minato a deathly glare, glaring at him fiercely. Minato was full of question marks, but still obediently started to treat Nawaki's injuries, dispersing blood stasis and promoting blood circulation. Clearly, we are both descendants of the Senju clan. Why does Kushina have greater power than me? Could it be that my youthfulness hasn't been thoroughly realized enough? Nawaki, who was receiving treatment from Minato, looked at Tatsuma with puzzlement. There had been rumors circulating in the village recently, suggesting that Tatsuma was also a descendant of the Senju clan and had awakened enhanced strength. Nawaki, who firmly believed in these rumors, was eager to get answers from Tatsuma. Although these rumors had initially originated from some samurais who had no connection to the Senju clan, the more Nawaki looked at Tatsuma, the more he felt that the rumors made sense. Even if Tatsuma denied them and explained the reasons behind them, Nawaki remained unconvinced. After Nawaki confirmed that Tatsuma indeed possessed strength and chakra beyond the ordinary, he even dragged Tatsuma to the ancestral shrine to make Tatsuma acknowledge his lineage, but he was only silenced after being beaten by Tatsuma. Upon hearing Nawaki's question, Tatsuma's mouth twitched slightly, but he still answered, Girls tend to mature earlier, things will get better in the future. It's impossible. Even if she matured early, it couldn't be 2 years ahead, right? I'm 2 years older than Kushina, Nawaki insisted. Nawaki's mind unexpectedly brightened for a moment. Looking at Tatsuma, he said, Also, you're 3 months younger than Kushina. How come you're stronger than her? Tatsuma patted Nawaki's shoulder and said earnestly, Sometimes, being confused is the key to happiness. Don't think too much, sometimes, overthinking can hinder living a good life. Seeing Nawaki still pondering, Tatsuma changed the subject, asking, By the way, how's brother Dewey doing? What about his side job if everyone graduates? And has sister Shoko's health recovered? Upon hearing Tatsuma mention my Dewey, Nawaki indeed forgot to ponder and said, Shikaku mentioned that he has already entrusted the integration of wealth, learning and creativity to those younger students who couldn't participate in the early graduation assessment. Various major ninja clans have a continuous influx of children entering the academy, and they are very interested in pocket money and specialized deepening studies. Some younger students have already been able to produce creative learning products. Although the quantity may be a bit less and the cost a bit higher in the short term, this time, the number of people involved in the dissemination is greater. In just another half a year, when they have better mastered the manufacture of various creative learning products, Brother Dewey will be able to sell more goods and bring in more scholarships. As for Sister Shoko, she has been discharged from the hospital, but she is still staying in the old house. The new house has just been renovated, and it's said to be unsuitable for living. It will take some time. As Nawaki spoke, he recalled various cumbersome terms discussed between Tatsuma and Shikaku, occasionally correcting them. They had talked to Shikaku several times before at school, demanding an end to this academic delay, but Shikaku, relying on these cumbersome terms, persuaded the school sensei and convinced many complaining parents to agree to continue this plan. Tatsuma nodded, feeling relieved. Some of his efforts had finally brought about some positive changes. Although Mai Dewey had reduced some training time, he had also earned more money. The last time he came back, he heard that Mai Dewey's wife had health problems after giving birth. Without the money from creative learning, Mai Dewey might not have been able to afford the medical expenses. But now, Mai Dewey's wife had recovered, and the whole family had a new marital home. What's more, recently, Mai Dewey had gained some good reputation among grassroots ninjas. After all, the items he sold, like explosive tags, were cheaper than those in the ninja tool shops. This was crucial for grassroots ninjas because the money saved could potentially help them buy more supplies, and having more supplies could potentially save their lives. Although Tatsuma didn't profit from this creative learning program, he felt great about helping others. Tatsuma looked at Nawaki again and said, Nawaki, after graduation, don't die on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Nawaki extended his thumb, revealing his trademark smile, and confidently declared, I will definitely survive. I want to run for Hokage with you guys. I want to live out my youth. After saying that, he got up from the ground and declared, it's decided. Let's start with 5,000 kicks. If I can't finish, then it's 10,000 punches. Just after being beaten by Kushina, Nawaki regained his youthful vigor and threw himself into training. Tatsuma shook his head with a smile, glanced at Minato, and said, Minato, do you want to train a bit more? Minato also stood up, looked at Nawaki, who had already started training, nodded, and Tatsuma put his arm around his shoulder, saying, You're impressive, Minato. Always ready to make progress, so diligent. Let's see who can complete the same training volume as Nawaki faster. All right. A few days later, the graduation assessment at Konoha Academy began. Compared to the Chunin exams, the graduation assessment was much simpler. First, there was a theoretical knowledge test. Despite studying for a full 6 years, Nawaki only managed to pass by the skin of his teeth. Next was the assessment of the 3 basic jutsus. Basically, if you could perform them, you passed. Nawaki and Kushina both passed smoothly. Finally, there was the practical assessment, where a Jonin instructor led 10 Chunin to evaluate the candidates. Tatsuma and Minato were among these 10 Chunin, and the assessment took place directly on the Academy's training ground. After all, a group of students who hadn't graduated yet couldn't cause too much destruction, right? The candidates drew their assessment numbers on the spot, with no possibility of collusion. Nawaki's 6th grade class was the first group to undergo testing. Having trained with Minato and Tatsuma for a year and then with Dewey for another year, Nawaki's combat abilities were beyond doubt. In fact, One of the Chunin evaluating him underestimated him and got kicked by Nawaki, causing a delay before the next candidate was arranged. The candidates Tatsuma and Minato encountered weren't as extreme. In fact, a few of them underestimated the two young examiners because of their age. However, Tatsuma unleashed a series of blows, and Minato also demonstrated his strength to a certain extent. Most of the 6th grade candidates received a B grade evaluation, with a small portion failing to meet the standard and receiving a C grade. There weren't many outstanding graduates who received an A grade, as many of the outstanding ones had applied for early graduation. However, Nawaki, the only one advised by Tatsuma to stay in the academy and not graduate early, achieved the only S grade evaluation in the 6th grade with an overwhelming advantage. The Chunin examiners were injured by him. If it were a real fight, Nawaki would have knocked them out long ago. What else could they do but give him an S grade? Even though the Chunin examiners underestimated him and didn't use highly destructive ninjutsu, Nawaki's combat level surpassed that of a genin, which was beyond doubt. After all, only a very small number of genin can use highly destructive ninjutsu. At this stage, taijutsu and ninja tool throwing are often the key factors. Next came the assessment of the 5th grade students. There were fewer B grades, more C grades, and a few A grades, but no students received an S grade evaluation. Following that, it was the assessment of the 4th grade students, who could be described as a hidden talent pool, especially since they didn't follow the usual rules. For example, there was Hyuga Sento. He was assigned to the examination room next to Tatsuma's. Tatsuma observed his performance, a Hyuga ninja full of passion and youth, charging at the examiners with great enthusiasm, and then his gentle fist strikes landed lightly but had a profound impact on the examiners. The stark contrast made it difficult for the examiners to adapt. Before they knew it, their chakra pathways were sealed by the gentle fist, and he ended up receiving an S grade evaluation. Tatsuma and Minato also encountered two individuals whom Tatsuma vaguely remembered, but they weren't from the elite class. "Hello, Sakamoto-senpai, I'm Yakushi no. Please take care of me." Looking at the soft and gentle girl in front of him, Tatsuma was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to be in the same grade as this wandering Miko. After he regained his composure, he smiled and said, "No need to call me senpai, we're in the same grade." Yakushi no timidly nodded, then looked somewhat bewildered at Tatsuma, who had already put on his Chunin vest. She seemed to have trouble understanding why Tatsuma, who was in the same grade as her, would be her examiner. But soon, she snapped out of it, took out a kunai, and assumed a very standard combat stance. Tatsuma nodded, ready to begin, but glanced at Minato's situation on the side. In front of Minato was also a pineapple head, but it wasn't Shikaku, it was. "My name is Nara Suzaku. Can we start?" Listening to that lazy voice, Tatsuma also remembered this person. Although he was a minor character, he was a Nara clan jonin who appeared in the 4th Shinobi War. Withdrawing his gaze, Tatsuma looked at Yakushi no in front of him and said, "Let's begin. Please forgive me, classmate Sakamoto." Chapter 142, Tenko's Cute Cousin. Watching Nono rushing towards him, Tatsuma didn't underestimate her. Although judging from Nono's speed, her level wouldn't be too high, her performance was the most standard Tatsuma had seen today. "You are definitely one of the most outstanding students of this year, and even the biggest gem of our class," Tatsuma praised generously. However, Nono's expression didn't change at all upon hearing Tatsuma's praise, nor did her movements falter or accelerate, remaining stable as ever. Tatsuma easily dodged Nono's attacks while observing her performance, checking if she exhibited any signs of frustration due to prolonged inability to make a breakthrough. Nono's emotions remained stable throughout, which made Tatsuma couldn't help but admire. Truly worthy of being a ninja, valued even by Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world, this mindset surpassed that of many other ninjas. Especially at this age, facing crucial moments in life like graduation assessments, most people's mindsets will inevitably be affected. However, those who can maintain control are definitely those with strong resilience. Ding! Finally, Tatsuma also drew out a kunai to block Nono's attack. Although it was only one attack that got blocked, a hint of delight flashed in Nono's eyes, quickly subdued. For Nono, Tatsuma's block was undoubtedly positive reinforcement, which was Tatsuma's intention to make Nono feel that her attacks could no longer give Tatsuma an easy time. In such a situation, most people would capitalize on the momentum, but Nono had good control over her emotions. After being aggressive for one round, she immediately reverted to her previous rhythm. Seeing this, Tatsuma no longer approached, but instead, distanced himself. With his speed, he instantly moved 10 meters away from Nono. Nono also swiftly drew out a shuriken and threw it towards Tatsuma. Ninja tool throwing is also very proficient. It seems you've practiced a lot. Catching several shuriken that were no longer sharp, Tatsuma nodded satisfactorily. He probably understood Nono's level by now. As for the 3 basic jutsus, they were not very suitable for the current situation. If examinees dared to use them, Tatsuma would definitely give them low scores. Just a moment ago, there was someone who directly used the transformation jutsu to transform into the leading jonin, trying to deceive a chunin by saying that he didn't need to take the exam and would pass directly. However, he was instantly recognized because he didn't know the leading jonin's habitual actions. The clone jutsus, especially the shadow clone variant, coupled with a one-on-one situation, made it difficult for examiners to distinguish between the original and the clone. As for the substitution jutsu, it goes without saying. This technique focuses on speed. Usually used for testing and gathering opponent information when the level is higher than the opponent. Being proficient in the substitution jutsu at the same level at least surpasses the opponent in combat awareness. Those who dare to use the substitution jutsu in combat are just showing off their skills, but now it's obviously not the stage for Chunin to show off. If any examinees use these 3 techniques indiscriminately, it will only expose that they are not good at practical combat, thus only resulting in deductions. As for other ninjutsu, Tatsuma did see other examinees use them, but he didn't think Nono could pull off any other offensive ninjutsu. After all, the academy doesn't teach them. Unless Nono had already made contact with the Umbu at this time, she wouldn't be able to learn offensive ninjutsu. Even if she had made contact and learned them, as long as Nono had a bit of sense, she wouldn't use them. So, the test was pretty much over at this point. Body flicker appeared behind Nono. Tatsuma's left hand pulled Nono's right hand holding the kunai and pressed it against her waist, while his right hand rested on Nono's left shoulder, with the kunai in his hand pointing towards Nono's throat. "Nono, it's over." Ding! Upon hearing this, Nono, who had been holding her breath since Tatsuma caught her, finally relaxed. After Tatsuma released her hand, she returned to her soft and gentle demeanor, losing the aura of a ninja she had just displayed. It must be said that in Nono's current state, probably no one would think she was a ninja. It's no wonder she could become a top spy operating between countries. Perhaps her true nature was the best camouflage. After Nono left, Tatsuma took out his notebook and gave Nono a B grade. Although Nono's attitude, focus, and mastery of knowledge were the best he had seen today, he was assessing combat ability. No matter how precise the moves were, if there was no harm inflicted, then there was no harm inflicted. Giving Nono a B grade at this stage was entirely correct. However, if Nono's attitude and talent could be nurtured, her growth would be rapid. This was also why Tatsuma considered her one of the most outstanding candidates. After all, excellence isn't just about physical strength. For example, a certain red-haired, round-faced girl, at her current level, Tatsuma would give her an S grade. But he wouldn't consider Kushina as an excellent student or ninja at her current level. The criteria for evaluation are different. Just as Tatsuma was musing to himself, another examinee entered the arena. Tatsuma didn't even look up, simply asking, "Name?" Not receiving a response, Tatsuma furrowed his brow and looked up, only to see Uchiha Tenko's haughty demeanor. Tatsuma repeated, "What's your name?" "You forgot?" Uchiha Tenko said discontentedly and somewhat aggrieved. Tatsuma's forehead vein throbbed. He tapped his notebook and said, "Protocol." Do you understand protocol? Oh, did you really not forget? If you didn't forget, I'll tell you. My name is Uchiha Tenko. Seeing Uchiha Tenko's doubtful gaze, Tatsuma's face was filled with black lines. He put away his notebook and asked, "What rating do you want?" "Humph. I'm from the Uchiha clan, so I'll definitely get an S grade." Uchiha Tenko's tone remained arrogant. Tatsuma nodded and said, "S grade, huh? Just last 3 minutes. Wait, isn't it the examinee who acts, and the examiner observes?" Uchiha Tenko looked puzzled, but Tatsuma had already acted. For such a wayward child, the best approach was firm discipline, but unfortunately, Tatsuma didn't have a stick, so he resorted to using his bare hands. 3 minutes later, as the exercise concluded, Tatsuma looked relieved. He took out his notebook and gave Uchiha Tenko an S-grade evaluation. Uchiha Tenko, on the other hand, had completely shed his earlier arrogance and now wore a friendly expression on his swollen face. "Your ability to withstand hits has improved a lot, huh? And you even managed to dodge several of my attacks," Tatsuma said, somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that Uchiha Tenko wouldn't last 3 minutes, but he had indeed persevered. Originally intending to give an A grade, Tatsuma ended up giving the promised S grade. Uchiha Tenko rubbed his face and complained, "Do you think Sento, that jerk, practiced with just anyone? Not to brag, but 6 out of 10 times, I'm the one who's beating Sento. What about the other 4 times? Obviously, I'm the one being beaten." Uchiha Tenko's straightforward words surprised Tatsuma. Had Uchiha Tenko become this frank? Wasn't he always quite haughty? "Let's go, don't bother me while I'm on a mission," Tatsuma said bluntly, waving his hand to signal Uchiha Tenko to leave. Uchiha Tenko nodded, turned around, and before leaving, he said, "Let's get together tomorrow. I'm probably heading to the battlefield in the north with my family, and Sento should be going to the land of rain. Not sure if we'll meet again. Bring Minato along." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll talk to Minato later. Once you're sure about the place, let us know. But Minato might invite Kushina, is that fine?" "Yeah, I've already invited Kushina too. Hee hee, I'll also bring my cousin along. His parents are heading to the north, so they probably won't be back for his first meal ceremony. I'll probably leave soon too, so I'll take him out for a feast in advance." "You have a cousin too?" "Yeah, Uchiha Bido. Nice name, right? And he's adorable." Uchiha Tenko squeezed out a smile on his swollen face. Upon hearing the name, Tatsuma was momentarily stunned. Without waiting for Tatsuma's response, Uchiha Tenko left the examination room. The subsequent assessments went smoothly, and Tatsuma also encountered several classmates, but he didn't run into Kushina. Nevertheless, Kushina still successfully received an S rating because she knocked out the Chunin examiner during the assessment. After completing the assessments, on the way to report to the Hokage Tower, Tatsuma mentioned the gathering to Minato. Minato didn't object, but he seemed hesitant, wanting to ask something. Tatsuma knew what he wanted to ask without him having to say it. After all, Minato had been contemplating celebrating with Kushina after her graduation for several days now, and Tatsuma had already asked Uchiha Tenko beforehand. Initially torn between Tatsuma's advice not to bring uninvited guests and unsure whether to ask, Minato, upon hearing that Tatsuma had already inquired and that Kushina was aware of the gathering, readily agreed. The next day, Tatsuma and Minato arrived at the agreed-upon location as planned, a barbecue joint. Tatsuma had only been here twice before, once when Jiraiya treated them after their first mission and the other time on the day he became Jiraiya's disciple. It was expensive here, but considering the Uchiha clan had a whole commercial street, it seemed they could afford it. Tatsuma and Minato weren't early arrivals, although not late, there were already many people who had arrived before them. Compared to yesterday, these classmates all had forehead protectors on their heads. And it wasn't just classmates, even Nawaki was there, along with several underclassmen who didn't have forehead protectors. Tatsuma speculated that this gathering was actually a gathering of the student creative group. These underclassmen were probably successors, while the small Uchiha Bito, brought by Uchiha Tenko, became the plaything at the party, being teased by everyone in turn. The Ino Shikacho trio practically came together, with Akimichi Choza carrying both Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi over. After all, where there's meat, the Akimichi family is never absent. Inoichi, who reluctantly joined the banquet, also introduced the new responsible individuals to Tatsuma and Minato. The new leader is the eldest son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who will later become Konohamaru's father, but for now, he's just a little kid with a funny head. After the introductions, Shikaku gave Tatsuma a meaningful look, and Tatsuma finally understood why Nawaki said the student creative group plan faced obstacles but then suddenly became smooth again. It turns out they were just dividing the cake. However, this had nothing to do with Tatsuma since he wasn't involved, he was just one of the founders. The subsequent gathering was a bit boring for Tatsuma. After all, watching a group of 10-year-olds talk about the future and reflect on life felt somewhat out of place. It gave him the feeling of elementary school graduates saying things like, "We all have dreams, let's excel in our own ways" at a farewell banquet. The day after the banquet, Tatsuma went to bid farewell to Uchiha Tenko. He and other clan members graduating at the same time would be taken to the north. Uchiha Tenko had a swollen face, not from the beating Tatsuma gave him during the graduation assessment, but because he had returned home too late last night and received a thrashing from his grandmother. If Uchiha Tenko were alone, spending the night outside probably wouldn't matter to him, but he definitely shouldn't have brought Uchiha Bito along. On the same day, Orochimaru and Tsunade returned from the front lines in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya stayed behind to monitor the entire front line by himself. Orochimaru and Tsunade returned with a simple purpose, to take the promoted Chunin and newly graduated Jinin to the front lines. Tatsuma and Minato also received the second mission, to assist Orochimaru and Tsunade in escorting the Jinin to the front lines, and then to integrate into the army and participate in the battle. Chapter 143, Nawaki's Death Wish. Their clothes are really cool. After I become a Chunin, I want to get a set too. In the Land of Fire, within a dense forest, a team on their way to the Land of Rain stopped here. Nawaki looked at a group of Chunin wearing Konoha vests, envy written all over his face. Orochimaru chuckled and ruffled his disciple's head. Orochimaru was very fond of Nawaki, after all, he had watched him grow up. If it weren't for his lack of talent, Orochimaru would have wanted to impart all his knowledge and abilities to him. Nawaki's lack of talent had always been a regret for Orochimaru, but this had improved somewhat in the past year or two. Perhaps it was because he was growing up, or perhaps it was due to his close association with talented individuals. Nawaki's talent seemed to be gradually emerging. Although Nawaki's talents were different from Orochimaru's in ninjutsu and scientific research, it seemed that Nawaki's talents were more inclined towards taijutsu. But having talent in any aspect was always a good thing. Orochimaru looked at Nawaki, who was examining the necklace given to him by Tsunade, and said, "Work hard, and you'll soon become a Chunin too." "Yeah. Then starting now, while we're resting, I'll do 3,000 push-ups first. If I can't finish, then I'll do 5,000 squats." Upon hearing his sensei's encouragement, Nawaki clenched his fist, determination written all over his face. Orochimaru's warm smile froze for a moment, then he said, "That's not the only way to work hard. Accumulating knowledge is also a form of effort. Look at Tatsuma and Minato, they know how to seize every moment to accumulate knowledge and improve themselves." As he spoke, Orochimaru pointed to the two individuals reading scrolls in the trees, simultaneously acting as sensory ninja to scout the surroundings. Nawaki scratched his head and said, "But I can't understand what they're reading. Isn't it just some advanced content about chakra attributes and nature transformation? What's so hard to understand?" Orochimaru wanted to roar at his disciple, but, oh well, if scolding could make Nawaki smarter, then with Tsunade as his sister, Nawaki should be the smartest person in the world. Reminding himself not to become an irresponsible sensei like Tsunade, Orochimaru felt his mood calm down considerably. He regained his smile and said to Nawaki, "No one understands everything from the start. Tatsuma and Minato learned step by step to get where they are today. They're only 10 years old and already studying Jonin level material. You need to work hard to keep up." Taking Orochimaru's teaching seriously, Nawaki nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the genin in the distance were somewhat astonished. After all, Tatsuma and Minato were younger than most of them. The youngest among them were only the same age as the two. They had just graduated as genin, and yet, as their juniors or classmates, the two had already been promoted to Chunin and were even starting to study Jonin level material. Wasn't this too discouraging? Seriously, they're already as strong as monsters, yet they're still working so hard. Are they not leaving any room for us average ninja with no extraordinary talent? Yamanaka Inoichi gritted his teeth, his hand pulling out grass with increasing force. He was already exhausted from the recent intensive training to prepare for the graduation exam, and now he found out that his classmates had quietly enrolled in Jonin courses. Training, huh? It sure is troublesome. Narashikaku, who had been covered in bits of grass and flowers thrown by Inoichi, showed no sign of annoyance. He didn't envy or resent Tatsuma and his companion's excellence. After all, his ambition wasn't to become a powerful ninja. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza poked Inoichi in the ribs and then pointed to a nearby fallen, dry tree, asking, "Inoichi, do you think there might be mushrooms over there?" Understanding Choza's implication, Inoichi replied, "Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. We can't light a fire until we reach the camp. We'll have to make do with military rations, pills, or dry rations." Hearing this, Choza's expression soured. He had already been eating military rations pills for 2 whole days. It was the first time in his life he had gone without a proper meal for so long. Indeed, war was truly detestable. Hyuga Sento had quietly taken off the cumbersome clothes of the Hyuga clan, revealing a tight green bodysuit underneath. He then hid behind a large tree and began doing handstand push-ups. "Kuramaru, eat more. Grow up quickly. Have some more, take another bite." While covering one of the black dog's eyes with her hand, Inazuka-tsum pinched the cheeks of the dog's mouth. The dog instinctively opened its mouth, and Inazuka-tsum took this opportunity to stuff more and more dog food into its mouth. A member of the Aburame clan, with lightning speed, also shoved a military rations pill into his mouth. Despite his insects being at saturation point, he still hoped they would perform well. Orochimaru observed the children around him. This was the task his sensei had assigned him. Along the way, he continuously used Tatsuma and Minato to stimulate others, urging them to strive harder. After resting for a while, Tsunade finished teaching a class to some young ninjas interested in medical ninjutsu before announcing their departure. Tatsuma and Minato, perched in the trees, swiftly rolled up their scrolls and took the lead in the formation. When it comes to utilizing sensory abilities, there's no one in the team better than these two. Even Orochimaru, despite his current abilities, lacks more methods. After all, he's just a young snake now, not the later terrifying ninja. The route from Konoha to the front lines isn't easy. Compared to the first time Tatsuma followed the team, there are more disturbances. After all, with villages scattered throughout the Land of Fire and focusing on 3 battlefields, there's some chaos within the Land of Fire itself. Outlying village ninjas, wandering ninjas, and some bandits and pirates have begun causing trouble. However, whether it's Orochimaru, Tsunade, Tatsuma, or Minato, none of them have intervened. They've left these rare opportunities to others, especially to those Chunin who will soon be on the battlefield. This group of teams will first stop at the camp in the battlefield of Wind and Fire, complete personnel allocation. The Chunin brought along are needed for the battlefield, while the Genin are not. The Genin's task isn't on the battlefield, or to be more precise, it's not on the front lines. With their abilities, it's also difficult for them to be effective on the front lines. A large amount of logistics, communication, and paperwork require manpower to handle. Although Genin may lack in abilities, their numbers can make up for it, allowing more capable ninja to be freed up to participate in the frontline battle. However, there are exceptions. Upon reaching the camp at the Wind and Fire battlefield, Nawaki suddenly said to Orochimaru, "Sensei, I want to go to the battlefield. Can you take me with you?" Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were organizing the list of support ninjas and some of the supplies brought along, were taken aback by his words. Tatsuma and Minato also stopped what they were doing and looked at Nawaki. Feeling a bit embarrassed under the sudden scrutiny, Nawaki scratched his head and continued, What I mean is, I can't help much with logistics work, but my taijutsu is very strong. It should be more useful on the battlefield. After all, I came here to fight for Konoha. If I just stay behind and can't contribute, it wouldn't be very useful. It would be better not to come at all. After hearing Nawaki's explanation, Orochimaru didn't respond but instead looked at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned, watching Nawaki scratching his head with a silly smile on his face. This demeanor reminded her so much of her grandfather. Tsunade's mouth twitched a few times, as if she wanted to speak, but looking at her own brother, she couldn't bring herself to say what she wanted. Instead, she glared fiercely at Orochimaru and said, "He's your disciple. He wants to go to the battlefield. What are you looking at me for?" Orochimaru didn't get angry at Tsunade's sharp tone, he simply responded calmly, "If it were me, I would agree to let him go to the battlefield, just like you agreed to let your disciple go." Upon hearing his sensei's words, Nawaki's eyes lit up, showing a face full of anticipation. Tsunade clenched her fist and said, "But the rain ninja in the rainforest are too dangerous. I haven't even agreed to let Tatsuma go to the battlefield immediately. In that case, I'll stay here for a while, help Nawaki adapt to the battlefield. You and Jiraiya should be able to hold out for a while, right?" Orochimaru furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Indeed, the Rain Ninja's advantage in the rainforest was significant, and facing Rain Ninja who were skilled in using poisons and traps, Nawaki's taijutsu, which he excelled in, would find it difficult to be effective. However, if they only stayed on the battlefields of the Wind and Fire countries, things would be more manageable. After all, the ninjas from the Land of Wind wouldn't be able to adapt to jungle warfare. This is not something that can change within a year. Perhaps elders like Chio could adapt in a very short time, or even if they couldn't adapt, it wouldn't affect their strength too much. But grassroots ninjas couldn't because their chakra attributes wouldn't allow it. The reason the 5 great nations use the 5 chakra attributes as names is because different geographical environments will gradually change the genes of the majority of the population over a long period of time. Although the Land of Fire has produced many geniuses with multiple attributes or even all 5 attributes, if you were to conduct a survey, fire chakra attributes would undoubtedly be the most common. Most ninjas from the Land of Fire have fire chakra attributes. The same goes for the Land of Wind. Ninjas who practice wind release would encounter many obstacles in the rainforest, reducing the power of their ninjutsu. Additionally, the moist, sticky air would increase the difficulty of controlling the surrounding air and wind for them. Furthermore, with the constant turnover of ninjas on the battlefield, ninjas may not even have time to adapt to the environment of the Land of Rain before they are killed or critically injured and forced out of the battlefield, requiring the new ninjas to readjust. As for the advantage of Konoha ninjas in the Land of Rain, it's only in their adaptation to jungle warfare. In terms of chakra attributes, they don't hold an advantage. This is also why the Land of Rain can engage in 3 front battles simultaneously without being defeated. Because they are familiar with the terrain here, their chakra attributes, ninjutsu, and combat methods are all intricately linked to this land. Therefore, Rain Ninjas in the Land of Rain give Konoha more trouble than the Sand Ninjas, who are from a major nation. Upon hearing Orochimaru's proposed solution, Tsunade's eyebrows slightly relaxed. Currently, Konoha's fight against the Rain Ninjas still follows a conservative strategy, with only Jiraiya able to hold out for a while on his own. With her and Jiraiya together, there shouldn't be any problem. Perhaps they couldn't achieve any significant advancement, but there was no problem in maintaining the current situation. However, Tsunade's eyebrows, which had finally relaxed, furrowed once again. She continued, saying, "But, the one in command here is that guy, Shimura Danzo. What about me?" At that moment, a deep, powerful voice came from outside. Chapter 144, Danzo's Interest. With the sound, a figure walked into the camp, the commander here, Shimura Danzo. Tatsuma and Minato hurriedly saluted. They didn't have the strength or status to show off. Tatsuma had seen him not for the first time, but for the second time. Last time they only had a brief encounter, without the opportunity to get to know each other deeply. Of course, even if given the chance to Tatsuma, he wouldn't want it. After all, whether it's the original work or various derivative works, there is no positive portrayal of this dark figure in the ninja world, the root of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Perhaps at this time, Shimura Danzo is like Orochimaru, not yet on the path of corruption, or rather not yet on the path of complete corruption, but Tatsuma still doesn't want to get involved. Including Orochimaru, it's also because of Tsunade and Nawaki Sake that he has had multiple encounters with Orochimaru. Even after so long, Tatsuma still has some bias against Orochimaru. After Danzo stepped into the tent and looked at various scrolls piled on the side containing supplies, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he glanced at the child who he found pleasing to the eye. Having lived for over 40 years, Danzo never liked children, including the kid from his good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen's family. Too noisy and foolish. He heard that during his mission this time, Sarutobi that guy added one more. Including Sakumo Hatake, who was once praised by countless people, and Orochimaru. When these people were young, Danzo still found them irritating, too noisy, and lacking any sense of propriety. But only this curly-haired child was different, especially in this second encounter. The last time he found him pleasing, Danzo thought it was his imagination or some strange idea due to lack of oxygen while traveling. But this second glance, he was still so pleasing, no, even more pleasing. This made Danzo couldn't help but recall Orochimaru's previous evaluation of this child, good kid. As for Orochimaru's simultaneous evaluation of the two people, there was also a golden-haired little devil. With a fake smile on his face, he looked like one of those disgusting people like Sarutobi. After Danzo's gaze lingered on Minato for a second, his eyes returned to Tatsuma. Although he was far on the front lines, he used his connections to gather some news about the village. There were rumors that this young man had a blood relationship with his sensei, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Initially, when Danzo heard this news, he thought it was nonsense or some trickery by Sarutobi or Orochimaru. To actually let a child fall into the center of public opinion, only that guy Sarutobi could do it. Disgusting. However, upon closer inspection, Danzo actually had a feeling that it might not be impossible, and even thought, no wonder this boy is so pleasing. And it's not impossible. This kid is a war orphan. His parents and his name were found in the village that saved him. As for the origin of his parents, it's unclear, only known that they were residents of the Land of Fire. In this day and age, although it's much better than the Warring States period, tracing ancestry is still extremely difficult. It's already challenging to find out about the previous generation, let alone trying to go back 2 generations or even further. It's almost impossible. As Danzo carefully scrutinized the pleasing young man, Tsunade couldn't help herself. She disliked the way Danzo was examining her disciple and stepped in between them, saying disapprovingly, "If it weren't for your insistence on dragging the battlefield into the Land of Rain, the situation of the war wouldn't have escalated like this. How can I trust you to keep Nawaki safe here?" Humph. Blocked from his view, Danzo snorted discontentedly, then lifted his head to look at Tsunade, saying, "Everything I've done has been for the village. After entering the Land of Rain, our Konoha has almost always been victorious in battles against the Sand Ninja. If it weren't for my decisions, how many Konoha ninjas would have died at the hands of the Sand? Do you know? Furthermore, as for the escalation of the war, that's Hanzo's doing. What does it have to do with me?" Hearing Danzo's self-righteous words, Tsunade furrowed her brows and retorted, "Why did Hanzo declare war? Others might not know the reason, but do you think I don't know? If it weren't for your orders prioritizing war, even if it meant targeting civilians in the Land of Rain, if Hanzo hadn't known about this, perhaps the negotiations could have continued." Civilians? That's just Hanzo's word against ours. War has already broken out. If they were truly civilians, why didn't they flee? Perhaps they were left behind by the Land of Rain to spy. Who knows? Danzo's unreasonable words made Tsunade grind her teeth in anger. Minato and Tatsuma exchanged glances, both detecting some surprise. After all, they hadn't experienced this kind of news before. Although they knew about the progress of the negotiations, they didn't know the detailed reasons for Danzo's disruption. They only heard about the end of the talks and Hanzo's declaration of war from the village. During the subsequent meetings of the village elders and numerous Chunin, the two of them didn't have the qualifications to participate. They never imagined that the real reason Hanzo disrupted the talks was because Danzo targeted the civilians of the Land of Rain. After expressing their emotions, Tatsuma suddenly thought of Nagato. He remembered that Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, which fueled Nagato's hatred towards Konoha and the major nations. Indeed, will this blood still end up on Shimura Danzo? At this moment, Nawaki also had his mouth wide open, seemingly unable to understand why the topic shifted from whether he could go to the battlefield to why the war escalated into such confidential matters. Orochimaru, looking at the two who were clearly angry, said, "Tsunade, some things are better left unsaid. Danzo-sama's past actions are no longer relevant. If Nawaki wants to gain experience on the battlefield now, then undoubtedly, this is the best place. Danzo-sama, I also hope you can understand Tsunade's emotions. After all, the village has invested a lot because of the war." With that said, Orochimaru closed his mouth. Danzo didn't need to hear the rest. If he said it, Tsunade would get angry. Tsunade denies having any clan because there's no longer a Senju clan in Konoha, but those people still have blood ties with Tsunade. Tsunade says she doesn't care, but Orochimaru knows what Tsunade truly thinks. With Orochimaru's intervention, Tsunade and Danzo both nodded, their expressions easing. Then Danzo looked at the scrolls containing sealed supplies and said, "These supplies, along with the new reinforcements, I'll take 70%. Impossible." In an instant, Tsunade's eyebrows shot up again as she said, "The village's allocation is already half for each battlefield. Besides, when deep in the heart of the Land of Rain, resupplying is even more difficult. How could we give you more supplies? As for manpower, we are already in emergency formation with far fewer numbers than yours. We need more reinforcements at this moment. Your front is just defending conservatively, with no need for aggression. But my front, we're constantly engaging with the Sand Ninja and facing continuous harassment from the Rain Ninja. The consumption of supplies far exceeds what's needed on your battlefield. Compared to your lack of achievements, we're close to breaking down the Hidden Sand Village. It's only right that we receive more supplies and allocate more manpower to achieve a short-term victory, break free from the entanglement of the Hidden Sand Village, and then work together with you to defeat the Land of Rain forces." Danzo also argued on logical grounds. If it weren't for considering Sarutobi's face, he even wanted to keep all the supplies and reinforcements on his side. In his opinion, wouldn't it be better to defeat the Hidden Sand Village early and then join forces to overthrow the Land of Rain? But that guy Sarutobi kept emphasizing not to engage in large-scale conflicts with the Rain Ninja to preserve the emotional basis for the second round of negotiations. Therefore, the teams sent out to engage in direct combat with the Rain Ninja have always adopted a conservative strategy. Simply put, when the Rain Ninja attack, Konoha defends. After the attack, they still have to go over and ask, "Are you calm now? If you are, let's talk again." Fortunately, that battlefield is under the responsibility of Jiraiya and the others, not Shimura Danzo, otherwise Danzo would probably have some reservations about his role outside. Seeing the two about to argue again, Orochimaru quickly intervened, saying, "Danzo-sama, the supplies are to be evenly distributed. This is the village's order, and Sensei has informed the front line in advance. You shouldn't oppose it at this time." Orochimaru couldn't favor Danzo. Even though he might need to stay on this battlefield for a while later, possibly for Nawaki, he still needed to return to the battlefield where Jiraiya, Tsunade, and they were stationed. These supplies will be his bargaining chips for fighting against the Rain Ninja. How could he possibly give them to Danzo? If Danzo were sensible, he would voluntarily take fewer resources, considering that Orochimaru would also join this battlefield as a Konoha reinforcement. Listening to Orochimaru bring up Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo didn't say anything further. He just remained with a dark expression. If it weren't for Sarutobi being absent, Danzo would surely have said to his face, "Sarutobi, you're too weak." However, it seemed that such conversations always ended up with him losing face. Thinking about this, Danzo felt even more frustrated. Damn it, he had also decided to speak up initially, but that guy Sarutobi beat him to it. Opportunistic bastard. Finally managing to suppress his anger, Danzo continued, "Then I want more ninja tools, explosive tags, and poison mist smoke bombs. At the same time, I also want more ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu. As for armor, leave it to you. I don't need such weak supplies." Although it's still not the allocation quota set by the village, for Danzo, this is already a kind of concession. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged glances, and in the end, Tsunade nodded. Indeed, she and Jiraiya didn't need too many resources for offense. Moreover, with Tsunade as a medical ninja, along with her disciples, they didn't need other medical ninjas. Orochimaru then looked at Danzo and nodded, saying, as Danzo-sama said, "I will." "Wait!" Suddenly, Danzo waved his hand. Just when Orochimaru and Tsunade thought he was up to something, Danzo, to their expectations, pointed behind Tsunade and said, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, I need him to stay with me." Tatsuma. Chapter 145, Confrontation. Bam! Impossible. Tsunade smashed a table with her fist, causing the scrolls that Tatsuma and Minato had painstakingly arranged to scatter all over the floor. However, neither of them dared to voice their dissatisfaction at seeing their labor ruined. Glaring angrily at Danzo, Tsunade exclaimed, "You prioritize resources, you pre-select reinforcements, I can accept all of that. But taking Tatsuma away, what about the wounded on the other side of the battlefield? Do you expect me to handle it alone?" Danzo insisted on having the ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade could tolerate this, considering that with her and Tatsuma together, they could compensate for the absence of quite a few medical ninjas. But taking Tatsuma away as well? Unless Tsunade decided not to go to the battlefield anymore and instead focused solely on staying in the medical camp, there wouldn't be enough time to save the wounded. Moreover, Tsunade didn't want Tatsuma to remain under Danzo's control. Forget about Tatsuma, even if the objectives and purposes on both sides of the battlefield were not different, she wouldn't want Nawaki to stay on this side. Ignoring Tsunade's anger, Danzo slightly adjusted his position to ensure he could see Tatsuma. He said, "All your words are futile. Isn't the most important thing one's own opinion? Sakamoto Tatsuma, are you willing to stay and serve the village?" As soon as these words were spoken, even Orochimaru's expression darkened. Danzo actually set a trap for a child. Tatsuma would find it difficult to answer this question. If he answered willing, it meant he had to stay, contradicting Tsunade's wishes as his sensei. If he answered unwilling, who would dare to answer in such a manner? Even Tatsuma, a child, faced with this question, wouldn't easily answer unwilling. This question would be daunting even for someone who had roamed the ninja world for decades. In fact, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had asked this question to Shimura Danzo, even Danzo would grit his teeth and accept, because answering unwilling would mean both his reputation and integrity were at stake. Nawaki looked utterly perplexed, not grasping the intricacies of the situation. Minato furrowed his brow. Although he couldn't immediately discern the underlying significance of the question, he sensed that something was amiss. As for Tatsuma, he wasn't truly a child, at least not in spirit. Upon hearing the question, his heart sank. Tatsuma felt that if there were an achievement system for his inner thoughts, it would undoubtedly display a message like "Achievement Unlocked," coveted by the Blame King. If we were to consider his inner desires alone, Tatsuma would certainly be entirely unwilling. However, sometimes circumstances constrain one's actions, and it's not as simple as when the heart doesn't will, the body cannot act. Especially as an ordinary person, the journey of life is about continuously shouldering burdens. When these burdens become too heavy, one might even lose the courage to look back at their ideals, let alone have control over their own destiny. Tatsuma knew he couldn't refuse to serve the village. But as he lifted his head, his face still bearing traces of innocence, he spoke with seriousness, "Of course, I am willing to serve the village." As soon as the words were spoken, Danzo smiled, Tsunade's gaze dimmed, and even Orochimaru slightly lowered his head. Compromise, a scenario experienced by countless individuals, and Orochimaru was no exception. However, having experienced compromise himself and knowing its pain, Orochimaru was particularly eager to see someone make a new attempt to make everything different from the old ways. But it seemed that Tatsuma couldn't achieve that either. Just as Orochimaru felt somewhat nostalgic and Danzo was immensely pleased, Tatsuma, with utmost seriousness, said, "Serving the village doesn't just mean staying here, isn't that right, Danzo-sama?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her eyes regaining their luster. Orochimaru also slowly lifted his head, gazing at Danzo, whose expression suddenly darkened. For some reason, Orochimaru felt like laughing. "Are you unwilling to follow me and contribute to the village's victory? Is Danzo-sama unwilling to let me follow my sensei and help save more comrades for the village?" Tatsuma indeed couldn't refuse, he couldn't utter the words of refusal. But Danzo couldn't either, unless he had gone mad, daring to say that going to Jiraiya's battlefield wasn't serving the village. Upon hearing Tatsuma respond with his own rhetoric, Danzo's expression darkened completely. However, for some reason, he didn't feel much anger inside, at least not the kind of indignation he felt when talking with Tsunade about no one understanding his wholehearted devotion to the village. If you only want to follow your sensei and waste your own growth with petty antics, then so be it. In the end, it'll be you who regrets it. Danzo turned and left with a sweep of his sleeve. Unfortunately, there was no real door to the tent, otherwise, Tatsuma believed he would have slammed it shut forcefully. Sigh. As Danzo departed, the tension in the tent instantly eased. Nawaki and Minato, who had been afraid to breathe heavily, inexplicably showed expressions of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Tsunade turned around, gripping Tatsuma's cheeks with both hands, and exclaimed, "You scared me." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Feeling the pain in his cheeks, Tatsuma began to struggle. However, his strength, much superior to Minato's, was as feeble as a child's resistance under Tsunade's hands, allowing her to knead and flatten at will. After venting for a while, Tsunade finally let go. By then, Tatsuma's cheeks were slightly swollen, and his hair resembled a bird's nest. It was only then that Orochimaru spoke up, "Tatsuma, from now on, you must be cautious with your words and actions. Those lurking in the shadows will scrutinize your every move, and any mistake you make will be magnified 100-fold. Although Orochimaru's words were not explicit, he believed Tatsuma could understand. Tatsuma nodded in agreement. Tsunade, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned and remarked, "If Danzo dares to provoke me and Tatsuma, I'll dismantle his roots. Then you'll be called Root Dismantler from now on. I can't let you hog all the infamy." Tatsuma regretted his jest as soon as he said it, for he saw Tsunade's eyebrows furrow again. Just as he thought to dodge, he realized Tsunade's anger didn't seem directed at him. Chakra rapidly overflowed as Tatsuma sensed the surroundings with his sensory abilities. Two figures appeared nearby, and their chakra emitted a sense of disgust to Tatsuma. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures clad in ANBU attire emerged, with one of them stepping forward and saying, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, please hand over the list of support personnel for this mission." Simultaneously, Danzo-sama requests Tsunade and Tatsuma to go to the medical camp to treat the injured ninjas. Although the word "please" was used, there was no hint of respect in the ninja's tone. Orochimaru picked up the list, looked at the ninja before him, and said to Tatsuma, "Remember these people. They are the ones who will monitor your every move and word. Am I right?" After speaking, Orochimaru stared at the two ninjas, who nodded without hesitation, saying, "It's just to ensure the safety and order of the village." Tsunade frowned and said, "Tell Danzo that when we return to the village, Tatsuma will move to my grandfather's house. If Root dares to approach or investigate, they will be charged with illegally obtaining Konoha's secrets. I will convey the message to Danzo-sama. Now please hand over the list to me and then proceed to the medical camp to treat the wounded," the Root ninja said, still devoid of any emotional fluctuations, reaching out to Orochimaru. With a smile, Orochimaru handed the scroll to the Root ninja. Ugh! Thud! Suddenly, the Root ninja collapsed to the ground. Dark purple veins appeared on his exposed skin, resembling blood vessels of various sizes within the human body, akin to tree roots winding through the earth. Only then did Orochimaru speak. "Don't worry, Tsunade has developed the antidote. It's Chio number 7 antidote. You have 9 minutes left to detoxify. Let's go." Finally, the Root ninja's words showed emotional fluctuations. Enduring the pain caused by the poison, he picked up the fallen scroll. His companion made no move to assist him but simply opened the tent flap for him. After heaving a sigh of relief, a faint smile appeared on Tsunade's face. However, Orochimaru frowned and said, "The medical camp, Tsunade, that's where you are truly needed." After finally managing to smile, Tsunade's face once again showed a displeased expression. Seeing this, Tatsuma spoke up, "Sensei, I'll go by myself. I can accompany Tatsuma as well. Although not as skilled as Tatsuma, I should still be able to help to some extent," Minato, who had been silent for a while, said at this moment. He didn't understand why Tsunade and Orochimaru treated Danzo and this unknown Root member with such hostility, but he could sense that Danzo carried malicious intent. However, such emotions shouldn't be directed towards others. The ninjas at the medical camp needed treatment, and he wouldn't demand Tsunade to comply with Danzo's orders, but he could offer his own assistance. Upon hearing their words, Tsunade waved her hand and said, "The two of you won't be able to handle it. With so many critical patients accumulated over time, there must be many severe cases in the camp. Don't tarnish my reputation with your amateur skills. Leave the severe cases to me, I don't have time to deal with the others. Follow me." "Yes, sensei." "Yes, Tsunade-sensei." The two quickly followed, heading towards the medical camp. Before entering, Tsunade also adjusted her mood and put away her sour expression. Although Tsunade lagged far behind Tatsuma and Minato in terms of humanistic care for patients, she wouldn't let her emotions affect her medical work. After all, during the treatment process, a doctor must be the most emotionally stable one. When the patients in the medical camp spotted Tsunade with Tatsuma and Minato, they erupted into cheers. Tsunade's reputation in the village was very prominent, not just because she was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her medical ninjutsu had long been recognized by fellow villagers. Even the poison techniques favored by the Sand and Rain ninjas had been neutralized by Tsunade numerous times. In the field of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had surpassed veteran medical ninjas like Udatain Koharu and Sarutobi Biwako. Though Tatsuma and Minato's reputations weren't as prominent, they had been tirelessly working in the medical camp. Minato even brought hot meals to the patients, earning their love and gratitude. Although some of the newcomers in the camp weren't familiar with Tatsuma and Minato, after receiving explanations from their fellow patients, they too began to cheer. Without a smile on her face, Tsunade addressed Minato, "Minato, go check the severe patients' AD and send them over to me. Tatsuma, summon Katsuyu." "Yes, X2." Upon receiving their orders, they swiftly moved into action. Minato quickly examined the cases and transferred the critically ill patients, while Tatsuma began to form the seal of confrontation to gather chakra. Although he refined his chakra during every break to prevent accidents on the way, chakra dissipates with the body's metabolism and can't always be maintained at full capacity. Faced with so many patients, he needed to summon Katsuyu with all his strength, probably summoning the same Katsuyu whom often cooperated with Tsunade. Minato also realized this and, while transferring patients, cleared out a large enough space for Tatsuma. By the time Minato had moved the critically ill patients, Tatsuma had finally replenished his chakra enough to summon Katsuyu. Forming the 5 seals, Tatsuma slapped his hand onto the ground, and the sealing jutsu instantly unfolded on the surface. Boom! Is it Tatsuma-kun? Did you summon me because you need my help? A massive blue-white Katsuyu appeared, and Tatsuma, standing beneath her, took a few shallow breaths. He felt that Katsuyu had grown significantly in size, almost causing the summoning to fail. However, it's impolite to ask a lady about her weight. Tatsuma just caught his breath, pretending not to notice, and earnestly said to Katsuyu, "Yes, these patients need your help, Katsuyu-sama." "No problem." Chapter 146, Network Healing. Summoning out a Katsuyu like Tsunade's before reaching chakra saturation? Inside the command tent, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Shimura Danzo's face showed numerous expressions. Naturally, he knew about Tsunade's summoning beast and understood that summoning the special Katsuyu like Tsunade did wasn't an easy task. He just hadn't expected that Tatsuma, coming from a civilian background, could exhibit such chakra levels to summon a Katsuyu of that size. For a moment, Danzo recalled the blood samples he had Orochimaru research before. Orochimaru's research concluded that everything was normal, Tatsuma and Minato were just ordinary civilian descendants. Out of trust in Orochimaru's abilities, Danzo didn't have his own research team re-examine the matter. After all, he had already asked his research team before, but unfortunately, his team wasn't yet powerful enough to study blood traces and could only determine if someone was healthy through blood tests. But now, looking at it, Orochimaru's research couldn't be trusted either. It's just unclear whether Orochimaru deliberately provided him with incorrect research reports or if Tatsuma at the time truly hadn't yet revealed his talent. As Danzo pondered, his mind recalled that rumor, a talent that was similarly extraordinary, with a strong resemblance in both form and spirit, along with immense chakra. Danzo spoke up, "Have those remaining in the village investigate whether Sakamoto Tatsuma showed any changes during his several returns to the village, whether those around him reacted strangely to Tatsuma's presence, and look into whether Orochimaru has any new research." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The ANBU operative acknowledged the orders and swiftly departed. Danzo then glanced outside the door, murmuring softly, "I am the one who inherited Sensei's ninja way. If you truly have any connection to Sensei, then the one who should have you is me, not that weakling Sarutobi." Inside the medical camp, with the assistance of the split forms of Katsuyu, Tatsuma swiftly aided the injured in treating their wounds. With Katsuyu's chakra assistance, Tatsuma didn't need to worry about triggering secondary bleeding when excising necrotic flesh. He only needed to swiftly remove, clean, and suture the wounds. The chakra blade formed in his hand was extremely precise. As it passed over the patients' bodies, they could only feel their flesh being cut open, with almost no sensation of pain. After finishing the patients requiring surgical procedures, it was already late at night. Tatsuma didn't push himself and instead went to sleep. He returned to the medical camp the next day after having breakfast. The remaining cases were not easily resolved with surgery alone. Many patients had organs or bone marrow invaded by viruses. Tsunade's antidote could neutralize toxins in the bloodstream but couldn't counter those invading internal organs. However, antidotes were primarily designed for battlefield use. If there were medical ninjas present, such toxins weren't considered lethal. Previously, Tsunade alone had saved the lives of hundreds of heavily poisoned patients and developed various antidotes. Tatsuma couldn't replicate the latter part, but as for the patients before him, he believed he could handle them. As he sat on a vacant hospital bed in the medical camp, jotting down notes, Tsunade also arrived at the camp, intending to complete the work left unfinished from the previous day. Seeing that her disciple hadn't begun treatment but seemed to be devising a treatment plan, Tsunade became curious. She approached Tatsuma and asked, "Do you not know how to treat these people? Just the delicate illness extraction jutsu will suffice. It's just that the efficiency is too low. I only have 2 hands, yet there are 50 to 60 patients here. If I use the delicate illness extraction jutsu, it will take at least 3 to 4 days to resolve, Tatsuma replied. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded. If it were her, she wouldn't use the delicate illness extraction jutsu either. Instead, she would research targeted medicines for internal organs and bone marrow. However, Tatsuma hadn't learned about these aspects. Tsunade suddenly grew curious about how Tatsuma would handle the situation. She glanced at the notebook in Tatsuma's hand, seeing various techniques written on it. She furrowed her brow and said, "Are you sure? Can your chakra control and the manipulation of chakra forms really support this jutsu? Let's give it a try. If I can't handle 50 at once, then I'll try 10 at a time. If that's still too much, then I'll try 5 at a time," Tatsuma responded confidently. Tatsuma spoke as he closed the notebook in his hand. Despite having ninjutsu development, it was still very difficult for him to create a ninjutsu out of thin air. After all, his understanding of various ninjutsu was still limited, and his training in chakra nature transformation had not yet reached its peak. However, based on his existing knowledge of ninjutsu, summarizing and then innovating, making modifications and adjustments to some ninjutsu, was still achievable. Forming seals to refine chakra, this time Tatsuma refined chakra to a state where his body could fully contain it. Then, he performed the summoning jutsu with seals, and the enormous Katsuyu reappeared. "Are we continuing yesterday's treatment, Tatsuma-kun?" "Oh, Tsunade, you're here too," Katsuyu said with a hint of joy in her tone, as if she thoroughly enjoyed the process of treating patients. Tsunade also greeted Katsuyu, and Tatsuma nodded, continuing to refine chakra. After saturating his cells once again with chakra, he addressed Katsuyu, "Katsuyu-sama, I need to share all of your senses and utilize your body to perform ninjutsu." "Is it Tsunade's network healing jutsu?" Katsuyu asked. Tatsuma nodded and then shook his head, saying, "It's a variant of the delicate illness extraction jutsu. This is my chakra, please accept it." With that, Tatsuma formed seals, completing the practical application of the jutsu within his body. A faint yellow transparent chakra membrane appeared. Tatsuma reached out his hand and placed it on Katsuyu's body, while his chakra was continuously drawn out in that moment. Phew! With almost depleted chakra, Tatsuma halted the chakra transfer and said, "Katsuyu-sama, could you please split into double the number of patients here? Each patient will need assistance from 2 Katsuyu." "Alright, then my senses and chakra are yours," Katsuyu replied. With that, Katsuyu lowered her head, and her antennae lightly touched Tatsuma's forehead. Between Tatsuma and Katsuyu's foreheads, there appeared an additional strand of blue chakra. Suddenly, Tatsuma felt his vision and sense of touch becoming extraordinarily strange. However, this wasn't the first time he had shared senses with Katsuyu. They had attempted it during Tsunade's teaching sessions before, so by the time Katsuyu split and lay on the patients, Tatsuma had already adjusted. Quickly refining some chakra, Tatsuma closed his eyes. His vision didn't disappear because of the closed eyelids. Instead, hundreds of images appeared in his mind, like a security guard monitoring surveillance cameras in a control room. Taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Tatsuma's hands began to gently wave in the air, infusing the delicate illness extraction jutsu with chakra previously bestowed on Katsuyu into the patients' bodies. This caused some unconscious patients to instinctively resist. At this moment, Katsuyu's split bodies timely injected some chakra used for calming and anesthesia, pacifying them. Tsunade, who had originally intended to treat critically ill patients, didn't leave but stayed by Tatsuma's side. As an excellent medical ninja, Tsunade naturally understood what Tatsuma was doing at this moment. Performing such meticulous surgeries on over 50 ninjas simultaneously, truly insane, she thought to herself. Even Tsunade had to admit that Tatsuma's current idea was crazy. If one mistake occurred and the chakra used for treatment remained in the patient's bodies, it would instantly turn into lethal chakra. Individually, the delicate illness extraction jutsu wasn't difficult, at least Tsunade felt that way. After all, it wasn't as challenging to master as the mystical palm jutsu. However, simultaneously using it on 50 people. Watching Tatsuma's chakra actually invade the bodies of over 50 patients simultaneously, Tsunade squinted. If Tatsuma had even a slight additional thought in his mind at this moment, all 50 surgeries would likely fail simultaneously. Tsunade's attention was heightened to the extreme. She wouldn't allow anyone to disturb her student at this critical moment. At this moment, Tatsuma's brain was rapidly processing all the received information. He was grateful that he had chosen Divine Mind when amplifying his abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to manage such a task of dividing his mind among 50 individuals. However, while his processing speed was sufficient, the bandwidth was still a bit lacking. He could handle all this information simultaneously, but he couldn't process any single piece of information at the same speed as he normally would in one-on-one situations. After quite some time, Tatsuma completely used chakra to identify the toxins in the bodies of these patients. Then, slowly, with the assistance of another Katsuyu split body on each patient, which also possessed chakra imbued with the delicate illness extraction jutsu, he began to draw out the toxins. Only after the toxins were completely removed from the patients did Tatsuma open his eyes. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he almost collapsed, but fortunately, Tsunade caught him in time. Watching Tatsuma, with pale lips and sweat dripping from his forehead, Tsunade chuckled and said, "Even prisoners who have undergone interrogation with the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu don't look as miserable as you do now." Tatsuma could only hear buzzing in his ears. He didn't catch a word of Tsunade's remarks. Tsunade also understood Tatsuma's condition. She laid him down on the bed and took over the work of controlling Katsuyu. She concentrated the toxins collected by Katsuyu and sealed them in bottles with sealing jutsu. Then, she ended the summoning, giving Tatsuma a meager amount of chakra to replenish his strength. Tatsuma's medical ninjutsu just now could be described as pushing to the absolute limit. Tsunade had been tempted to take over several times, but ultimately, she chose to trust Tatsuma, and he performed remarkably well. However, it was already noon. Tsunade found some physiological saline and glucose solution for Tatsuma and hooked him up. Then, she entered the intensive care unit to start treating the critically ill patients. Tatsuma slept directly from noon that day until the early morning of the next day. When he woke up, he looked around anxiously, fearing that his medical ninjutsu had failed at the last moment. When he saw that there was no one left in the camp, he suddenly felt a bit panicked, wondering if something major had happened. Just then, a reassuring voice spoke up. "You can record this technique and submit it as a forbidden jutsu to the village. However, your technique is probably one that no other medical ninja can use," said the voice. "Sensei?" Tatsuma looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tsunade, who had come in from outside the camp, flipping through his notes. Upon seeing Tatsuma, Tsunade smiled rarely and said, "Your surgery was very successful. All 56 critically poisoned patients have been cured." Chapter 147, Tatsuma's Smile. Upon hearing the news that all the patients were cured, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief. He realized how crazy his actions were yesterday, only after the surgery ended. He had overestimated his ability to process information. While Divine Mind made his thinking very fast, it only enhanced the efficiency of processing information. Yesterday was like multitasking. Tsunade's network healing jutsu, although also a widespread use of medical ninjutsu on a large scale of casualties simultaneously, and even the technique imbued on Katsuyu was even more difficult, the mystical palm jutsu. However, the difficulty of the mystical palm jutsu lies in producing chakra that can quickly activate human cells. In other words, as long as the chakra is produced, the subsequent work can be handed over to Katsuyu. But Tatsuma's sudden idea yesterday was different from the delicate illness extraction jutsu. Although the learning and casting difficulty of this technique were lower, it required the practitioner to maintain meticulousness in the procedure. The ability to invade the body and extract chakra carrying viruses and toxins was only secondary. The chakra is like surgical equipment in the operating room, still requiring the main surgeon, the medical ninja, to use these tools for meticulous surgery on the patients. The difficulty of the entire technique lies not in the amount of chakra, nor in summoning the beast Katsuyu or the delicate illness extraction jutsu, but in the divided attention of the practitioner, Tatsuma. His head is still pounding now. "Sensei, when do we depart?" Tatsuma didn't want to lie down anymore. He felt like his shoulders and back were locked up, although he had a severe headache. He wanted to move around a bit. He removed the 4-needle from the back of his hand. The wounds had already healed before they even had a chance to bleed, thanks to the effects of endless. As long as his body's energy was sufficient, many injuries could heal at an extremely fast pace. Although he couldn't reach the level of absurdity like Tsunade, who would later unlock the Yin seal and activate the creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique, or Senju Hashirama, who could heal without any seals, it still far exceeded that of ordinary people. Tatsuma glanced at the empty 4 bottles in the small wastebasket next to the hospital bed and knew that this wasn't his first infusion. His energy levels were almost replenished. "Let's wait one more day." Orochimaru took Nawaki to the battlefield, and Minato took other Chunin to familiarize themselves with the inspection procedures. They should be back tonight. Tsunade closed Tatsuma's notebook and shook it in her hand, saying, "I'll take your notes to study them first. I find your approach very interesting, and it can also be applied in a reverse manner." Reverse? Tatsuma had no complaints about Tsunade taking his notes. After all, Tsunade had given him her own notes as well as those of her grandfather. The contents of his notes were all taught by Tsunade, and he merely made adjustments. If one person can perform 50 surgeries alone, can 50 people perform one surgery together? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Although Tatsuma had a headache, it didn't affect his sharp thinking. He instantly grasped the idea and said, "We can coordinate with the regenerative healing jutsu, increase the number of practitioners, reduce the burden on each person, and share the risk." Upon hearing Tatsuma's quick response, Tsunade nodded satisfactorily. She hadn't taught Tatsuma the regenerative healing jutsu yet, as this technique required a lot of medical theoretical knowledge. Previously, Tatsuma had shown no interest in it, and Tsunade hadn't considered teaching him this technique. But now, things were different. She smiled and said, "Moreover, with the sensory sharing of Katsuyu, this technique that requires a team of medical ninjas to perform doesn't need to demand profound medical knowledge from each individual ninja. Your surgical skills are not inferior to any other medical ninja except me. If you team up with a knowledgeable but less skilled medical ninja, you'll be able to treat many difficult cases. This way, you won't have to force yourself to learn medical knowledge from me, freeing up a lot of time to study what you want. Just don't neglect your surgical skills." After Tsunade finished speaking, she suddenly realized that her mindset had undergone many changes unconsciously. When she first met Tatsuma, she thought he was just a child with effort, but later, when she was assigned to be one of their senseis, she felt that neither Tatsuma nor Minato could learn anything from her. This was what she thought they couldn't learn, not that Tatsuma and Minato lacked the ability to learn. After all, training medical ninjas was much more challenging than regular ninjas. However, later on, Tsunade discovered that Tatsuma had remarkable medical talent, far exceeding her expectations in chakra control, chakra transformation, and learning ability. Tatsuma already possessed all the prerequisites for inheriting her medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, she found that Tatsuma's ambitions didn't lie in this direction. He became someone she wanted to teach, but he didn't want to learn. Upon hearing the news that all the patients were cured, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief. He realized how crazy his actions were yesterday, only after the surgery ended. He had overestimated his ability to process information. While Divine Mind made his thinking very fast, it only enhanced the efficiency of processing information. Yesterday was like multitasking. Tsunade's network healing jutsu, although also a widespread use of medical ninjutsu on a large scale of casualties simultaneously, and even the technique imbued on Katsuyu was even more difficult, the mystical palm jutsu. However, the difficulty of the mystical palm jutsu lies in producing chakra that can quickly activate human cells. In other words, as long as the chakra is produced, the subsequent work can be handed over to Katsuyu. But Tatsuma's sudden idea yesterday was different from the delicate illness extraction jutsu. Although the learning and casting difficulty of this technique were lower, it required the practitioner to maintain meticulousness in the procedure. The ability to invade the body and extract chakra-carrying viruses and toxins was only secondary. The chakra is like surgical equipment in the operating room, still requiring the main surgeon, the medical ninja, to use these tools for meticulous surgery on the patients. The difficulty of the entire technique lies not in the amount of chakra, nor in summoning the beast Katsuyu or the delicate illness extraction jutsu, but in the divided attention of the practitioner, Tatsuma. His head is still pounding now. Sensei, when do we depart? Tatsuma didn't want to lie down anymore. He felt like his shoulders and back were locked up, although he had a severe headache. He wanted to move around a bit. He removed the 4-needle from the back of his hand. The wounds had already healed before they even had a chance to bleed, thanks to the effects of endless. As long as his body's energy was sufficient, many injuries could heal at an extremely fast pace. Although he couldn't reach the level of absurdity like Tsunade, who would later unlock the Yin seal and activate the creation rebirth strength of 100 technique, or Senju Hashirama, who could heal without any seals, it still far exceeded that of ordinary people. Tatsuma glanced at the empty 4 bottles in the small wastebasket next to the hospital bed and knew that this wasn't his first infusion. His energy levels were almost replenished. Let's wait one more day. Orochimaru took Nawaki to the battlefield, and Minato took other Chunin to familiarize themselves with the inspection procedures. They should be back tonight. Tsunade closed Tatsuma's notebook and shook it in her hand, saying, "I'll take your notes to study them first. I find your approach very interesting. And it can also be applied in a reverse manner." Reverse? Tatsuma had no complaints about Tsunade taking his notes. After all, Tsunade had given him her own notes as well as those of her grandfather. The contents of his notes were all taught by Tsunade, and he merely made adjustments. If one person can perform 50 surgeries alone, can 50 people perform one surgery together? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Although Tatsuma had a headache, it didn't affect his sharp thinking. He instantly grasped the idea and said, "We can coordinate with the regenerated healing jutsu, increase the number of practitioners, reduce the burden on each person, and share the risk." Upon hearing Tatsuma's quick response, Tsunade nodded satisfactorily. She hadn't taught Tatsuma the regenerated healing jutsu yet, as this technique required a lot of medical theoretical knowledge. Previously, Tatsuma had shown no interest in it, and Tsunade hadn't considered teaching him this technique. But now, things were different. She smiled and said, "Moreover, with the sensory sharing of Katsuyu, this technique that requires a team of medical ninjas to perform doesn't need to demand profound medical knowledge from each individual ninja. Your surgical skills are not inferior to any other medical ninja except me. If you team up with a knowledgeable but less skilled medical ninja, you'll be able to treat many difficult cases. This way, you won't have to force yourself to learn medical knowledge from me, freeing up a lot of time to study what you want. Just don't neglect your surgical skills." After Tsunade finished speaking, she suddenly realized that her mindset had undergone many changes unconsciously. When she first met Tatsuma, she thought he was just a child with effort. But later, when she was assigned to be one of their senseis, she felt that neither Tatsuma nor Minato could learn anything from her. This was what she thought they couldn't learn, not that Tatsuma and Minato lacked the ability to learn. After all, training medical ninjas was much more challenging than regular ninjas. However, later on, Tsunade discovered that Tatsuma had remarkable medical talent, far exceeding her expectations in chakra control, chakra transformation, and learning ability. Tatsuma already possessed all the prerequisites for inheriting her medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, she found that Tatsuma's ambitions didn't lie in this direction. He became someone she wanted to teach, but he didn't want to learn. However, Tatsuma's understanding of Katsuyu's sensory sharing, dominion sharing, and coordination with medical ninjutsu gave Tsunade another idea. That is, it didn't matter if Tatsuma didn't learn those profound knowledge himself, as long as he had someone around him who did. After hearing Tsunade's suggestion, Tatsuma shrugged indifferently, changing the subject. "Sensei, have you had breakfast? I'm a bit hungry and plan to find something to eat." Seeing that Tatsuma still didn't show interest in the real medical field, Tsunade didn't force it anymore, simply saying, "The ninjas at the camp have just finished eating, so there should still be food available. I've already eaten, so you can go ahead and help yourself." Tatsuma nodded and quickly left the medical camp. He first freshened up briefly before going to the logistics area to find some leftover breakfast. Then, he began his daily training nearby. After sweating, his headache actually subsided quite a bit. After completing his daily physical training and redeeming his 3 points of talent, he sat aside, preparing to have lunch before returning to train in ninjutsu. However, he unexpectedly encountered someone. "No." Seeing the girl sitting under the tree, Tatsuma politely greeted her. Nono nodded shyly and said, "Sakamoto, hello. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful ninja, and to master medical ninjutsu. That's really impressive." Upon hearing Nono's words, Tatsuma instinctively felt something was amiss because such words usually meant trouble for the person being praised. Oh well, he used to say such things himself. That didn't matter now. After realizing that even if Nono successfully praised him, she wouldn't defeat him, Tatsuma felt much better. He said, "It's just that the senpais in the camp see me as young, and they readily praise me for even the smallest contributions." However, his humility didn't affect Nono's admiration. Just a few days ago, her impression of Tatsuma was that he was the same age as her but already above a Chunin. She simply thought Tatsuma had great talent. As for how strong Tatsuma was or what achievements he had made, she had no idea. This was because Nono was different from many other classmates. She had to save time even for studying. Unlike Tatsuma and Minato, who had been living independently from a young age as orphans, Nono didn't choose to leave the orphanage. Her life wasn't just about herself. Besides going to school, she also had to return to the Konoha orphanage to cook, do laundry for her younger siblings, and help the orphanage's sensei teach her siblings basic literacy skills. This was just her daily routine. If it was a holiday, she had to help decorate the orphanage, prepare gifts for her siblings, and if any of them got sick, she had to stay by their bedside and take care of them. In case of severe weather conditions like heavy rain or strong winds damaging the orphanage, she had to try to help repair it in ways that didn't cost money. Even if they needed to hire workers for some tasks, she still had to assist, even if it was just to reduce the labor cost by an hour. Therefore, she had almost no time to understand things in the ninja community like children of her age would. Even though she had attended the academy for 4 years and become a ninja, subconsciously, she still felt that her life revolved around the small orphanage. It wasn't until she came to this camp that Nono learned just how talented and remarkable Tatsuma and Minato, her classmates, were. She knew she could never reach that level. Nono thought that after cooking for her siblings at the orphanage for so many years, she could also help everyone at the logistics camp. However, yesterday, due to insufficient assigned personnel, she joined the logistics team temporarily. In just a day and a half, she was overwhelmed. Here, when actually working, even taking a breath was difficult. The pace was so fast that she wanted to give up several times. If it weren't for the higher-ranked ninjas, telling the examples of Tatsuma and Minato to the Chunin, Nono felt she couldn't have persisted. From what people said, she learned that Namikaze, a fellow student, initially came to the logistics camp to help. Not only did he help with washing and preparing food, but he also did all the serving and dishwashing alone, completing the work of 6 or 7 Chunin by himself. Furthermore, after getting the opportunity to go to the battlefield later on, Namikaze didn't forget about the logistics work. Whenever he had free time, he would come to help out, occasionally even going to the medical camp. Sakamoto, on the other hand, was even more remarkable. It's said that he started from the medical camp, where he handled almost everyone's injuries by himself at the beginning. Later, he continued to treat everyone while also fighting against Saiyan ninja on the battlefield. Even last night, Nono heard ninjas discussing during dinner that Sakamoto had managed to heal over 200 ninjas in just 2 days. She also witnessed the regret when people found out that Sakamoto would be leaving this battlefield to go to another one. There was even one uncle who humorously said to hurry up and get injured, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy Sakamoto's treatment. Nono didn't know why this Sakamoto had so many talents, but she imagined that he must have worked very hard. She wondered what kind of effort it took for Sakamoto, who was the same age as her, to be so outstanding and endure an extremely challenging night. Today, she finally saw how hard Sakamoto worked. After finishing her morning tasks and coming here to rest, she found Sakamoto training here. When she left to prepare lunch, as today's mission was not as exhausting and she finished work early, she returned here to rest again. To her surprise, she found Sakamoto still training. Upon hearing Sakamoto's modest words, Nono wanted to continue praising him, but she suddenly realized that she shouldn't speak to this remarkable senpai in the same tone she used with her younger siblings. Nono stood up from the ground and asked softly, "Sakamoto, you've been training for so long, you must be hungry, right? Do you want me to prepare food for you?" "No need," Tatsuma said with a contagious smile, "I'll manage on my own." Nono suddenly smiled, not because of Tatsuma's words, but because she was infected by his smile. This situation was rare, even for Tatsuma himself, and he looked at Nono in confusion. Nono brushed her falling hair aside and said, "Sakamoto's smile is so charming, even though you can't see his eyes." "Are you saying my eyes are small?" Tatsuma's face stiffened. His eyes were clearly big and expressive. Not being able to see his eyes was just. After holding back for a while, Tatsuma pretended to be profound and said, "When you laugh heartily with your eyes squinted, you won't see anything that makes you unhappy." "Is that so?" Nono mimicked Tatsuma's smile, her mouth lifting high, and her eyes squinting. Seeing that he had finally fooled this little girl, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the logistics camp, with Nono following beside him. But as soon as they arrived at the logistics camp, before Tatsuma even picked up his tray, several ninjas with hurried expressions rushed over. Worriedly, they said to Tatsuma, "Tatsuma, the Saiyan ninjas set up ambushes on the front lines, with numerous explosive tag traps. Many of our comrades have been injured by the explosive tags. Please come and help quickly." Tatsuma's expression suddenly darkened. Without waiting for the ninjas to lead the way, he hurriedly headed towards the camp's exit. Nono, hearing this, also showed signs of anxiety on her face. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Chapter 148, Nono's Talent. At the mention of the explosive tag, Tatsuma immediately thought of Nawaki from the original work. Since coming here, he had also made many efforts in various ways to avoid such tragedies around him, and it seemed to have had a decent effect. However, when he heard about the explosive tag trap and that some comrades had been injured by it, he couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. After all, sometimes, no matter how capable a person is, they cannot defy fate. Tatsuma didn't want such things to happen. He rushed to the camp's exit at lightning speed, only to find it crowded with people. Apparently all the ninjas who were about to head to the battlefield had returned. "Where are the wounded? Where are they?" Tatsuma shouted loudly. Upon hearing his call and seeing Tatsuma's arrival, the people around quickly made way, and Tatsuma squeezed into the crowd. Through some gaps, he saw many stretchers and many ninjas covered in blood. "Nawaki!" Seeing this scene, Tatsuma couldn't help but shout involuntarily, but the next moment. "Are you looking for me?" A hoarse voice in the midst of adolescence but full of vitality rang out. By this time, Tatsuma had finally pushed through the crowd and entered the central area surrounded and protected by countless ninjas. At this moment, Nawaki, dressed in a green bodysuit, was covered in black and gray, with burnt patches in his hair. His clothes had numerous tears, and some small wounds were faintly visible under the dirt. But there was a proud expression on his face as he stood beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru himself wore a slightly restrained but proud smile. "It's all thanks to Nawaki." As soon as he got onto the battlefield, he disarmed all of the opponent's explosive tag traps. Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a dozen comrades injured, it would have been much worse. Those sand ninjas are despicable. They dare not face us on the battlefield, only sneakily burying explosive tag traps, making us waste our efforts. At this moment, Tatsuma finally listened carefully to the voices around him. Their words were not filled with regret or remorse for returning from battle defeated. Instead, they were excited, and their words were tinged with disdain for the sand ninjas. Tatsuma also realized that many ninjas had retreated from the front lines not because they had fallen into traps and were defeated, but because they hadn't encountered any sand ninjas at all. They had simply dealt with the explosive tag traps and returned. No wonder he's the grandson of the first-generation Sama. He truly inherited the first-generation Sama's strength. If it weren't for Nawaki, those Hyuga people would have made a fool of themselves. I'm telling you, when it comes to clearing traps, it's all about Nawaki. As for Hyuga, they just need to watch out for any enemy ambushes. I, Sarutobi Hikarinasuke, in the field of trap clearing, am willing to declare Nawaki as the strongest. As more and more people discussed, Tatsuma gradually relaxed and began to check on the condition of the wounded. At the same time, he couldn't help but lament his lack of emotional control, as he had become so flustered over such a small disturbance. If it were a seasoned jonin accustomed to life and death, they definitely wouldn't react like this. Boom! Orochimaru! What have you done to my brother? At this moment, a figure rushed in from the periphery, knocking over all the ninjas in its path. The previously smiling faces of Orochimaru and Nawaki stiffened simultaneously. Tsunade had already reached the innermost circle in the blink of an eye. Tatsuma glanced at his sensei, whose expression was extremely anxious, and decided not to utter the words he had thought of. "Sister, I'm fine." Nawaki suddenly lowered his head like a guilty child. Just 3 seconds ago, he had been the expert who saved everyone from the traps. But now, with his sister's arrival, he felt as if he had done something wrong. Tatsuma felt he could understand Tsunade's anxiety. After all, when a team returning from a mission suddenly turned back prematurely to outsiders, the first reaction would be that something serious had happened, forcing them to retreat. And the fact that the sand ninjas hadn't even gone out was a low-probability event that nobody would consider. Seeing that Nawaki was fine and there were no seriously injured ninjas around, aside from those she had knocked over, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Tatsuma, who wore a face filled with mixed emotions, feeling somewhat embarrassed herself. But Tsunade was who she was, and apologizing was out of the question for her. After giving her brother and Orochimaru a fierce glare, she said to Tatsuma, "Treat them well." Tatsuma could only nod. Then he glanced at the ninjas who had been knocked down by Tsunade and were being helped over, their faces now even more awkward. Originally, there were less than 20 ninjas in need of treatment, but now it seemed to be nearing 30. Some might have been lightly injured by the collision and didn't seek Tatsuma's attention. The other medical ninjas from the camp hadn't arrived yet. They had just been added to the team yesterday and were still unfamiliar with the procedures. It was understandable that they were slow, especially since Tatsuma had occupied the medical camp for 2 days without giving them space. Sakamoto-san, need any help? I can assist. At this moment, Nono finally arrived, carrying a medical kit. She held the medical kit in one hand and gently pressed against her side with the other, clearly having hurried over. Tatsuma initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he asked, "Do you know medical ninjutsu?" Nono's expression faltered for a moment, and with a somewhat downcast look, she shook her head. Tatsuma wasn't surprised. He hadn't held much hope to begin with, especially since there were only about 20 patients, and they didn't require additional assistance. Of course, there were still some tasks that needed help, so Tatsuma asked again, "Can you clean wounds and suture them?" At these words, Nono's eyes finally regained their brightness. She nodded, gripping the medical kit even tighter in her hand. Tatsuma nodded in return and said, "Help me clean the wounds of these patients and perform any suturing tasks you're capable of." Then, Tatsuma looked around at the other ninjas and asked, "Do any of you have physiological saline or hydrogen peroxide with you? It's quite a distance to the medical camp from here." Although there were few people carrying them, they managed to gather quite a few. Tatsuma directed Nono to start cleaning wounds and then summoned Katsuyu to help stop bleeding for the injured, facilitating Nono's suturing. He also approached several ninjas who were more severely injured or had scratches from explosions or wounds caused by tree branches or rocks. He treated them accordingly. Tsunade watched the two of them work from the side. These tasks were too basic to require her intervention. Glancing at Tatsuma's actions, she saw her disciple's usual excellence. The little girl, however, surprised Tsunade. Although she didn't know medical ninjutsu and her technique had some flaws, albeit by Tsunade's standards, she was very meticulous and focused. She didn't let the surrounding crowd distract her, which was a commendable trait, especially for medical ninjas. Both Tsunade and Tatsuma were particularly focused individuals themselves. Of the nearly 30 people, aside from those injured by explosions and the few injured by Tsunade's accidental actions, the rest only needed treatment to promote blood circulation and resolve blood stasis. Except for one who seemed to have a minor rib fracture and needed to rest for a few days, everyone else was treated on the spot. Even though Nawaki insisted he didn't need treatment, Tatsuma forcibly treated him. Nawaki explained that the reason he didn't need treatment was because of Nono's technique. For a recently graduated student like Nono, her technique was quite standard but lacked flexibility. For instance, when faced with large abrasions, she would first cut open the surrounding clothing and then proceed with wound cleaning. This procedure was correct. However, Nawaki was clad in a green bodysuit, and some of his abrasions were quite private. It wouldn't have been a problem if they were in a medical camp or a hospital room, but there were thousands of people watching around. Fortunately, Tatsuma's actions were rougher. He didn't cut the clothing for wound cleaning, instead, he poured hydrogen peroxide directly onto Nawaki's body. Although it soaked him entirely and was excruciatingly painful, Nawaki felt that his dignity was preserved, which was worth it. In just an hour, the two of them completed the majority of the patient's treatment. Several medical ninjas arrived midway, speeding up the basic wound cleaning and suturing process. The remaining work was left to Katsuyu. With its special chakra, Katsuyu could accelerate the healing of these patients' wounds. "What's your name?" As Nono finished her work and sat exhausted on the ground, Tsunade approached and asked. Nono lifted her head, then became very excited, wanting to salute, but realized she was sitting on the ground. She attempted to stand up but found it difficult as she had been kneeling while treating the injured and now couldn't get up, feeling embarrassed. Tsunade waved her hand, indicating she didn't need to stand, and Nono, blushing, said, "Tsunade-sama, I'm Yakushi Nono, a genin who graduated this year. Have you been assigned here, or are you waiting for assignment?" Tsunade continued her inquiry. Nono explained quickly, "I haven't been assigned yet. But I'm currently assisting in the logistics camp." Hearing this, Tsunade frowned. That Danzo guy wouldn't easily release the manpower he had obtained. She had heard yesterday about the sudden shortage of personnel in various camps, and many genin had volunteered to help. With Tsunade's understanding of Danzo, she knew he wouldn't willingly release these personnel. After all, they had willingly fallen into his trap. Why would he let them escape? Tsunade tolerated it. After all, only a few dozen genin had been added, and she couldn't be bothered to argue with Danzo over such a small number. It would indeed be very difficult to get them all back. However, as Tsunade sized up Nono, she realized that if she asked for just one person back, that guy Danzo wouldn't dare to come hassle her, especially since Danzo was in the wrong to begin with. Go back and rest up. You don't need to help in the logistics camp anymore. We're leaving tomorrow, and if you're too tired, you might fall behind. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Nono quickly nodded. Although she felt a bit regretful not being able to help, Tsunade's words made sense. If she felt as tired as she did when she woke up that morning, she wouldn't be able to walk far. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Nono said earnestly. Tsunade nodded, then glanced at Nawaki, who still had his head lowered. Looking around, she noticed that the surrounding people had dispersed. She walked up to Nawaki and immediately put him in a headlock, fiercely saying, "You want to play the hero, huh? You want to play the hero? Next time you get blown up, I won't bother to collect your corpse." Nawaki struggled weakly, with only a little movement left in his head, allowing him to cast a pleading look towards his sensei. Unfortunately, Orochimaru didn't dare provoke Tsunade in this state, so he pretended nothing was happening. Today's battle is unusually calm. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Chapter 149, Taking the Blame is an innate ability of every subordinate. Danzo-sama, Yakushi Nono taken away by Tsunade, ranks only C level in our Roots talent pool, with a very simple background and estimated low value. Inside the tent, hearing the report from his subordinate, Shimura Danzo's face showed no relaxation, remaining stern, even a bit displeased. He spoke, clean background, low value. Tell me, who were the first two people to receive such evaluations? Well, being questioned like this by Danzo, the Root Ninjas were somewhat speechless, because the first two people to receive such evaluations were named Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma. Of course, due to the extraordinary talents displayed by the two, their assessment level in Root's talent pool reached B level, within the range of talents worth recruiting. Beyond this, there were A-level talents worth heavily recruiting, and S-level talents that must be recruited or neutralized. However, due to Tatsuma and Minato not demonstrating any Kekkei Genkai or having family backgrounds with secret jutsu, they could only be assessed as B-level at most. Moreover, this set of evaluation criteria was originally formulated by Danzo himself. These subordinates of his are simply judging the new forces in the village according to the standards set by Danzo. The fundamental reason for missing out on Tatsuma and Minato, who are considered the most excellent ninjas of the new generation, is that the evaluation criteria set by Danzo went wrong. After all, it's because Danzo-sama, you didn't value civilian ninjas in the first place. But as subordinates, how could they possibly say such things? They could only grit their teeth and bear this blame. However, in the eyes of this Root Ninja, their assessment of Yakushi Nono was not wrong. After all, under similar family backgrounds, Nono's displayed talent was not high, and her future achievements might be limited. Their assessment of her as C-level, recruitable as an active Root Ninja, was not wrong. Danzo-sama is just too sensitive. After consecutively missing out on those two kids, Tatsuma and Minato, he's a bit confused. Danzo looked at the subordinate kneeling in front of him, unable to utter a word, and hemmed, saying, "Your evaluations better not be wrong again." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The Root Ninja bowed even lower, and Danzo's expression softened slightly as he said, "Pay close attention to the children of Sakumo, Shinkayuhi, and the upcoming or already born children of the major clans in the village. If another incident like missing out on Sakamoto Tatsuma and Minato Namikaze happens again, then you will no longer be necessary." "Yes, Danzo-sama." "And as for Sakamoto Tatsuma, stop surveillance. Only gather information on the battlefield. There's no need to keep an eye on him once he returns to the village." Thinking of Tsunade's previous warning, Danzo furrowed his brows again. He believed that continuing to send Root Ninjas to monitor Tatsuma, even if Tatsuma moved into Tobirama-sensei's residence, Sarutobi wouldn't actually hold him accountable. But Tsunade's warning wasn't so simple either. After all, Tobarama-sensei's residence wasn't far from that person. Tobarama-sensei had passed away, but that person was still alive and well. If Tsunade decides to make an issue out of this, even his relationship with Sarutobi won't exempt him from having to apologize and withdraw his subordinates. Since it's futile, there's no need to provoke unnecessary trouble. Moreover, that child Tatsuma will surely understand the ninja path he inherited from Tobarama-sensei and naturally stand on his side. Thinking of this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Danzo's eyes. Why should Sarutobi sit firmly in the position of the third Hokage? Is it because he relies on Sensei's verbal commands? That's important, but not everything. When they returned to the village and announced Sensei's last wishes, they faced considerable opposition, especially from the evil Uchiha. Sarutobi only managed to ascend to the position of Hokage smoothly because that person organized the whole situation and pushed him up. Why does that person have such influence? It's because they're the main family of that clan, even though the clan no longer bears the name Senju. Their influence remains, and as long as they reach a unified opinion internally, the village cannot raise any objections. And that guy Sarutobi, after sitting in the position of Hokage, it was Shimura Danzo who helped him secure it. At that time, with internal and external threats, without his assistance, Sarutobi wouldn't have been able to hold onto his position. But what did he do after firmly taking the position of Hokage? He took in the most legitimate heir of that clan as his disciple, and even molded her into someone who despises him. That person only has at most 5 years left. Counting another 5 years after that, their influence should fade away. In 10 years' time, that kid Tatsuma should have grown up. If he can become the influential figure of that clan. Sarutobi, I wonder what you'll use to compete with me then. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. He even envisioned himself becoming the fourth Hokage, governing the village inside and out, pushing the village to new heights. Then, the scene of passing on his ninja path, his will, and everything to that child on his deathbed involuntarily appeared in his mind. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo will surely lead his name in Konoha's history. The root ninja, half kneeling before Danzo, breathed a sigh of relief at his words, nodded, and replied once again, "Yes, Danzo-sama." Danzo waved his hand, casting a slightly displeased glance at the subordinate who interrupted his future contemplation. If it weren't for the tight manpower in the war, he would have dealt with him. Seeing Danzo wave his hand, the root ninja quickly departed. In the empty tent, Danzo tapped his fingers on the table, recalling the 10-year-long layout in his mind. It was beautiful, but to achieve it, he had to step out of the darkness step by step. Only when his reputation surpassed that of Sarutobi could he overthrow him during peacetime. The thought gave birth to an idea in Danzo's mind, temporarily named becoming the fourth Hokage, starting from the defeat of Hidden Sand Village. He waved his hand and said, "Summon Rima, Shima, and the head of the Hyuga clan. I have an important battle plan to discuss with them." In the originally empty tent, a fleeting shadow seemed to pass by and disappear without a trace. Danzo remained calm and composed, sitting in his own place, waiting for the arrival of those few individuals. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her group, who had just left the campsite early this morning, en route to another battlefield, encountered a group of rain ninjas. "Find cover, hide!" The moment the enemy was sensed, Tatsuma issued the command. Chunins immediately sought cover or retrieved the pre-prepared cloak of invisibility from their ninja pouches. However, some of the genins were still bewildered. Only a few, like Inoshikacho, managed to conceal themselves. The other genins instinctively looked towards Tsunade. In their eyes, as a jonin, Tsunade should be the one qualified to give orders, as that's what the books taught them. Tsunade's brow furrowed as she shouted, "Didn't you hear him? Or can't you even do this?" Tsunade was never a gentle person. Her gentleness was always fleeting, extremely so. Not only towards these unfamiliar genin, but even towards her own brother, she rarely showed any tenderness. Being scolded by Tsunade, these genin suddenly knew what to do. They scrambled for cover, but the better cover around had already been occupied by Chunin and a few quick-reacting genin. They spun around in a panic, not knowing what to do. Without anyone leading them, they didn't dare to easily spread out. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of disappointment in each other's eyes. These genin were too inexperienced. The battlefield was not a game of hide and seek. The rain ninjas wouldn't wait for them to hide before leisurely arriving. Tsunade jumped onto the crown of a large tree, coldly observing below. As ninjas, this was a necessary experience, and she believed Tatsuma and Minato could handle it. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so genin who hadn't found good cover, and their makeshift cloaks were poorly made, Tatsuma and Minato shook their heads and used body flicker to leave their original positions, leaving the remaining dozen or so genin increasingly panicked. Soon, a group of 6 rain ninjas rapidly approached. Seeing about a dozen genin scrambling in a panic, and a few clearly crouching on the ground, they couldn't help but feel a sense of humiliation. However, the leading ninja quickly issued orders, "Stay alert, beware of their leading ninja." As a major ninja village, Konoha couldn't allow a dozen genin to run amok outside without a leading ninja. Surely, there would be a leader, and the fact that they could lead so many people indicated they were at least a special jonin, with the possibility of being a jonin. However, perhaps the ninja squad captain didn't realize that within this small forest, there weren't just a dozen or so panicked genin, but also around 50 chunin, 1 jonin, and nearly 300 genin. Time was short. Just a little more time, and they might have noticed something wrong with this forest. But Tatsuma didn't intend to give them the chance. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. Tatsuma, hiding on the side, formed hand seals. A swampy terrain appeared under the feet of the rain ninjas and some Konoha genin. However, amidst the rainforest, they didn't notice it immediately. By the time those few ninjas heard the squad captain's orders to investigate the surroundings, Tatsuma had already completed the jutsu. Chakra surged into the ground, turning the already muddy terrain into a treacherous pit of quicksand resembling a swamp. The lower halves of the 6 rain ninja were suddenly submerged in the swamp that appeared out of nowhere. The chakra clinging to the swamp made it difficult for them to break free, and in an instant, they all became panicked. "Stay alert!" At the squad captain's command, just as they were about to use water release to disperse the swamp, a yellow blur flashed before his eyes. It was the last thing he saw. Minato, holding a kunai, emotionlessly swept the kunai across the throats of each ninja, swiftly leaving the range of the swamp. Meanwhile, Tatsuma inputted chakra into the ground once again. The ground surged, swallowing up all 6 rain ninjas. Only a few ninja pouches and scrolls remained on the ground. Tatsuma then emerged from his hiding place, stating, "The enemies have been dealt with." As his words fell, Tsunade also descended from the treetops, looking satisfied at her disciple. Minato also wore a warm and reassuring smile as he asked the dozen or so genins who hadn't managed to hide and were frightened, "Are you all right? Did we scare you?" The dozen or so people who had just thought they might be abandoned realized, upon seeing Tatsuma and Minato swiftly deal with the enemies, that Tatsuma and Minato weren't disregarding their lives. It was just that facing a few rain ninjas didn't require all of them to hide. Even Shikaku, who had hidden nearby, patted the mud off his clothes. He suspected that Minato and Tatsuma left behind the dozen or so genins not only to lure the rain ninjas but also to prevent them from getting scared and avoiding getting too close. This realization wasn't limited to Shikaku alone, many Chunin also understood. The 6 individuals earlier were all wearing vests, leading them to believe there might be a jonin among them who they were hesitant to attack. But now, it seemed they were all just Chunin. However, the seamless coordination between Tatsuma and Minato, which led to the swift elimination of 6 Chunin, left them somewhat astonished. Yet, they quickly let go of their astonishment. After all, these 2 were known for their exceptional abilities. They had previously faced hundreds of Chunin single-handedly. At this moment, Tsunade picked up a few scrolls and glanced at them. One was a mission scroll for patrolling the Land of Rain, expelling or eliminating foreign ninjas. The remaining scrolls were all just ceiling scrolls, nothing worth paying attention to. She tossed the scrolls to Tatsuma and addressed the somewhat shaken Chunin. As you continue deeper, encounters with rain ninjas will become more frequent, and their numbers and strength will gradually increase. The chaos we experienced today, I do not wish to see it repeated. If I haven't given an order, then consider the commands of Tatsuma and Minato as valid. I don't want any casualties before we even reach the camp. Do you understand? Yes, Tsunade-sama. The group of young shinobi shouted loudly, especially the dozen or so who were so panicked that they couldn't conceal their whereabouts, shouting even louder. Chapter 150, Never Let Your Guard Down. In the midst of the rainforest, the sound of raindrops falling and the rushing water brought by the early monsoon could be heard. If one were to solely listen to these sounds, it would undoubtedly be very soothing. However, what's eerie is the absence of any sounds from small animals or insects. If it were a person standing in this rainforest, they would likely feel a chill down their spine and their hairs would involuntarily stand on end, because the hostility within the rainforest seems to linger indefinitely. Who goes there? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the rainforest. With this voice, even the flowing water of the early monsoon seemed to cease, and the sound abruptly stopped. The rainforest became increasingly quiet, with only the sound of raindrops falling on fallen leaves and puddles. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise startled hundreds of Konoha ninjas. They all wielded ninja tools, some already prepared to make hand seals, and looked vigilantly towards the source of the sound. Leading them was a young ninja with long white hair. I've been running around for so long, escorting reinforcements for you, and this is how you treat me? Hearing this irritable voice, the white-haired ninja actually smiled. He raised his hand to signal the surrounding ninjas not to be nervous, then scratched his head and said, Tsunade, you're several days later than agreed. I thought something had happened to you. Although he said so, Jiraiya had no intention of approaching Tsunade in the distance. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jiraiya, waved her hand, and instantly, over 300 ninjas emerged from the rainforest. Tatsuma and Minato both waved to Jiraiya. Seeing his students and disciples, Jiraiya's smile grew even brighter. However, after scanning around, he showed some doubt and asked, Tsunade, where's Orochimaru? And Nawaki, didn't they come to the front line as well? As he spoke, the ninjas around him became alert once again. Although Tsunade and the others in front of him seemed perfectly normal, they still needed to remain vigilant at all times. After all, this was the wisdom of their predecessors. Don't look around so much. Nawaki said he wants to go to the battlefield, and Orochimaru is temporarily staying there to guide him. You can contact Danzo's side. Tsunade explained, then Jiraiya quickly said, Hey! Look at you, speaking as if I don't trust you. Although he said so, Jiraiya, without changing his expression, gestured to his rear. He himself approached Tsunade a bit, slightly opening his hands in welcome, then continued, I've been waiting here for you to come back, just haven't seen Orochimaru, which made me a bit worried. However, this batch of genin you brought is of high quality. There are quite a few I hadn't noticed before. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the faces of the ninjas behind Tsunade. Tsunade knew Jiraiya was still somewhat guarded, feeling a bit annoyed, but still explained, on the way here, Tatsuma and Minato dealt with several groups of rain ninja with them. Although their strength hasn't improved much, they've honed their ability to conceal their movements. Jiraiya nodded again, finding Tsunade's explanation quite reasonable. At the same time, he drew closer to Tsunade, even entering an unsafe distance. If the other side launched an attack, Jiraiya might not even react in time. Heavily kick of pain. Watching Jiraiya's expression, Tsunade immediately delivered a direct kick. Boom! Smoke erupted, and Jiraiya vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a crater appeared where he had been standing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, What exactly are you trying to test? Nothing, nothing. Just haven't seen you in so long, thought I'd crack a joke, Jiraiya quickly responded. At that moment, Jiraiya emerged from the nearby rainforest, wearing a pained yet joyful expression on his face. He jogged over and began rubbing Tatsuma and Minato's heads. After a few tests, especially experiencing enhanced strength firsthand, Jiraiya finally believed. Moreover, after confirming the news from the other battlefield, he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Everyone, you must be tired from the journey, right? Let's gather up and take a rest first. We'll discuss the mission arrangements tomorrow," Jiraiya said. At this moment, Tsunade let out a heavy sigh and said, "You've confirmed our identities, but I haven't confirmed yours yet." Jiraiya knew Tsunade was just being stubborn, but he wasn't annoyed. He just smiled and asked, "How do we confirm? A secret code or a mission scroll?" "A secret code? I've long forgotten about that kind of thing." Tsunade shook her head. She didn't really feel like probing, she was just annoyed with Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly nodded and said, "Let's confirm it later then. For now, let's just come in and rest." Tsunade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma and Minato, who were carrying 2 large bags, and asked, "What supplies did you two bring? Any food ingredients?" "We've been fasting in the camp for the past few days, only military rations pills left. The previous plans were very demanding, and with Tatsuma and the others delayed for a few days on the road, the camp supplies were almost depleted, at least in terms of food ingredients." Tatsuma patted the bag behind him and said, "We've brought enough. It should last for a while." Jiraiya nodded happily, then turned to Tsunade and said, "We've also accumulated some wounded recently. In the past few days, several cases have turned into severe infections. Take me to see them." As soon as they got down to business, Tsunade's expression turned serious. Jiraiya led the way, and Tatsuma and Minato followed obediently. The camp here was much simpler compared to the one on the battlefield. The main structure was a cave, with somewhat poor lighting inside and an underground river dividing the cave in two. However, this also made it convenient for them to access water without leaving the camp, and the mountain wall where the cave was located helped them better defend against rain ninja. But if they wanted to launch an attack, this camp had no advantages at all. Fortunately, their presence here was to engage with rain ninja, to appease them, so they didn't need to consider attacking. The camp here wasn't as clearly divided as the one on the battlefield. There were 2 vents, one for cooking and the other for accommodating the wounded, while the rest of the people were gathered elsewhere. Arriving at the area where the wounded were gathered, Tsunade frowned at the dim surroundings and asked, "Have the batteries run out too?" Jiraiya nodded because the ninja in this camp had been urgently mobilized, and various supplies were insufficiently provided. Moreover, the allocation of ninja types was also not reasonable, so they had been enduring difficulties for some time. However, on the battlefield, everyone endured as much as they could. That's just how it was. But for healthy ninjas, it was tough, let alone for the wounded. Without batteries and with the land of rain constantly dark, they found it difficult even to examine wounds, which was why some of the wounded had developed severe infections. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma and Minato didn't need to be told. They unloaded their backpacks and searched for sealing scrolls containing batteries and other supplies. After unsealing them, they began replacing the batteries. Soon, the medical camp lit up, and Tsunade quickly began examining the condition of the wounded. Most of them had developed infectious complications, which could be deadly on the battlefield. Not only was it more challenging to heal these wounds, but the recovery time was also longer. Before fully recovering, going into battle was basically a death sentence as their weakened bodies couldn't support combat. Minato, coordinate with your sensei for supplies. Tatsuma, prepare for surgery with me. No, assist Tatsuma. Others who want to learn can observe, but don't interfere with the surgery. The rest, followed Jiraiya's arrangements. Tsunade quickly issued orders. Minato nodded, shouldered his own backpack and Tatsuma's, and followed Jiraiya into the distance. Nono and some genin also gathered around the medical camp. Shikaku touched his spiky ponytail and prepared to follow Jiraiya. He knew Jiraiya intended for them to rest. Wouldn't it be better to rest early? But as he took a few steps, Tsunade seemed to remember something and said, "Members of the Nara clan, stay behind. Some of the wounded have head injuries and can't use anesthesia. We need your secret jutsu to assist." Shikaku's expression fell, while Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, in perfect harmony, pushed Shikaku towards the medical camp and then happily followed Jiraiya. "Sigh, what a hassle," Shikaku muttered, looking like a marionette with no spirit as he headed towards the medical camp. There were about 3 to 5 others with a similar appearance, with spiky ponytails and the same laziness, as if it were a segment ingrained in their clan DNA. Tsunade regretted agreeing to Danzo's decision to leave all the Chunin who knew medical ninjutsu at that camp. After all, with so many accumulated wounded, having only 2 medical ninjas plus an assistant who could only clean and stitch wounds made things quite difficult. Especially within the battlefield camp, where they couldn't use hospital imaging equipment, some internal injuries could only be relied upon the descriptions of the wounded. Coupled with the medical ninja's own judgment and chakra sensing, the efficiency was even lower. But fortunately, the master and disciple had the most suitable summoning creature for medical ninjas, the Shikatsu Forest Katsuyu. Katsuyu's special chakra could quickly detect the conditions of patients or wounded personnel, reducing the time needed for observation and examination. This time it was Tsunade's summoning, Katsuyu. Tatsuma summoned a slightly larger-sized Katsuyu to assist, but it lacked the conditions for comprehensive sterilization and detoxification. Tatsuma used sealing jutsu to create a barrier, isolating the external environment to achieve sterilization and detoxification within a small or just like in battles against rain ninja, they were susceptible to toxin infiltration. However, this time Tatsuma couldn't use his recently developed delicate illness extraction jutsu because of too much external interference. He didn't have the necessary environment to maintain absolute focus. The master and disciple could only treat each patient individually. As for shadow clones using medical ninjutsu, it was too intricate for them and later feedback of memories will be too much to process. Not to mention that shadow clones, relatively speaking, were uncontrollable. The only truly safe and controllable clone jutsu that could meet Tsunade's requirements was the Wood clone jutsu, but neither of them could learn it. Because that technique, only Senju Hashirama could use it. In other words, other attribute clones are created from a certain element, shadow clones mimics the body with chakra, while Wood clones involve chakra combined with the body's cells, making them the most stable and controllable. The master and disciple toiled away for a full 4 days before finally healing all the wounded. Now, it was time for their own recovery and rehabilitation work. But before they could rest, news suddenly arrived at the camp of a rain ninja's attack. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.